Oh, I mean, I initially had thought it was thought that some people had conveyed to me that Alan hadn't fully onboarded them yet. So I was like, well, if you haven't had a chance to,
Okay.
touch base with him to get fully onboarded, this would be the time.
Who has
And
not
that
been
part,
fully onboarded?
I don't.
Myself.
I think
I'm
Probably
not.
just
there you are.
TJ.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. Okay.
Hi, TJ.
I am
Hello,
fully
Max.
onboarded, at this point, so I'm good.
Okay. So it's only one now. It was like it was 2, 4, or 3. Cornwood, I know remember you were having some issues.
Wait, say that one more time. I couldn't hear.
So I thought you were having some issues, but I think you figured your stuff out. It was just that you couldn't do PD stuff. You know what I mean? You'd have to sign into city council to see docs.
Yeah. I can't do my PD work and do both at the same time. So if we could get that fixed, that'd be wonderful.
Just want to say, love seeing all the new faces in here.
Yeah, good to be here. Good to see you all as well. You know, it's exciting time to be around.
Ooh.
Yeah, hell, that's for sure.
Well, I'm
Hey,
just I'm reviewing.
Chatterbox also, he's outside.
Yeah,
He
I know.
said,
I told him to wait.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Well, Ursula's not around. I could probably just grab someone else to record it.
I don't have an issue with that.
I don't know. Let's see.
Oh yeah, and I have food if anybody needs it.
Hell yeah, I need food.
Thank you, Alex. Probably at some point yet.
God bless.
Energy bars are $30 a piece, and
Yeah, I'll just start passing shit around. Actually,
they don't come with cocaine, which is a crazy price.
Yellow.
I wonder how much Coca-Cola used to cost when it had cocaine in it.
A lot less than now.
What?
Oh, thank you. God, it's good.
Oh, okay.
Thank you so much.
Look, I'm trying to give an opportunity to actual news people. Love you.
Oh, I got food.
It's in your face now.
That's my face.
Yeah.
Alex? Alex, get this box out of my face, please?
Just take it.
All right.
A
Thanks.
takeout box saved is a takeout box earned, treasurer.
Me too.
There.
Hello. Who is this?
Thank you so much.
Hello.
By the way, I muttered under my breath that there was.
Oh God, Bobby's here.
By the way,
Thank you.
Garbine, you know that.
Mr. Hearth. Jacob?
No, Carla can come in. Don't worry.
From this angle, it looks really funny. He got the whole ass box on his shoulder.
Mr. Mayor, Supreme Highness. Because he broke up with my dear niece Carmela, he called me her bitch on.
Guy's so fucking creepy.
Do this in front of Carmine.
What the?
Oh, this is my sister. This is my sister-in-law, Mr. Mayor. I'm the
I'm Mr. Villager.
At the prison now.
Oh, cool. Cool. I'm in great health. I'm in great health.
Carmine, come look at this.
Good. How's your wife?
Carmine doesn't have a wife. Carmine doesn't have a wife.
And Perry? Who, your wife? Keep my wife's name out your fucking mouth.
I don't know.
You good, Siobhan?
Taking
Yeah.
cover.
Huh?
Yeah. Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
Taking cover behind that flag
I'm not gonna smack you.
in the table.
No. Also, hold on one sec. Hello?
Oh. Uh-huh. Yep. Never mind. Smoke you for a minute.
Very yes.
Can we ban smoking in here, Murphy? Sorry.
No.
Can't say that. The man's got
I'm
like
gonna
20
have to
packs of
disagree
fucking
to that
cigarettes
too.
there.
I won't lie.
You
So,
sure?
trust
I mean,
me.
there is time
Trust
outside,
me.
but you know,
A couple
listen,
meetings into this, you're gonna want to.
I'm not trying to do lawsuits for acquired asthma, COPD, and this shit. I mean, you're the doctor. You can probably take care of that, right? Health hazards.
Oh well, I mean they encouraged smoking in the '80s, so I thought it was still pretty good.
Oh,
I
so
think
I
it's
should have like a
also
glass of
propagating
red wine
fine.
on top of it each day too, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's good for you.
Yeah,
It's
it's
good
great
for
for
your
your
heart
heart.
health.
Oh yeah, that wasn't
Extra
disproven
smart.
at all.
That's what alcoholics say. In order
Yeah,
to
sure.
drinking
Well, they
one
have
glass
too
of
much.
wine.
You got to make sure you don't have too much.
All right, here's what we're gonna do, boys.
Fun fact is
All of you
one
come in,
is
and
technically
you will hear
the limit, I
your,
guess, apparently
request.
for females. Two is it for guys. Anything after it's considered binge.
Oh, interesting.
You know that?
No, it's news to me.
I just like having
Hello?
wine around the house.
First
You know,
lady?
you cook with it, you drink it while
Hi,
you're
Carmine. Hi,
cooking.
Bobby.
It's
Nice to
just a
see
nice
you.
time.
Hello, Bobby.
Hi.
Hey, not this
I will tell you in a
playlist.
moment, Bobby. Relax. Okay. So, this is council number 2, which means we have some new players. Fortunately, you know me. Guy in the white suit is TJ Walker. Guy in the black suit is Solomon
Walker.
Walker. Okay, I wasn't sure if you guys had the same last name or not. Philippa Cantor, you know her.
Yeah.
Cleese Corwood, you know him. Murphy Bryan, you probably know him. And Siobhan Thoroughbred,
Hello.
my wife. TJ Walker was a revolutionary. Solomon was a lawyer, I think. Pretty sure. Hello.
That's correct.
Revolutionary. I call it being a traitor. Treasonous. I'm just what? Is it this crane seat I'm going to see?
You know, everyone who ever stood up
Hmm.
against tyranny was a traitor, Bobby Charles. You ever think about that?
Well, it's crazy
Yeah,
to
Crane
think
Sick.
that have 2 terms now, Bobby. There's been 3 people.
Oh, one
that
second.
have been
Crane's not
charged
here.
with
I'm just
terrorism.
gonna keep a seat.
Get the
warm.
fuck out of Crane's chair.
He would want me to keep a seat warm. Listen.
God,
He's
no, he
gonna.
wouldn't.
No, he would like his ass groove. I am sure where he left it.
Carmine, that was a power move. I sat in the Chief Justice's chair. That means that we're more dominant.
You looked small in it, Bobby.
Hey, Murphy.
Hey,
Do you know Barry? Not Barry. Owen Svensson?
Owen Svensson. Yeah, he's on the civilian oversight thing. I haven't seen him though.
Yeah. Are you in the yellow pages right now? Or lemon list?
I am. Yeah.
Okay, he's gonna call you just so you guys can
Yeah, I
become
already-
acquainted.
Okay.
I am not answering my
yeah, I
fucking
know-
phone anymore.
Put your phone on silent.
I know him quite well. I just haven't
Messaged
seen
him.
Is what I
Okay.
meant by that. Hello, is this Svensson?
This
Well,
is
they don't
this,
have a
however, is an
DOJ app.
important phone call.
And,
Just say that
I'll
we're
talk to
busy.
you after the meeting. Sound good? Unless, this is my first meeting, so I don't know how long it is, but I've been told it could be 2 hours to 4 hours. So you know.
It's not gonna be that long.
Yeah. I'm glad you reached out because I haven't seen you around. I don't even know like what you look like these days. So yeah, now I got your number, so we'll be in touch.
It's actually true.
Do you have,
Being
like,
as
some action items
Crane is
to
not
throw at me?
here, the time of this the time of this meeting is going to significantly go down.
He's our recorder today.
That's like not even that. It's like not even that accurate. So yeah, we'll talk.
Hello?
Yeah, it's a mess, but we'll play catch up.
This is Jacob Harth. He's an old friend of mine, and also he is good at recording stuff. So he will be recording
Yo,
instead of
everyone
Ursula.
band?
We're deciding on
Perfect. Hi, Jacob.
Thank you, Jacob.
Hey, Jacob.
Meeting day, which will probably be Tuesday, but once that's like set in
Does-
stone,
does he-
I'm gonna
does
be
he talk?
having.
He's
prior
kind of
to the meeting.
meek.
Oh shit.
He's a man of few
So
words.
That's probably how it's gonna go. All right, cool. Sounds good. Good to hear from you.
Okay, first of all, welcome everyone to the council meeting. We are going to introduce ourselves again for the camera and the recording while I adjust myself in my seat because it was very difficult to sit down in these fucking chairs. I am the mayor, twice elected, Maximilian Thoroughbred. To my left is TJ Walker, the Che Guevara of our times.
Excuse
to
me.
That's
Hold
what Alan
on.
Crane said.
to the left of TJ Walker, we have Solomon Walker, who is a lawyer and just a lawyer. To the left of Mr. Solomon, we have Philippa Cantor, returning medical liaison. To the left of her would have been Alan Crane, but he's very sick today. And then we have Cleus Cornwood on the other side of the table. Murphy Braun, a judge / lawyer, a long time
Text twatted
standing.
earlier.
And we have my
wasn't paying attention to
chosen
twatter.
chief of staff, Shaman Thoroughbred. And welcome to the second Council of 8. Hold on. I'm giving up. One moment.
Yeah, NGL is probably going to be a short one.
Okay.
Like short stream. I don't think I've
Boom.
got it in me today.
There you go.
First and foremost, we will hear the request of our specialized divisions. In this case, it is the wardens of Dogtown, Bobby Charles and Carmine
correction.
Costello.
Correction, it's singular now. It's the Baron, Pillager.
Why?
Long may
What?
he reign.
What?
Did you give up your power?
No, it was taken
forcefully
from me.
taken by yours truly.
We live. Dogtown is a democracy ruled by violence. He was a worthy champion, and he took the title. So
No, he wasn't
Baron
a worthy
Pillager.
champion. No, I made him the bear. No, stop. No, I started the war and I made him it. No, he wasn't worthy of it. I just chose him, Carmine.
Okay. For the sake of the legislation that has been drafted, you guys can LARP like Pillager is your boss, but you guys are, so far as the Council of 8 concerned, the barons of Dogtown.
You're gonna lisan al Gaibas? You're gonna force the title on us?
I'm not forcing a title on you. That is your title.
Yeah, I'm fine with the title actually. I didn't mind.
Is Dogtown considered like a sovereign area? Like
not
their own spot?
Not necessarily
sovereign.
not necessarily sovereign, just an area in which the law does not apply. A specialized recidivism deterrent.
Why did you laugh when you said specialized?
It's like a black site.
Carmine,
No,
we all know
why
you're
did
specialized.
he laugh when he said the word specialized? We're the best you have, Mr. Mayor.
I know you are. You guys have done great work in Dogtown.
Even
Very big
greater
fan.
work.
Okay. So the barons of Dogtown, Bobby Charles and Carmine Costello, are here to request certain things of the Council of 8. Some of which are not entirely unreasonable because I spoke briefly with Bobby on the phone before this meeting. Take the floor, Bobby.
As most of you may know, we have a large amount of people that are in my institution for life. Does everybody know that?
Yeah.
Yeah, I met one of the
That's-
lifers last
yeah.
night.
Large amount of people that are going to stay within my walls for the rest of their natural life, and they're never going to get out. We also have a large amount of people that are in debt, hundreds of thousands of dollars. Right, Carmine, you take over.
Thanks to
Take over after 2 sentences.
thanks to the previous members of 8, there was, I guess, there was a legislation pushed or something that I wasn't privy to. A debt system, prisoner debts, where if you're in the negatives, you have to work your way out of it. And we've had a few recent stays. It's a little finicky, but we're working out the.
The debtor's prison, something that the mayor's office was vehemently opposed to because it infringes upon the rights and freedoms of the people of Los Santos. It was a state level decision.
Well, let me get to the meat and potatoes.
It was John federal government that did this.
Yeah!
John Fed always.
Yeah, we didn't vote on that, just so you know. Anyway,
Yeah, we did
continue.
not vote on that.
No, we didn't. Yeah.
Thanks to these changes, the state funds is going to be up good. And I believe with this new addition to our station, we are more valuable to the cohesive functionings of the government, considering we will be contributing to most of your budget. Putting these,
Let's not
these
say most of your
peasants,
budget. Basically, all of your budget's coming from
80%, and that's being conservative, okay?
Wait, you guys think that people working off their debt in prison is making the state account go up?
It's actually doing the opposite.
It's actually
What?
creating a deficit, Carmine.
Yeah.
What?
But they're working.
Yeah, that's good.
but
For
We love job
subsidy.
creation. We love job creation.
We're subsidizing their fines, Carmine. Do you know how this works?
you guys don't get money?
And we gotta pay to keep him in there on top of it.
You guys gotta pay to keep them in there?
Yeah, that's actually been a thing for like
Many,
70 days now, actually.
Well,
yeah.
Yeah, inmates
Regardless-
cost money to keep in prison.
Regardless, we are society's safety net. Without us, tyranny would reign supreme. We are the consequences to bad people, so we're useful. So we're here to ask for more. We're useful because we deserve it. We've earned it. Yes, we have. First thing we'd like to ask for is more influence and more leeway when it comes to activities outside the prison with this new influx of inmates. I understand there's supposed to be cage in a confinement unit, but there are certain tasks in the city that needs work done. And we have a healthy number of willing participants that can help with this. So we'd like maybe contracts from the council, work contracts, sewer contracts. I heard the idea came up once or twice before.
Mm-hmm.
And we'd like to motion for something like this to be implemented. We're very much for it.
We're really poor.
Sewer contract.
So are you looking to make money off of these people?
Yes.
No.
No, Carmine, we are. Yeah, yes. I want to make a lot of money off of their suffering. They're in there
Okay.
for a reason.
Not opposed to you making a guy who killed 70 people legit murder. I'm not opposed to you profiting off of that person because otherwise, he's just kind of wasting money existing in prison. That said, the question is, should you reap the benefits, you two, or should the benefits be bestowed to and for the good of the city? For example, I could totally see these shackled inmates with their trackers out on the street cleaning up trash. Okay, and that trash is converted into reusable materials, which could then be utilized for the purpose of for example, just one example, creating repair parts for vehicles, which is a big shortage right now. Do you get to sell those? Do you give those to us so that we can sell those and then have those funds donated to the state account so that that can be reinvested in the form of making it so that people are able to be paid more at their jobs? Like what do you think would be the best outcome here?
Mr. Mayor, with all due respect, we've been bled dry by the state. We get paid a measly $500. So God forbid we supplement our income with some more scraps. It's not like you pay us an arm and a leg like you pay all these other departments.
Oh, we have been
Hold
earning
on
less than you
there.
up until today there,
Would you like to talk
Carmine.
about EMS and doctors over there?
Well, they
Carmine?
earn less for
don't
a
go
reason,
playing
'cause you
pity
Well, they
guys-
there.
don't put
no,
their
no, 'cause you
lives on the
guys-
line
'cause you
like
guys
we
can
do.
Oh, yeah?
We deal with animals.
Oh, yeah?
We get shot
Bitch
every day.
made work.
We get
That's what
stabbed
EMS
every day.
is. We
Yeah,
do
and
the
who
real
needs to
work
save
in
your
this
life
place.
after that there, Bobby?
Every day. I'm locked up with murderers right now. There's a guy in here that killed 75 people. There's a guy
75,
who, like,
that's a
hacked-
lot of people.
hacked the government.
This guy what?
Sure,
hold on,
yeah.
hold on. Order.
I have a compromise,
Order,
Mr. Mayor.
Order. Yeah, let's hear your compromise.
I was thinking 50-50.
No,
It was allowed 50% to the
no.
state, 50%.
Oh, you guys take a sidebar in the fucking corner.
Yeah,
for
let's
second,
take a sidebar. Let's take a.
We want 100%.
We can hear you talking. That's
We
not the
want
corner.
100%.
You guys know what a fucking corner is? It's where two lines meet.
Sidebar is over. We've come to a decision.
Okay.
These are scraps. This is not gonna make a lot of money. Okay.
It might.
No,
It might. It will. It will.
Speak up, please.
Why do you think? Why would we work them to the bone if we know we gotta share their fucking harvest with the people?
Because
The
it's your job?
police too? I fucking hate the police.
All right. Hold
Oh,
on,
boy.
hold on. How
We'd
much
be
do you
willing to
actually
compromise.
anticipate? Like,
We'd be
what
willing-
do you make? What do you think?
$500 an hour, and it all goes into bullets because I gotta
more
shoot
than
these motherfuckers every day.
Well, how much is it?
What's an
Plus, they earn
actual
even
estimate?
more.
Like,
Whatever-
if you say
what-
500, where are you gonna put that, MX?
It's like 600 before
Oh.
tax.
Oh, okay. This is 100 more. Nice. Okay.
Yeah.
We put this into scope about the amount
Oh,
of
now
money we have
I'll
to
be
pay
able
for
to
supply.
buy a nice little condo out in the boonies.
Well, no.
$2,000 for 30 bullets. Radios are $2K a piece. Civilian radios are absolutely dog shit. A gun is $10,000 a piece. A wrench is $250, and we shoot
you
a
guys-
lot of ammunition.
You guys have weapons licenses?
I do.
I used to have one.
I am surprised you still have yours, Carmine. I'm gonna be honest.
Well, I'm a competent man who knows his rights. Mr. Mayor, I'd be willing to help supplement the city's account if we benefited more from the city's coffers. We got to be incentivized. If we're giving and we don't get nothing, and what are we, mules? We're not inmates. We're free men.
Have a compromise.
Give us an armory and guns,
Nope.
and a bus,
Nope.
and an
Maybe on the
helicopter,
bus. Nope.
and a jet.
Nope.
No.
No.
Can we at least
How about,
make
how about a separate radio? Can y'all give them a separate radio?
There technically is a DOC radio. It's like a channel 15, right?
Yeah,
No.
we use channel 15.
When,
Before the
Corey,
police
Radio's a
brutally
whole
decide-
separate issue.
Before
When
the
is it-
police decide to fuck us every time we fucking have one because we don't want to pay $2 fucking K every 8 hours for brand new fucking radios.
Yeah. You guys could just
Easy.
like call each other, on your phones.
I have a formal complaint to make to you, Mr. Mayor, too.
Okay.
The police forces made a joke of themselves. Do you know they're policing the garments Bobby wears as if they're weapons of mass
Did you know
destruction?
that
As if he
Slacks,
holds nuclear weapons within his pockets?
he ripped them off of me. And
Huh?
I currently have a civil case about it right
Yeah.
now. He walked up to me and he ripped off my pants, threatening me with arrest, leaving me in my undies.
Why?
Because he says that they're like police equipment.
The
Cartoon
pants?
Network behavior right there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, technically those actually are the PD issued pants. Yeah, it's part of our PD uniform.
It's a part of
I
my
found him
DLC
not
uniform.
guilty of the
It's
charges,
DLC.
though.
Look, I'm gonna be honest. If the reason people get in trouble for wearing police equipment or have, for example, having lights and sirens on their car is because it confuses the average person
Mm-hmm.
about who is and is not a police officer. I'm going to be
Mhm.
honest right now, Mr. Charles. There is not a single thing about you. I mean, maybe except for the tool belt, that would make me go, "Whoa, this guy is a cop." Definitely not the fucking pants.
That's what I said in
Finally,
my
some
decision. That's
sense.
why I found him not guilty.
You're fucking the goat for that. Yeah. So you're countersuing them now.
I'm suing them for approximately $1 million.
They don't have that money.
Too bad.
Oh boy.
You asked for more money.
Well, it will
I
settle
might
for
get it.
Slacks' head in Dogtown, of course. In
Mhm.
Dogtown.
Mhm.
So-
Okay, so now Council of Eight, we have a sort of decision to make. Let's go around the table and figure out if we would like to benefit from slave labor or if we should leave that benefit to the barons of Dogtown.
You guys don't want that dirty money on your hands. You guys got morals.
Starting, I mean, I will say, I'll go ahead and start. I would like to see some of that money given to the state account. Actually, you know what? No. They do have a fairly high operating cost over at Dogtown, and even though we're not, even though we are not giving them very much, it would be good to see that they have the opportunity to kind of enterprise a little bit. I think that's fine. Before I am okay with, you know, a 75 times murderer wandering the streets, could you guys demonstrate the shackles?
Of course. Baron Pillager, do you consent to the
No,
shackling?
we're doing it on you, Bobby.
No. Baron Pillager, yes or no?
Bobby,
That
you
was a
do
yes.
kind of read better in this room.
Oh, Carla volunteered. Get over here, Carla. Make sure you get all this in.
I love being shackled.
Oh, here,
Oh, my
Council of
sister
Eight,
in law.
we
Up we
have
go.
modern level
Oh, sorry,
technology.
not like that.
You're my sister-in-law, Carla.
What the hell?
Is she shackled?
Carla has been shackled. Now watch this.
Oh,
You see that?
Okay.
oh. Ah.
Weak.
We just do this over and over.
So you
Beaten and
just should-
defeated.
You just shove them? Is that what
my
you're here to
lord.
show?
Defeated.
No,
You know what?
This is
we're
how
here
you
to
Bobby just
demonstrate how-
repeatedly shoving
No,
a
no,
woman?
no.
Is that what this
Holy
is?
shit, Bobby.
All right.
Is
Listen,
there a point here?
demonstration, We
You're
got it. We
pushing
got it.
Bobby. You're pushing
All
it.
right, hold on. So what can you do while you're shackled?
What we're here to demonstrate is to show you how pacified they become and how meek
You
they
see how
become
much
once
that
they're
demeans
shackled.
an inmate?
What a weird
Can
thing
she
that they
move?
got going on.
She can
Yeah.
move. She can
Move.
work.
Couldn't
But her
walk,
movement
but
is
slowly.
impaired. Yes.
I'm gonna get you.
Bobby
Quiet,
shackled me
Carla.
yesterday.
Ah.
And these people that are in prison for life, they have trackers, right?
Of course, yes, we can. We can put
Okay.
trackers on.
So my stipulation would be so long as these people have shackles and so long as they are being tracked, I have no problem with you guys taking them out to do like sanitation work. In fact, I would say that's the only thing that I would want to see them doing.
The prison
Mr. Mayor.
industrial complex.
Mr. Mayor, once this is all drafted, I want to add something to it. When they're out there, they still fall under our purview, and I want them to still fall under Dogtown procedures, even out there.
I am okay with that as long as you're not breaking the law. For example,
just
like
localize to them.
shooting them in the street, I would not be okay
Oh,
with.
no, we wouldn't.
Mr. Mayor, sometimes these things are necessary. These people, you don't understand, they're
I
animals.
thought you can
They
utilize the
are.
police if they're
They're
enough of an issue
mystery
to
I don't
help
need the
get them
police to do
on.
my own
We
job.
don't need, hey, the police
See
need to learn how to do their job.
that's another issue that I have is you guys need to. There might be a situation where the police has to intervene in what you guys are doing out on the street. Like maybe your lifers are being robbed because they're running sanitation or some shit.
Well, good. That's nobody loses anything from that apart from them. They should have
You
thought
do.
about that before they committed crime. Oh,
But you're the one who wants the
Oh,
money. Yeah, hold on.
Oh, yeah,
You
I
would.
know what you.
And how are you going to keep them from getting kidnapped?
So yeah,
They have
that's
they
another
have
thing.
trackers on them.
We just gonna
Yeah,
show
but-
up and shoot the
But
kidnap.
see, but
No, we're
yeah,
not.
but that's the thing, right? If they are kidnapped and they are under your purview, then you are not empowered to recover them by any means necessary. That's a situation in which you would have to go to the police so that they can handle that situation.
Okay,
Well, we
I
all-
have a compromise for that, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah.
If it's them committing the action, we'll act swiftly. But if an external force kidnaps them and it's beyond our power to reasonably bring them back without doing harm to the other force, we could have a standby officer liaison that can oversee it for us, and he can keep the police in the loop. We'll do a joint operation, but they do nothing to the inmates. The inmates fall completely under us.
That is where I asked Cornwood. Do you feel that is something the police department has the resources to allow?
Hey,
Let's be honest.
they
They don't know how
better
to. Yeah,
have
they don't know
one
how to
have a,
officer.
Let's be honest. I mean, they need some extra work because God knows they can't catch anybody. They're fucking terrible. They don't know how to do their
Well,
fucking job.
Oh,
hold on now. We have plenty. We have plenty of good officers. I mean, I believe that if we, I mean, we can't guarantee it, but if it's requested, hey, can we get a police officer here to help us do some work and oversee this? Yeah, I don't see a problem with that at all.
I don't think instances like that are gonna spring up too often either.
Yeah, I mean,
We'll
I think
have
if
a-
it's on a case by case basis, I think that'd be completely fine just to ask, and if we have the numbers to be able to have you have somebody go over there and help out, I think it'd be fine.
So, you talking like how many at a time are y'all asking for? Like, is it you going like a
5 to
full
6 at a
6 in there?
time.
All right. And so if you all are there, right, you have one person supervising 6. Like, how do you plan on that?
No, we're gonna have at least we'll hash it out, but it's gonna be more than one guard, obviously.
It's not unbeknownst to me that sanitation's a heavy thing to be robbed. So I would like to see at least some sort of aspect of how you plan for that, because it happens quite frequently to civilians as well. So you see, for example, a whole bunch of inmates that are shackled. Easy target.
You know what? We'll deal with situations like that, case by case basis, and then we'll just hash it out. But I feel like
You
this
gotta
is a
kinda
good
plan
venture.
ahead for that.
Okay, so I've been taking some notes this whole time. What I wrote is what needs to happen. Establish SOPs with police department that determines how life prisoners are handled while they are on work release. Establish clear lines that cannot be overstepped by Dogtown. Establish situations in which the police must supersede the purview of Dogtown in order to secure lifers and maintain law and order on the street. These are things that you will have to establish with like the chief of police, for example.
Okay.
And if you are able to submit something alongside Barrick Johnson that is sufficiently not alarming to the Council of 8, we can do this next week, since obviously, this is like the preliminary presentation or whatever. You can bring that to us, and if the terms are good and reasonable, then I would have no problem supporting you guys being out on the street with like a trash truck and some fucking horrible 70 times murderer.
All right. And okay, well, we also need more staff, so the 6 guard limit has to be upped with this new flow of inmates.
I have wondered that. That's a hard limit set by Crane, but now that y'all might need more, it is worth discussing.
Otherwise, it becomes unmanageable.
I think with the transfer of the lifers, there's probably an articulated need now, right? That wasn't there before for them to have more staff.
Might also
Yep.
be
Exactly.
other times, because I know y'all are kind of all around right now, but maybe you don't have as many people at the other times.
By
How
the way,
many do
in
you
terms-
anticipate like being out in the yard at a period of time?
Well, it's early days. It's just been 2 days, but we've had an
Probably been
average of
around
3 to
8.
4.
I think I've met around 8 in all.
3 to 4
Yesterday.
lifers and maybe like 2-3 temps, so around 7-8. So a huge increase. I don't know about the other later hours because I'm not around.
Yeah, we need more British people.
Do you have any you want to hire?
Yeah, we have a backlog of prospects. I haven't interviewed them because this all happened recently.
Okay, I got you.
I just have a question.
Oh, hold on. Dogtown was established because a traditional DOC system was, for lack of a better word, most times pathetic. I'm sure you guys are fully aware that it was used as an avenue for people to essentially promote themselves to the local police department so that they could be recruited from that pool of people. There weren't many people truly passionate about doing this work, which is why the nature of the work has changed, and which is why you guys were given the ability and power that you have. As such, arguments that are like, "Oh, we need more British people or Australian people to make sure that there's always a guard in Dogtown." I don't believe that there always needs to be guards in Dogtown. Would it be? Let me clarify. I don't think that's a pressing need, because the function of that prison is continued regardless of whether or not there are guards in Dogtown to beat the shit out of them or line them up against a wall and
That
put a
is
bullet
not
in their
what we
brain.
do, Mr. Mayor.
It
Your Honor,
sounds
that is
like
exactly
you're
what
literally
we do.
requesting the ability to
station.
do that. You showed us that. You
let me
beat that
explain.
woman.
Let me explain. Let me explain. The reason we need more guards is because there's certain ways there's certain procedures we have to conduct reward their behavior.
So fucking
Otherwise,
sad
they'll
about
be in
it
a
now.
hellhole
Mm,
looking at a wall
Mm,
on their
right.
own,
okay,
and they have no way to be rewarded for like good work, good behavior. Does that make sense?
that makes perfect sense. Actually, I
It
didn't even
does.
consider that.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'm aware of that particular function, that you guys are able to, reward them for diligent work or whatever. So, you will just call up Alan in the coming days, and I'm sure he would be. I don't see a reason why he would disagree with increasing your guys' cap. I will also say that he probably will intend on having those people interviewed in the way that you presented them the last time.
Okay.
So yeah, that's where we're at. So you guys know what your homework is, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, shoot
And,
more
any way
maggots.
we can get like a dedicated cop to make profiles and jail all the lifers?
So what we can do
Oh,
for that
Because the
is,
lifers are, they're not in the system when they come there. Like, they're in prison, but they're not in the system, so they can't work unless they're in the system.
Murphy, you can make MDT profiles, right?
ooh, not
I don't
anymore.
think so anymore. No.
Ooh, Cornwood, you can though, right?
I can.
Yeah, but these
I-
are a lot of people. It's going to be like,
Yeah,
probably,
that's
like,
fine.
a lot of people.
Look, I don't
I
want to
mean-
put too much burden on Cletus, but he is around quite often. If you have, you can, what you guys
No,
can
I
do is
didn't-
get together and
didn't
figure out what
upgrade
the
at
full
all.
list of that person's crimes are. These life
'Cause
inmates.
I can't use it.
And Cletus can hook you up on that. I don't see any problem. with
Oh, the misery.
Yeah, I
And
mean,
also-
Oh, makes
even
sense,
for
yeah.
even for initially jailing them, like I tell you, you had an Alan Ripe come up there, and I just kind of preemptively kind of just did this. Whenever he showed up there, I gave him the nines. Whenever he got transported by what was it? It was Liberty State. Is that what it was? Liberty, whatever it was.
I think he like
Liberty
hacked
City.
NASA or something. He said
Yeah,
he was,
Liberty
like, in his
City.
apartment hacking people.
Yeah. So he came in. I happened to be in MRPD whenever you called earlier, Bobby. I took a photo of him right then and there. So we had his photo, put his name in there, just made a profile for him right whenever we gave him the nines. So
Also,
now, should we take their DNA?
Yeah.
Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, I think so.
If they're violent, yeah,
Yeah.
for sure. And
Okay.
I
have
can't
one
imagine
more.
someone's going to be in prison for life if they weren't violent in some way.
Yeah,
Right.
probably
So
not.
yeah, we should just
Yeah.
take their DNA.
Yeah,
Yep.
same normal
Yeah.
ones.
I called up the assistant chief to try and get her to jail some lifers, and she told me that a judge said that she couldn't do that. So now they're just in
Which
there
judge?
wandering around. I don't know. I asked her, and she said I can't do that unless a judge tells me I can. And
Judge
something along the
Mysterio
lines
strikes again.
they can't work or do anything if they're not in the system. So they're just in there wandering aimlessly, just getting the shit beat out of them every day.
I thought you don't beat
Cool.
the shit out of them.
No, I
Yeah,
absolutely do.
The narrative here keeps
That's not all
changing.
we do is what I'm saying.
Oh,
Uh-huh,
of course, of
But
course.
there's more to it. We say, hey, how you doing? Then we beat the shit out of them. See?
Oh,
There's more to it. There's
okay,
greens
far
in the
better.
potato.
All right, I got you.
You know, on the
Okay, good.
streets, they used to call that initiation.
We don't even need that in Dogtown.
Yeah, we don't. We used to
True.
just shoot them.
Oh my god.
Mr. Mayor, there's two final things that I want to bring up.
Sure.
One is our title. Are we government employees or not? Are we employed by the government?
Legally in a state of crime repeatedly, no. You would not be. You're
Could you explain that to me?
Craig's probably the best bet, but from my understanding, the laws don't state DOC, which was intended. And also, you were given free reign over the prison alone, but none of your powers continue to outside of that, including the status of your employment necessarily. You know, you doesn't mean you can get away with more things or are counted as different than any regular citizen.
Cantor is 100% right.
But if we plan on implementing any of these privileges that you're going to hand us that extends our purview to outside the prison, what then? Are we not government employees then, or are we just...
It would be very easy to establish your abilities and powers.
Yeah, that's why it would be a separate thing, right? Exactly.
Yeah, you like think of like for example, I know we don't have these in Los Santos, but like a bounty hunter. You know, a bounty hunter's not a government employee, but they go and they collect people from warrants, blah blah blah. They have a very specialized role, and your guys' specialized role could be very easily defined, so long as you guys do the homework that was given to you, and you meet. Stop fucking talking, Bobby. Listen, meet with the chief of police. Figure out what you can and cannot do.
They don't know what they can do, Mr. Mayor.
Well, okay, listen, but I will tell you right now, okay, fine. I will tell you what you can and cannot do. You are not cops when you bring these people out on the streets. Okay. If they're not listening to you and they have to be wrangled or corralled, you are welcome to beat them to make sure that they are doing what you need them to do. You cannot rescue them if they are kidnapped. You cannot shoot them in public because that becomes a big, I mean, arguably beating them is also a public nuisance, but you know, shooting them will cause a panic, so you can't shoot them. It's shit like this. You need to meet with the chief of police and figure out what you can and cannot do so that we can get this ball rolling and so that you guys can bring these people out of the prison and make them productive members of society instead of lingering and loitering inside of fucking Bolingbrook.
Yeah,
I would actually ask that if somebody
They
tries
do.
to like
They do.
kidnap
They try to push the envelope every fucking week.
lifers while out on the streets doing those activities, that you actually warn anybody that doing so is going to constitute harboring a fugitive because they're in there for a capital level crime and that's a hut.
that's
and they probably
true.
I know.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I would warn them that harboring a fugitive is a hut and to not fuck with that person.
That does not get used much. Yeah.
And Bobby,
actually,
for the
that's
last
true.
time,
That's Mr. Siobhan
Bobby,
said.
you were found not guilty because the charge is worded stupid and poorly, not because you're a government employee.
Okay, they give me the radio back. Then if they don't have
there
a
you go.
charge for it, they don't have a reason to not.
Well, you're not a government
misinterpreting
employee,
that
so you're not meant to
decision.
have it.
The reason I bring this up is because we've been denied essential resources that we can't afford otherwise, like radios. Now
That was the rule when this was decided.
Yeah, those were the
You were
terms.
given
But
nothing.
things
That's
have
the
changed
terms.
now. Things have changed. There's a huge influx of inmates. My guards need to be able to communicate with each other. Otherwise, the prison's gonna be overrun every 2 fucking minutes.
Listen, Carmine. I'd be happy to talk with you afterwards. I want to actually figure out how much your cost is to operate per person while you're up there, and how much that's actually setting you back.
Ooh.
And don't
You guys are
fucking
worried
lie
about-
to him.
Oh no,
If you
I'll
guys
just
are
go
worried
up there.
about
I'll
the-
spend an hour, a full hour. I don't care. I will
Okay.
cost average everything out. I don't give a shit.
If you guys are worried about
Okay.
the radios getting stolen, civilians can't even
Nice.
use them. So there's not really civilians can't even operate the encrypted channels. So there's like no really point. Even if we did get robbed, if somebody took it, they couldn't do anything.
See, I'm not opposed to you guys having those radios. The problem is you and your fat ass fingers. You keep accidentally talking on the main police frequency, and then
Oh
they're like,
my
they're
God.
like,
telling
oh
you.
my, they're like, oh my god, oh Bobby Charles is disrupting us. They're like,
You know,
know
they
what I'm
tried to
saying?
get
Oh,
him
Bobby.
for obstruction one time for that.
Oh yeah,
Okay,
they call it.
the-
I think they
2-second
call it.
I think
comms
that's fair.
Okay,
Stay on
the
your
other
radio,
day,
Bobby.
this son of a bitch, this fat son of a bitch, kept sitting on his damn radio and his button. He kept pressing his button while farting.
Okay.
I ain't even
that's
joking.
okay, hold on.
crazy.
It happened like 6 times.
There is a backstory to that, and I was told about this. A guy named Crimbo abducted Bobby Charles and
Oh,
held him
God.
at gunpoint and made him fart into the radio.
Fucking
Wow.
Crimbo. Oh, that motherfucker.
Crimbo, huh?
That makes sense. And actually, that explains
Gotta
it all.
find that
Okay.
son of a bitch.
But see, but what that spawned was I was personally approached by I think the assistant chief of police, and she was like, "Listen, we got to get these radios back." And I heard it from her first, and then I went and got their story. I was like, "Oh, so you were held at gunpoint and made to do that? That's fair." I think it's a bigger deal. I think the police are making a bigger deal than it actually is. I don't think even 30 seconds of uninterrupted flatulence is preventing them from doing their job because they have an average arrest rate per shift of about 5 to 4 people. And Bobby Charles farting on radio is not making that arrest rate higher or lower.
So here's the here's the issue. This is the concern that has been brought to me. It's not just the farting. I mean, that is an issue, but the other issue is the potential for. Okay, so backstory: Crimbo held a gun to you and said fart on the radio. Right, Bobby?
Yeah.
What is stopping somebody else from putting a gun to your head and saying, "Hey, relay to me exactly what the police are saying on the radio at this exact
No,
time"?
no, he will not.
my
What
God.
are you? He's crazy.
No, I'm not
You
crazy.
know
I'd
what's
let him
funny
kill
about that? What's stopping someone from doing that to a cop already? I'm gonna
True.
put something on the table, okay? And I shouldn't put this on the table, but I'm gonna put this on the table. We have had police weapons and armaments cycle through our facility like crazy, okay? At least 5 PD guns. We don't know how it got there. We're completely oblivious to how it got there. We don't know where it went, but it was in our prison. So you obviously have a bigger problem inside your house, and you're worrying about the yard. Things that haven't even happened yet. Hypotheticals.
Yeah, okay, but I mean, it's called being proactive, right? Like if
you should be proactive with your fellow cops, Mr.
Yeah,
Cornell.
well,
question
and
for
on
you.
top of that,
Let me try and
I want to add something to this, okay? We can get on police radios with civilian radios. It's an encryption code. The radio itself is not encrypted, so you're policing something that has a loophole to it.
No, there's
You're trying to
no,
fix a
there's
problem that's not a problem.
Somebody get a civilian radio. I'll demonstrate.
You can use you can do it now, Cornwood. If you're clocked on duty, you have an encryption service.
Oh, you're saying that guards that are hired are able to bypass that encryption with civilian radio.
And
yeah, so we haven't done it anyway.
These hypotheticals we're being accused of. It's been 2 months, and not one time has this ever happened.
Well, not one
All
time
right,
has
so
been
this
caught.
is never gonna not be an issue until they have their own radios. Basically, is
correct.
That's what that.
But we're policing something that's not an issue.
So
it's never happened.
Here's what I would propose. It's the doctors, right? Dr. Cantor have access to radio channel 10. Correct?
Yes, that's correct.
They do not have access to radio channel 1. Correct?
Yes, I believe so. We teach everyone not to use it.
Okay.
But they could listen to it if they wanted to.
Well, I'm under the impression that they cannot listen to radio channel 1.
Well, which one is it?
I believe we technically could. It is against our SOPs. You can get in trouble for it.
Do you have your radio on you right now?
I'm signed on as a city councilor, unfortunately, so I don't know if it. I can try.
Well, we'll try. We'll try afterwards. But what I would propose, if there is a way in order to have somebody's job only allow them to access certain channels, give them channel 15.
I still don't understand why this is necessary.
It's information security.
Why is it
the PD
unnecessary?
will never let up a.
Yeah, they're gonna keep caring.
Yeah, why is it unnecessary? I mean, just make it to where DOC can only listen to channel 15.
This vulnerability still exists even if you implement this measure. They can still kidnap cops, so it can still happen.
Sure, but that's a separate issue. That ain't related to the DOC. We're talking about the DOC right now.
Okay. So it sounds like even with the civilian radio, you guys could technically do that if you wanted to. Which tells me, why the fuck not just sell you guys government radios?
Exactly.
But I have a great idea. Because the police are notoriously awful at pooling their funds, at working toward a common goal. That's something I learned in my first term. They were carried by Cletus over there, primarily in his ridiculous work hours and the way that he collected turbos and distributed them to the police fleet, or gave people loans so that they could buy their own cars. He's probably, and I'm not trying to suck Cletus's dick right now, but he's probably one of the only cops, as far as I'm aware, who actually gave willingly their own money to better the police department. So I have an idea because they can't figure it out themselves. What you guys can do is you could pay $3,000 per radio from the police department, and they can donate that money to their police coffers so that they have a pool of money that they can draw on if they need to.
Fucking leeches. But I'll agree to that. Even though it's
agree.
fucked
Love
up,
that.
I'll agree to
Wow.
it.
I want 10,000.
Are you
Damn,
serious?
he's bartering.
That is outrageous.
They don't have that much money. I am not opposed to charging them more than that, though, if you have a good reason for it.
Mr. Mayor, if we're gonna play the charge game, okay,
Mhm.
they're gonna have to pay us $20,000 every time they want to talk to a HUD charge person.
That's,
Oh my god.
And if you
That's
want to talk
crazy.
to them,
Hold
you
on
release
now.
them from HUD and you let them out into your
You
purview.
want to charge speaking fees for
Right.
life?
Hey,
yeah.
if, hey,
charge
if you
speaking
want,
fees. A radio is a speaking fee.
hey,
Yeah,
if you want
exactly.
us,
Speaking fee for
It's a
speaking
one-time
fee.
Hold
cost, though.
Here.
Y'all have that thing
This fee
forever.
for service over
hopefully.
here. All right.
You want to go corporate? We can go corporate too, buddy.
okay, well, how about this? If y'all want us to keep sending people up to jail to justify your jobs, y'all got to pay us a
Oh,
commission.
no, we have lifers now. We don't
Yeah,
need
we
you
have
guys
lifers.
anymore. Yeah, we don't need
Problem
you guys.
Yeah.
fixed.
Oh
Yeah.
shit!
Yep. I think 3,000 is fair for now. Will you guys build up your coffers? Do we have any opposition? I know
What's the
that
price that they just said?
Dogtown is the primary purview of Alan Crane. Originally, our idea for it was that your staff would be a bit what's the word? I don't know how to put this nicely. Subhuman. It turns out that these subhumans are not around enough to do the job, which is why you guys have had to outsource and hire normal humans, which I'm not opposed to.
Thank you. Thank you.
I will go ahead and say, because you guys are able to buy civilian radios and get on that frequency anyway and listen in and leak information if you want to, and I know you don't want to because I know that you are afraid of losing your job. I know that. I will propose that we allow these gentlemen here, I use gentlemen very loosely, to buy government radios from the LSPD specifically, not the hospital, for $3,000. Okay, I guess there's a court case going on. Do we have anyone here that would necessarily not approve of that?
Well,
I have
How
no
much do
issue
they
with it if
cost?
it stops there.
I
They
have a
cost
question.
$250.
What
so they're
up,
making
Cletus?
insane amounts.
So, how do we fix the issue? Because if I take this and I take it back in that meeting room and I say this is the solution, the answer from every single person is going to be, that's not the issue. It's not about the money. It's about the potential for causing problems for us, right? That I
Sure.
just talked about. So,
This.
can we come up with a solution to, if it is found that this occurs, what do I tell? Because that's what they're going to say. What do I go back to the team and say, hey, if this occurs, then that means blank.
If this occurs, then that means that your guys' arrest rate will go from 4 people in 8 hours to 3, and that's a terrible, terrible fate.
God, no.
I
have a
don't
solution.
No, I'm saying if we
I
find them leak information from the radio.
I have a middle ground.
Oh, okay.
If
I mean,
anything
that
like
could
That's
just
what
be
I'm
a straight
saying.
charge, could it not? I mean,
They-
to deal with
they-
that on case
see,
by
That
case
could be
situation.
obstruction. That's true.
Like, would
Here's
they
the thi-
lose
here's
their
the thing,
jobs?
Here's the thing, Cletus. They could literally already be doing that right now, and they could have been doing that for a month plus, if not
Sure.
longer than that.
I know,
Miss-
I
Miss-
understand
Miss-
that, but I need to
listen.
go back to my guys and I need to give them confidence in that,
Okay.
hey, if this is occurring and they are caught doing it, verifiably,
a
100%, they are going to lose their jobs.
Sure.
If I tell them that,
The
then
only-
they'll be happy.
The only
I
way
have a
they'll get
suggestion.
confidence, though, is
Uh,
if they can personally vet and control every applicant and every hire for the DOC. That's
No,
like,
that will never
it's the
happen.
only
That
way.
will never happen.
That's council purview. Listen, Carmine, what's your idea?
Here's my suggestion. First
Christ!
of all, us helping criminals to get away from cops
It's
is not in
going
our
on forever.
self-interest. So let's get that out the way.
Okay.
Second, I'm willing to work out a negotiation with the police force where every time anything like that ever happens, we'll be fully cooperative with you. We'll keep you in the loop. You'll know about their punishments and everything. Well, you can, in that aspect, you can treat us like a branch of your police force. Only in the information.
Information about what again?
About when this stuff happens. If a situation like this ever arises, we'll let cops know instantly.
Situation like what?
Okay.
Just
If
for posterity.
if a guard is kidnapped and we believe they're feeding information to criminals, we'll let the cops know instantly.
Okay, I can lay this out on the table right now. If you guys are ever caught leaking, and look, I genuinely don't think that there is a situation that if you were listening on the radio, it would be hard for you guys to make any substantial impact in any active police situation, even if you were listening to them. However, I would like to put this on the table. If you guys do that shit, you will be fired.
Okay.
I think and I'm saying this with such confidence because I know that you guys have not done that, and I know that that is not in your best interest to do that.
All right, that's all I needed to hear.
And I'm saying this because I've been approached by high command from LSPD with concerns about this, and it pisses me off because they're chasing ghosts because this shit has not happened and it will not happen so long as you guys are the Barons of Dogtown.
Okay.
In fact, it's worse. I've had cops accuse me of that, but they can never cite the situation where that
So
happened.
so here's what we're gonna do. Here's the game plan: is if there's ever a kidnapping that occurs and you believe that hey, they're likely, this is likely to have happened or likely to be happening, then you let us know. 1, 2. The mayor just said it himself. If it ever occurs, and we can verify it 100% that it's actually happening, we have evidence of it, then y'all are gonna lose your jobs. And that's all I need to go back to them for, because I know it's the hot topic of the damn week. So so if I go back with that, at least I have an answer for them. That's it.
Here's what I want. Okay. I need a good faith showing from you guys at Dogtown. I need you to go and get every single government radio that you currently have, and I need you to turn it into Cletus, and I need you to start afresh. And Cletus is going to be the person that you're going to be buying your radios from now on.
Oh, we don't have any. They were all stolen.
Okay.
Oh my god.
Why were they stolen?
He doesn't know what he's talking about.
Well,
no, go on. What were you saying?
Okay, you know what? Stolen radios were stolen. Okay,
Carmine
they got
forgot
robbed
to
off
close
a
the
cop.
armory.
So
Carmine forgot to close the armory.
it was already stolen. We just found it in our purview.
Okay, but we have a different armory now, so they can't even steal it.
Did y'all report it?
Oh, that's good.
But we have lockers now. Well, we have like a safe.
So well, I think once PD brass knows that you're likely to have these radios, they will be more than happy to sit down with you and talk like SOPs and security concerns and stuff like that a bit more openly than they have all week.
Wait a second. Hold on.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
So do you have any radios or not?
How many were stolen?
Hold on. If there's no radios, why is this even an issue?
What it's a future issue. They need to be able to communicate with each other, and they want to be able to communicate with each other without having to pay $2,000 every day to get a new radio to do it. And they're already being paid. I will be entirely transparent. I raised their pay as high as I could, which is their base state pay is $500. I raised it by 25%, so an extra $100. Or $625, whatever, and then fucking blah blah blah. That's not enough. It's going to be hard for them. That's why they need the radios. That's why we're going to set up this deal, because this solves two problems. One, they're able to communicate with each other effectively, and two, they are giving the police department money, which I know is a constant source of.
Yeah, I got my answer.
Issue.
We're good.
Okay. And
So-
Barons of Dogtown, you understand that if you ever leak active police stuff on a radio channel, that you will be fired.
That would have been the outcome regardless.
Every time that I've accidentally been on the PD radio channels, because every time I clock on duty, I'm automatically clicked onto that channel. So it was a complete accident, and then I always switch back. Then I'm always harassed by the police, and usually 7 units show up for an arrest.
Yep. Believe me, I know.
Hey, easy arrest. Bring that 3 to 4.
Yeah. No, seriously. This is why my quota system, specifically this week, does not have traffic citations. Because I need them to start tackling serious crime and not sitting in Legion Square handing out speeding tickets or harassing you with 8, 9 units.
A 10 Bobby is what my lawyers called it.
Not inaccurate. Okay. And that firing extends to any guard in Dogtown. So what we can do is, after this meeting, I mean, provided we don't have anyone who disagrees, of course, we should vote on this, I think. Does anyone think that, with all the information we have now, knowing that they are able to access that channel anyway with civilian radio, does anyone believe that they should not be able to buy them for $3,000 from Cletus Cornwood, a representative of the LSPD, that money will then be donated to the PD account, which I forget the number of, so that it can be used by high command or command in order to assist the LSPD in their daily functionings. Does anyone think that that is a bad idea?
Let's make it 5 and we'll call it a day.
You
I will.
got to be shitting me.
They buy him for $250.
What
just to
part
point
of
out,
we're
so he's already
broke don't
making
you
an unbelievably amount
understand?
of money.
All right, meet me in the middle. We'll do 4.
You buy it for $250. How much more money do you need?
Okay, 42.50. That way we get 4,000 profit. Good point.
We'll hash out the deal in private. It'll be above
No,
3K.
the deal needs to be
35.
above.
Come on, wait. We're gonna
All
be
right,
here all day.
We'll do
If you go
3.5.
busy.
We'll 3.5K. Okay. 3.5K.
We gotta work
Okay.
a
I
plus
hear
1 hour.
chatterbox from
We
here.
gotta work plus 1 hour. Thank you so much, Corwood.
Uh-huh.
And the buses. When will we have something like that
We could
available
pay
to
for
us?
it ourselves if we could have the opportunity to buy an actual personal bus.
Prison bus.
That's a John City developer question, not a council of Eight
Okay,
question.
we'll ask John City then.
Yep.
Damn him for the debt prisoner thing.
Yep. Okay.
That's I think pretty sure that's all from us. We got a long
Don't hit the gavel.
there.
Bobby and Carmen, I have one question for you. Where were you yesterday afternoon?
Oh, I was.
You look at
When I
that.
was
They're right here in the
kidnapped and brought
prison.
into the prison
I
at
was out
gunpoint,
with-
where the
I was
fuck
out
were
with
you
my
two?
I was out with my missus.
I got a phone call. I'll catch you guys later, okay? Dogtown loves you.
I was out.
Thanks.
Oh,
Door's locked.
What is so-
That's awkward.
All right, Bobby, Carmine. All right, what are you guys gonna do in between this one and like next meeting at this point? Okay.
Hey, don't leave yet, motherfucker. The treasurer asked you a question.
Oh,
Bobby,
this is the
come on.
treasurer? I thought
Yes.
I wanted
Yes.
Glenn
What are you
to be
doing
the
between
treasurer.
now and Tuesday?
Doesn't matter.
Yep. What are you doing between this one and the next one? Who are you getting with? Who are you meeting with? I just want to make sure that if you leave this room, you know exactly the shit that you are charged to do, so we're not rehashing the same shit over at next meeting. What are you doing?
What are we? We're gonna go shoot inmates.
Nope.
There's,
No.
we're gonna go shoot all of them. Clearing
Okay.
the house out.
I thought was a bad.
Who are you
No,
connecting
we're gonna
with?
go. We're gonna go do the homework stuff. Boom.
Hey, what's your homework?
What's the homework?
Gotta go talk to the chief of police about the
About?
stuff.
And what's that stuff?
About the inmate. Check.
Hey, let us out the prison and let us turn the city into dog world. I'm joking.
The
I know
stuff
what
we
you called
just
it.
my
talked
God.
about.
Well,
The stuff we just
I
talked
need to hear you say it, and I get why TJ is doing this because he is not convinced that you know exactly what
We're
I've told you to do 3 times.
we're gonna go make a
No,
document
I'm not.
with the chief of police adhering to what he wants and adhering to what we want, and then we're gonna buy civilian radio. No, and then we're gonna
From
buy
who?
government radio. From
From
Cletus
who?
Cornwall
For how much?
for $3,500.
Sounds good. All right, you guys are free to go.
All right.
I recommend not getting belligerent with Barrick when you guys are establishing your guys' mutual SOPs about how to handle these work release lifers. Okay.
All right. Well, you have a row of people out there who are gonna complain and curse our names because of this new death
They
shit.
might kidnap
luck
us,
with
by
that.
the way, so pay attention.
Yeah.
We're
And
not
if
the
they
bad
if they
guys.
have a
We're
radio
just-
that's not registered to
just
my
messengers.
serial, then we seize it, right?
That's
Yeah.
Guys.
Yes.
Okay.
Hi.
Hold on one second, guys. Be cool for like a 5-minute break.
Sure.
Oh, yeah, I need
Yes.
That one
Oh,
drained.
yeah,
That
me.
was a lot.
Yeah, that was a heavy
I
one.
wasn't going for
It's a
assault
long
and battery.
DLC
I
Hey,
want
Oh,
you to.
hey.
Hey, hold on,
that
gentlemen,
happens
ladies.
every other meeting, so just get used to it.
I want you to
Chatterbox,
go
do
in
not
for
interrupt.
assault and battery.
Listen.
I've been quietly consuming enormous amounts of espresso.
I was expecting it because of the radio stuff all week.
Hey, how do you how do y'all feel about Tuesdays, by the way, instead of Thursdays?
Tuesdays
good with it.
work perfectly for me, mate. So that's Kushti.
Okay.
Yeah, I might be closed on a few days, but I should make it work.
Okay,
I'm good
all right,
with it.
good shit.
Most powerful man in the
Yeah.
city now, Chatterbox.
Oh my god.
Yeah, well, if I get life,
Oh,
it's
that's the
gonna
next one we got to
Bucks.
talk to.
Oh yeah,
Bobby, you
Chatter.
still smell like shit.
I think I charged Chatterbox with like 20 or 30 accounts of adoption fraud at some point.
Holy fuck.
I
Oh
mean,
my
I kept,
god, no wonder he's worried about Dad.
well, hell, I kept telling him, I said, Chatterbox, I'm going to charge you. And he kept saying, do it. And I said, Chatterbox, I don't want to have to do this. And he'd say, okay, that was 10 counts. And I'd say, no, that was 6. I counted. Stop trying to run the score.
Fuck, it sounds like
So,
you just did your job. But I
Classic.
guess probably regrets it now though.
yeah, I mean, look, I'll be, I mean, if I was to use my discretion without any sort of influence on his part, I wouldn't have charged him with all them. So if it's, I mean, if I have any say in maybe like some kind of a I mean, I guess it wouldn't be an expungement, right? But like some kind of something like that for him to get rid of some of his charges.
We've never
Yeah,
done
like a
those
debt
yet, but
relief.
it's worth a try, yeah.
Yeah, I'd be I mean, I'd be willing to speak on his behalf.
Here's I know Max and Siobhan are not here. Here's my one concern with some of this, right?
Yeah.
Is if we allow special cases, and I believe me, I'm a fucking love chatter, right? If we allow one, you know, does that open the door for all the other ones on top of it?
No, I see what you mean. It is a
Yeah.
big discussion.
I think it's a slippery slope that we can. I mean, it has to be on a case by case basis, but there has to be.
I think it would have to be handled as an exceptionally
Yeah.
unique pardon, if anything.
Yeah, it would be
because
like a
of
pardon
the
where they
Final Fantasy 15.
I'm not against it. It is very new territory though.
I think it's unlikely that there will ever be a case of like a stacking of charges to that degree. So I think there's
Oh, my
there's
obsidian
some
in the
merit
way.
to
My
that.
bad.
No, that's understandable.
On a legal, unprecedented legal front.
Right, I'm gonna enjoy this break here for a second.
Yeah, I think so as well.
Yeah, it was the same one from yesterday. Where the fuck my obsidian at? Why do I not see this window? Oh, okay. Dude, where is my obsidian? In this fucking list, what? No playing. No, 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 no. Oh my god, I accidentally moved it in. Okay. It's in a folder.
Hey, how's it going?
So,
That's pretty good.
Ooh.
It's pretty good collaborative, you know, it's good shit.
I'm gonna make my window bigger.
I'm using the phone real quick.
Dead cells.
Are you all good?
Little nightmares.
Tessa? Hey, Tessa.
Guilty Gear.
What are you doing here?
Oh. Transformers.
Well, I'm now the city treasurer.
Titanfall?
Clearly changed. The turns have tabled?
Oh.
Yeah.
2009. Oh, from.
Played the
Oh,
Dude.
this is how I've been. Haven't seen
Armor.
you in a long
Oh, this is
time.
also Transformer. Okay.
Just getting started. Just getting acclimated, as it were. Enjoying some pretty familiar
Dude,
DOC
how many times is
characters.
Warcraft gonna fucking pop up?
Been hearing about these radios all week.
Warcraft pops up so fucking much.
Yeah, there's been an uptick in those, hasn't there?
Does that mean they're? Did you adopt them all?
True. How long you been back in the city?
And God forbid that they need it.
Um,
What's happening now?
92%.
We all lost something.
Well, we'll listen to it.
Yeah, we've all found a bit of that too.
You know,
2001. Oh, it's probably Elder Scrolls. No, black and white.
I'm not really sure how long, because like the DOC stuff, that was a whole hour.
Yeah, Deus Ex is like Human Revolution.
I mean,
and
I
then
can't imagine we
Divided
spend
is
much
like
more.
such a fucking.
I mean,
It's
this is
just
Bobby and
a.
Carmine we're talking about, you know.
It's such
Oh,
a
shit.
yellow game, you
Sure.
know.
I mean, we might. If I had to guess, we'd probably look at another 2 to 3 hours then.
Super
Or not 2 or 3,
Mario
2 or 3 total.
All
So another
Stars.
1 or 2.
You nearly made
Yeah,
me
it's
panic
such like a
immensely.
yellow tinted
I'll
game.
be honest, I would have gone for that first one. But I might wait to propose some stuff till next week.
Oh shit.
Yeah,
Well, I mean, I
those
think if we
really
can.
go long. Yeah.
How long do they normally go? I mean, I've been to a couple.
4 hours is pretty normal.
I got a tattoo on my face
Sometimes
because
it
I
can
was a
get
rapper.
Because especially there's a lot right now. Siobhan has a lot out of a few things. We took an hour on the DOC. Things drag out.
Not all of them.
Oh
most
shit.
of them.
Okay.
We haven't even actually got to anything we wanted to talk about because the DOC part.
Uh huh.
Is there normally
Yeah.
someone who works as a
too.
chair for these meetings?
Yeah. Hey, Archie.
It's,
Yeah, someone who's kind of responsible for, you know,
Crane.
starts dragging out and going around in circles, moving it along.
Yeah, typically it's
Yeah,
Crane.
it's usually Crane.
Tessa.
Right, okay.
Robbie and Carmine would have never spoke that long if
Yep,
Crane were
come
here.
Hey, Jacob.
I'm not like you and Kirk.
You're getting paid
World
5,000
of
for filming this, by
Goo.
the way.
Oh.
Are you able to get a recording to Ursula Leichenberg? You know her?
I do.
Oh, okay.
It's like, we stopping?
Tessa, can I buy one of those sunflowers?
I mean, you could buy this one if you want.
Okay. How long is it gonna last before it,
I
wilts?
don't know.
Okay.
They don't.
It might wilt after a while. I'm not sure.
Will it wilt in
Where
How do you spell
where should we
this?
stand?
You can stand behind me.
Much faster than that.
Talk to you in like a week.
You
or
guys
so.
are the people. I represent the people. Therefore, we should stand together over here.
Daddy.
Sorry, sorry, my bad.
Oh no, this is the fucking
my
dungeon.
wife,
No,
has already
fuck. What
heard
is this
some of
game
this
called?
briefly.
It's like a similar art style.
You guys are here for Chatterbox's exorbitant debt, correct?
It's not Guacamelee. It's a first-person dungeon crawler game.
What is your debt
I've
at
played this
currently,
game.
Channing?
I can't remember what the fuck this is called.
Holy fuck.
So.
Oh boy.
The way that this normally works.
It's made by the Guacamelee
in
devs.
order to when we establish the pardoning powers of the mayor's office, which are it's more accurate to call them the pardoning powers of the Council of Eight, because what happens is, for example,
That game's good.
Someone will plead not guilty, they will appeal that case, and depending on the result of that case, they will then be brought forth by me if they approach me in order to have a pardon hearing. And anyone on the Council of Eight who is impartial to the whole thing, except for me, because by bringing someone forward for a pardon, the mayor is essentially saying, hey, I'm advocating for this person. So they're an automatic yes on that pardon. Everyone else needs to be impartial. And then, we establish our availability, and then we set the time and date, blah, blah, blah. Right now, Chatterbox is a special case because his rights were... you guys ever meet Justin Kidd? I know Cantor probably has.
Yes, man.
Nope, I have not.
So, Chatterbox has an affliction where he will always plead guilty. Am I correct, Jagger?
Well, they say it's good if I do it. I'd be bad if I didn't plead guilty. I'll get in trouble.
Okay, I got you.
I think. Do you mind if I speak?
Yeah, please go ahead.
So I've had extensive experience dealing with the clowns in a PD capacity and whatnot.
Didn't know Tessa was a clown.
In my experience, they're very naive. They can be. Oh, there's a dog somewhere. They can be talked into things. They can be coerced. They can be convinced of certain.
I didn't go to college.
Sorry.
Where's Siobhan?
He's
He's a dog outside. It's fine. Nothing to worry about.
Sorry,
It's okay. Just keep going. Fuck it.
Yeah, I mean, you can't do anything about that dog outside and shit.
I know that dog loud as hell, like Cujo. Arr.
Yeah, he sounds like a real big dog. So anyway, they can be coerced into a lot of things, and they don't necessarily always plead guilty, but they can be convinced too.
Okay.
And a lot of the time, they will also offer up more charges on top of what they have been provided by the police. They make we call it snitting in the clowns.
Yeah, Cornwood, am I good at snitting?
What is snitting?
I tell on everybody and I'll set them up. So if I did something bad, they'll be like, "Well, we gotta like get everybody," and then I'll help because I'm a good guy. So I'll yuck every clown over so they go to jail too for doing something bad.
Or I could snitch on Gigi's whereabouts of their meth lab from like 6 years ago.
Yeah,
I don't know if they're still there though.
The whole point we're going, the whole reason we're going over this right now is because there was I don't know, it was like a week or 2 weeks of while the adoption fraud charge was active, Chatterbox here was charged 30 times, I think, with adoption fraud, roughly.
It was a lot.
And Alan approached me last night and said, "Hey, normally someone has to plead not guilty in order to qualify for the Council of Eight pardoning. However, he wants to make an exception in Chatterbox's case so that we are able to address the issue of the for lack of a better word, aggressive and dubious police work in order to what's the word? To refund him all of the money that was charged courtesy of the adoption fraud charges he copped, courtesy of his poor decision making.
I starved to death at least 14 times.
Oh my god.
Well, that's
So
because
from a
of the
legal
poor quality of
standpoint,
food in this damn city.
From a legal
True.
standpoint, I think that there is a basis for an unprecedented exception, given the unlikelihood that this would ever happen again, this level of stacking. So I think it's fine.
Well,
yeah.
I mean, look, hold on. I gotta look.
Siobhan never have a
I gotta
mask.
speak up here because I'm the one who charged his ass for the hell of a lot of them. Okay.
That's my
Yes.
boy.
All right. So A, my police work wasn't dubious. Okay. B, it wasn't a stack. All right. And 3, he was asking for it. All right. I multiple times told him, you do not want me to charge you with this. Okay.
But you said it'd be funny.
No, I agreed it
Oh.
would be funny.
Yeah,
Okay.
and I
you
like funny
you
stuff.
said, hold on, and you said, how many times did you say, oh, I think that was 10, and you individually counted it? In fact, Siobhan was there on one of the occasions, and she videoed it, I believe, or was that somebody else?
Yeah, I did all that stuff that he's saying.
Oh yeah.
Siobhan, do you have a mask, by the way?
Yeah. So if anything, okay, just to stand up for myself here, all right, when we say dubious, all right, I counted individually exactly how many it was, and I brought him down many times. All right.
Okay.
Now, to that point, I do believe that if it wasn't for Chatterbox's own very clear, request for me to charge him, I wouldn't have charged him on my own accord. So, I mean, I would vote against it. However, I got to stand up for my own police work. All right.
Okay. Sorry. It's good to get the full scope.
Dude, I wish this
so
word
with the advent
dictionary
of the
would
debtor's
get
prison
fixed.
coupled with Jagger's misunderstanding of his well-being, Alan is going to probably schedule a pardon hearing for him, despite the normal process not being possible, because he did plead guilty to all of those charges. And I just wanted to bring them in here real quick so that everyone knew that was coming. And he put on a suit and looked real nice, and I didn't want him to waste that.
Oh, you look
I got
great,
my bag. I
Chatty.
got my bag too, just in case I gotta flee the city. I packed a bag just in case. You guys
Okay.
just said,
Okay. We're gonna make sure that doesn't happen.
How many adoptions were there again? Going with?
Wasn't it like 15 or 20?
Can you speak up?
If you could.
Speak up!
Can you speak
Going on! Speak up!
Oh shit! Okay, I didn't know y'all couldn't hear me.
He has 15. 15.
Yeah, it was a hell of a
Oh
lot.
my
I could go count individually, but yeah, it was about 15.
So it's 15. They're what, 60 or 50,000 apiece?
It was 60,000
60.
each.
Yeah, like I said, truthfully, I wouldn't have charged him if it wasn't for, but I would speak on his behalf for getting it expunged, or pardoned, or whatever.
So you have roughly about 400,000 kind of outstanding outside of that.
It at least makes it a lot easier for him to get out of town. Okay, that sounds great. Honestly, it's a good idea.
It was Alan's idea, for the record. Okay. Do the clowns have any other things they would like to bring up to the council today?
Yeah. What about that? What about that mime thing you promised?
I mean, the mimes are currently being registered. It's actually on this week's quota. The police force gets 10 quota points for registering a mime on the mime registry.
It's true. There's at least one registered, so it is.
Alright.
It is a real
All
thing.
right. Okay. So it is true that if a mime is registered, we can't get a murder charge, right?
Correct.
All right. All right.
Wait,
Okay.
how much does Chatterbox still owe?
So 15 times 60,000 is 900,000. So minus 900,000 on his current debt. It sounds like we're all in agreement for his pardoning right now. I don't think I have the power to refund his cash.
So I gotta wait. I gotta wait a while.
Yeah. So Alan's gonna.
Oh,
I mean,
yuck.
he's sick today. I will let him know what happened in this meeting, and then we can work on getting it scheduled probably tonight. Or we can start working on scheduling tonight, and then probably sometime this week we will be able to meet because it seems pretty clear cut and no frills.
Sounds
I
great.
just gotta
As
try not to
explained.
go to jail this week for sure.
No,
probably.
you. I mean,
It's not next Monday.
Ideally, and Cantor's right. Ideally, you do not break the law. But I know your nature.
In general, yeah.
I don't know. I'm not good at things. I make mistakes.
Hey, I'm
it's
here.
okay.
They
It
won't catch us.
happens.
I will say someone said it. I think it was Corbin. Is it this is or maybe it was Murphy. This isn't an expungement. It's a pardon. So you could do anything right now, and this pertains to those adoption fraud charges. So anything you do now or tomorrow or the next day does not have any bearing on the actual pardon.
What I'm saying is though, it's like if I do something now though, I'm basically held until trial, right?
Oh right, yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I believe so. So be careful.
Yeah, so be careful.
We'll try to we'll try to keep it. We'll try to speed up the process.
Okay, you should because Kirk's gonna get a gun. He said if any cops pull me over, he's gonna shoot him. I don't want him to do that.
Oh my god,
gangster!
Snitting.
That sounds like
do
Kirk.
that, too.
Yeah, that he will.
Get an
Yeah.
RPG too.
Yeah, he's probably telling the truth.
All the clowns are going crazy right now. You guys gotta help me. You help me, I can help you.
Okay, what do you need
Chatterbox,
help with?
I will help
Chatterbox?
you.
Make as fast as I get it, as fast as you pardon that $900,000, the fast I can control the clowns again. If I go to jail, they don't follow my rules anymore.
Okay,
Out the
so
window.
Leadership
question,
vacuum
Max,
Yep.
who basically decides how quickly he can get a pardon hearing?
So I just need to tell Alan how our reception was and that we are ready to move on to the scheduling. In fact, I could go a step further and say that I know he wants this to happen. So right now we can actually probably just set a fucking date for it.
Sure.
Could we do it as early as tomorrow?
I'd be there. I'll make it happen.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm
I'd be there to
available
speak on his
tomorrow.
behalf as well. I think it's only
Perfect.
appropriate since I was the officer who charged, not all of them, but a good amount of them.
Thanks, Yuckwood.
You wait for
You
pardon
might be
process. You could be there, but you're
conflicted on it.
conflicted, so you have to
Yes. Mhm.
recuse. But
But
it
we
might
will
be
keep
helpful
your
for you
information
to
in mind.
speak.
Absolutely. Mhm.
Actually, you know what? We have the power to do this right now.
Uh-huh.
I'm fine with it.
Really?
I
Yeah.
mean,
If Crane is okay with it.
He let me read his messages for you guys, just so that I'm not bamboozling you.
okay.
Also, before we
I
leave,
mean, that's the impression I got when he was at the PD meeting last night as well. So just as a
Yeah, okay. If Crane disagrees, he can always say we have to still take it to a pardon meeting, but I'm okay with trying to decide now.
He said 18 hours ago, I told Chatterbox we would discuss pardoning, absolving him of the 20 times adoption fraud. It's 15 because it's literally $900K in debt and that the PD just charged him for the lulz. He said some of them were like embarrassingly bad. They just charged him because he pleads guilty to everything.
Oh boy.
He says, I think this is a rare case where we should consider just wiping them because PD big dumb. I don't agree with that. And then I said, because he's gonna kill me and my wife for this debtor prison happening. So giving him a full pardon would be cool.
Oh boy.
And Crane said, like when your wife charged Chatterbox $25 million for every time he hit the gavel.
It was 50 million, not 25.
Best yuckin'
what
judge,
the hell?
Best yuckin' judge right there. That's my judge.
And I said based.
You tested me.
I mean, look, the bottom line is this. You got to account for the times, okay? And sometimes different times call for, changing your methodology, how you do things. And it's very clear that how the clowns operate in the past is they rack that shit up and they do what they can to get all the way up there. But however, now it comes at a cost. Yeah.
It's hard to survive in debt. I ain't gonna lie. It's really
gotta
hard.
give
Yeah,
them the
it's
chance
hard.
to
It's
start
hard to get it
over.
up.
Yeah.
So,
Murphy.
Yep.
You can unbill, right?
You can only do it in a very short period of time. You would have to
Yeah, it
do
has to be,
judge
like,
pay
immediately. It has to be judicial pay.
yeah. So, but just as a legal perspective on this, I would tend to agree that this debtor's prison would be a cruel and unusual ex post facto punishment for these particular crimes of Chatterbox.
And as explained too, it just takes money out of the state account to subsidize the debts, so it fucks us unnecessarily as well. So I think there's plenty of reasons to agree to that.
Good fucking points, guys.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Are you able to give him the 900K back right now, Murphy?
Like I said, I'm not a judge. I said this earlier, so I can't do any of the judge stuff
Adams
anymore.
is downstairs doing the court case. He could do it.
There is a court case, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, before we continue with that, does anyone have anything that they would like to say about potentially not doing this for Jagger Girardi, aka Chatterbox?
I do.
I just have a few points actually, real quick.
Sure.
Not for or against either way. I guess I can be persuaded. So the one thing that
Don't forget,
the one thing
TJ, I
that
kidnapped the doctor for you, man.
Okay, we don't gotta
Yes,
talk about
sir.
that.
That was a long time ago. Thank you.
Oh, yeah, my bad. My bad.
That
My
was a
bad.
very long time ago, Chatter.
My bad. My bad.
I have changed my ways. Thank
Poor
you.
boy, man, come on.
Yeah, I know.
Haven't we
I'm
all?
aware. Listen, here's I got to do my due diligence with it for both sides. So because if we're doing 900,000, all right, that's fine. Is that the first decision or is it the entirety of 1.3? Okay, so obviously 400 outstanding.
900K only, I think, for this.
Okay.
Because we're only going to be pardoning the adoption fraud.
All right, fair. So it's not the entirety absolving all of his debt.
Correct.
All right. So the second
Unless
part
you're
to that
open
is
to that.
We are not.
all right, fair enough. Just wanted to make sure on that part too. The second part is what happens to the next person that wants to come here and do this too
for adoption fraud?
Yeah.
So I have something to say about that. I think that's a good question, but also this is it's an extraneous circumstance, right? Where you have a charge that was added through legislation that has since been removed. It didn't even last for one whole term. It's something that requires next to no evidence, right? It was, to be fair, an egregious amount of fines. I think this is just one of them situations that is, it ain't ever going to happen again.
No, that's entirely fair.
Yeah.
With that, and so I'm just if it comes out there. The second part to that, and Cornwood, you can hate me on this one, but I got to ask it anyway. How much do you make out of each one of those? You personally.
So what happens is there's a 15%. Actually, now we make almost nothing, and for the majority of those,
hold on. To clarify, TJ, they don't make commission anymore.
Yeah, we don't make commission.
But
so short answer,
when they were happening.
Yeah, I think he did.
Okay.
No, not all of them. I did make commission off of, I think, the initial charge. I think it was the first time, but it's capped at $15,000 in commission. So even if you charge somebody for $500,000, you'd only make 15. So this isn't like some kind of bullshit abuse of taking advantage of commission or something like that either.
Okay, so you would say
just to clarify,
you only made $15,000 in commission off this when it happened.
I don't remember the exact number. It might have been like one time. Might have been like it might have been like two of them, right? But my point is, it wasn't 15% of the total adoption frauds that I charged him with.
Okay.
Yeah, that's
because I think it was like 13 something one time. I don't remember.
To circle back to the question at hand with the whole charge and everything and pardons and whatnot, like where are we putting the red line? Like how many edge cases can there be like this? Like 5, 10, 15? What is it?
I think this is the only edge case unless there's something very specific.
Well, like the question was like if more people are going to come and ask for pardons, like are we talking about one?
Let's just be clear that let's just be clear that his situation is a unique one because of the circumstances surrounding it, and that we as the council, unless their situation is very similar to Jagger's here, we probably would not be willing to hear it. I mean, I wouldn't really be willing to hear
That's what I wanted to know, because like, yeah, I don't think everyone who got one count of it should be getting heard like.
Agreed.
So my end point with that, Cornboy, would be if that's the case and you're standing up here for him, that in theory you should be paying 15 grand restitution back to the state.
Okay, well now you're gonna make me do math. All right, now I'm going to do this.
Oh no, not math.
Hey, I'll pay that shit back. I don't give a damn.
You can pay it to me.
No, I'm just putting it out there that if you made money off of it and we're
I think that's legitimate. Give me just a moment here. Let's see if I can do the math here on exactly how much I would have made. Because we can figure that out. We have incidents. We have who processed them and who didn't process them, whatnot.
While that's going on,
That can be done later. It doesn't have to be now. Yeah.
Yeah. With everything TJ has asked, do we have anyone that has any other concerns or questions about having all 15 of those adoption frauds?
Yeah, TJ
stricken
was
from
never going to
Jagger's
be a bad
record and
choice
having
as
him
much as
full
people wanted
refunded
Glenn.
$900,000 for it.
I fully agree.
I'm not against it.
Not against it.
Okay. So while Cornwood figures out the math and stuff, I am going. And Murphy made the best point, I think, here. It is ex post facto with the debtor's prison.
So some people might be upset about it.
I'm gonna
but...
go. I'm gonna go try and grab Norman so that we can have that given back to him.
I also have something
Okay,
as well.
thanks.
Well, hold on until I get back.
Oh shit.
Well, actually,
Okay.
actually, is this your performance, Mr. Ratchet?
Chatter, can you keep my 5-year history out of this, please? Thank you.
Sorry, I forget, man.
Yeah,
See, I'm not smart.
Hey, I do have a question here.
Yeah.
Do we have any way of adding the adoption fraud charge back?
I don't actually
to the
know what
MDT in order
Splinter Cell
for
looks
me
like.
to be able to search for that charge.
Oh, that would have to be a crane thing.
Cletus, do you one better. Don't search for the charge. Search by his ID in criminal for the 1260. Search you as the arresting officer. And
yeah, I did that first, but there's
right, there's 5 adoption fraud charges there from you there.
yeah, but let me see.
Those were all after the those 5 the dates. I just checked the dates with the police continuity plan for when the commission was removed for you guys. You didn't get commission on any of those.
Oh shit. Oh no. Oh, I just remembered. Somebody else charged him the first time. Chatterbox, who charged you the first time?
I think it was Bayweather.
Oh shit, it was Bay. That's right. Bay charged. So I didn't even get commission, I guess. I could have sworn maybe.
By the way, congratulations, Chatterbox.
Thank you. I just gotta figure out how to stay out of debt.
I can think of someone who's going to be very happy to hear that.
I got fired from Senior Buns. Can you believe that?
You got fired from Senior Buns?
Yep. Every station they put me on, I did something wrong.
This is not your week, is it?
No.
Well, hopefully this is the turning point, right?
Yeah, maybe Kirk's drug empire might be the way to go.
Yeah, I mean, pharmacies are usually profitable businesses, you know?
So, you say something about farm?
Oh,
my
yeah,
God.
ours.
Cornwood Family Farms. Cornwood.
Yeah, Cornwood Family Farms got to
Can
come
I
to
get a
Los
job?
Santos. Oh yeah. I mean, if you know how to farm, I'm gonna need
Jim was
employees.
taught me how to grow weed a long time ago.
No, we don't want marijuana. We want
Magic
corn.
mushrooms?
Organic vegetable.
No, yeah, we want corn and corn related products and accessories.
Corn? Oh, is that why they call you corn dog? Oh, got it.
Uh-huh.
Am I allowed to eat the corn if I get hungry?
As long as you eat the corn the long way.
Okay.
It's either the long way or the wrong way.
Okay, all right.
They said
I want some
Bayweather was the one who did
grilled
it.
corn on the cob.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was Bayweather. It was a long time ago.
All right.
Actually,
Yeah.
perfect weather right now for some grilled corn on the cob.
Great.
That was so nice.
If I find Ursula.
Nice.
Hi, Ursula.
I was trying to call
Okay,
her.
so-
When did you
some of
guys
that.
start, or have you started?
We
Long time ago.
we're about like an hour and 20 minutes deep.
Okay.
Uh, 6104 okay. Are you ready? 6104 3234.
Wait, hold on.
So what?
Is that your bank account?
Yes. Are you
okay,
able
well,
to?
That's
what?
recorded, and this is gonna be public.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Okay.
I'm taking donations.
I'm just letting you know.
Yeah, there you go.
So
I'm not that far in debt. I thought that was a little bit worse.
Adam said he would take care of it. He's in a bench trial right now, I'm pretty sure,
Okay,
but I think he will be able to take care of it soon.
Okay.
Let the recording take note that Mr. Chatterbox here, aka Jagger Girardi, has been afforded restitution.
Yeah, thank you.
Congratulations, Chatty.
Congratulations, Chatty. You deserve
I will
it.
call off the clown mob. There will be no
Please do.
attacks on City Hall from today on.
So kind of you.
I do have a request from the council on Chatter's behalf.
Sure.
I've made a beautiful song for all of you, and if it rocks
How
your
you spell
socks
it?
off, if you can continue to wipe the rest of Chatterbox's debt, for
Hey,
thou
Mr.
shalt
Ratchet,
not
don't
know
make me
what he
change my
do.
mind.
I'll make a good song. Are you ready,
It's
guys?
also not how you spell
Oh
it.
God.
Okay.
Let's hear it, Mr.
Let's
Ratchet. Come
hear
on,
it.
man.
Here we go. I'm not a
Clown beat.
rapper. My name is Chatter. I'm trying to help. Oh wait, I fucked it up. Yeah, well, I'm gonna do it anyway. Chatterbox is a good ass man. Mr. Cornwood, he got the plan. You hungry? I'll feed you. Everyone listen. Chatterbox didn't
roasted.
even do it. I'm not lying. We might be missing. We might be running. We might get in trouble. But listen, I'm not lying. He might have a gun and he might have a Glock. But when he pulls it, he don't ever shoot at the cops. I swear to God, we'll behave. Mr. Motherfucking Mayor, please let Chatter off the hook. He the man. I swear, I'm not Mr. Hook. I'm not a rapper. I'm a clown. And he ain't in debt. He should be set free. Yeah, that's all I got, motherfucker. I didn't read it.
Beautiful.
Yeah, that was
That
way
was
better than
that was
Bon
almost,
Bon's
that was
song.
great.
Oh, yeah, motherfucker. Appreciate it.
Oh my God.
Anything else, Mr. Chatterbox? Anything you'd like to say to the Council of Eight?
Yeah, I wanna show my greatest appreciation. I was really upset yesterday because I thought I was going to prison forever. Kirk has been forming an army and it was gonna get really bad on my behalf, but I didn't ask him to do it. But now that this is happening, I can restore faith in clown kind, and no terrorist attacks will happen from today on.
God bless
Cool.
you, Chatty. Thank
Wait,
you.
hold on. So Kirk,
100% we're gonna
They
happen.
weren't gonna happen to
Okay.
begin with.
That's-
wait,
Yeah,
hold on. Wait one
that
second.
was-
So
I
Kirk
think-
is
Allegedly?
conspiring.
No?
I mean, are you
Joke.
recording, Ursula?
It was a-
I think
That
I
sounds
yucked
like
up.
hearsay.
I think I yucked up again.
That was a joke.
Okay.
Very, very funny clown joke. I'll let you guys out. Come on.
It was mini phone, and then he went and kidnapped the cop at the hospital. It was his plan.
Jetty!
Yeah,
He's
what
already
the?
in jail. Who cares?
Bye, clowns.
You just walk up
Nice
like that.
day.
Bye.
Love you all.
Have a good one, y'all.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess 226.
Okay.
So I didn't. I guess I didn't make any money off of the any of the adoption charges. I can't
Okay.
find one that I made money.
Yeah. I got a snit.
You got a shit.
I mean, here's my other thought with it, because I don't want to I'm not trying to be a stickler or a dick about it, but in technicality, if you made money off it and you're trying to absolve it, then should be paying that back.
No, I think you're right. I'm just saying. Yeah, I looked at it and I thought I did, but I guess I didn't. I guess I mean I can't find one. I think it was somebody else. So I think it was bad.
Okay. Now we move on to the meat and potatoes of the meeting. We are going to. So the way that this typically worked in the last council is we went from my left, and it is an opportunity for every member of the council to present legislation they think would be beneficial to the city. So I will send it to Mr. TJ Walker, the new treasurer. Do you have anything that you would like to present today to the Council of Eight?
In formal writing, unfortunately, not quite. In concept, yes.
Okay.
Apologies, I was more or
Well,
less. Yeah.
I mean, this is already kind of an unorthodox meeting.
Yeah.
What are the concepts
start
here?
my-
Actually, you know what? No, we shouldn't discuss. I mean, you seem like a very articulate person, so we might be here for several hours as we hash it all out. We will keep the ball rolling so that we aren't here for 4 hours like was potentially the case. That was the case for us when we first got started because we were hammering everything out. Mr. Solomon Walker, do you have anything that you would like to present to the Council of Eight?
Not just, I've got some questions. Again, obviously, this is probably not going just for myself. There's a few of us here who this is our first council meeting. So I have a few questions on generalities. I don't know if this is necessarily the right time. So this is very much me asking you if we can ask questions just in general about how things work and how things have been working in the past. I mean, for one, obviously this is your second term, so I would love to know what is going to be the direction for your second term in terms of what you're hoping to achieve with the economy, with legislation, etc. I would also, if it was possible, if we can get an update on one of the questions I get a lot now as deputy mayor is about business licenses, and obviously at the moment I feel like I can't really give anyone an answer. So if there's anything you can share with us, so that when people inevitably ask me, as they have been, I have something more concrete to go on, other than let me have my first meeting and then I can get back to you. So really, my questions are: one, business licenses. Where are we with those right now, and what is the process going forward? Number two, in general, the economy right now, the state account, where are we with that? What is the direction we're moving in with that? What is the direction of the economy moving forward? I think for now, those are both pretty big topics, so I think I'll leave with just those two for now, and I'm sure I'll have more questions as we go.
So as far as business licenses go, that was a duty that I expected that I would immediately have to do and that I was prepared to do. Unfortunately, we have not been given the ability to even create a business, to give it the base the base attributes that would make them able to function as a business. My wife and I have gone over probably 30 plus business proposals
You
at this
can
point.
see it in the report section. If you look at business proposal submissions, you can see the full list. Everybody is tracked there.
And we've got ones that are approved and denied, and some we haven't even gone over yet. And part of the reason I haven't gone over them yet is because I haven't heard any word from the state that we will have the base functionality that we need to actually make them happen. So what you can tell them is I've been getting pounded doggy style by the state for 3 months, and I've had to field the question of, hey, where are businesses quite a few times, and I don't mind fielding it. And it feels bad because I have to tell these people who have great ideas, legitimate. Like, for example, Winsong has an idea for a used furniture store, which is fucking amazing. Tons of good ideas that could be happening right now that are currently on hold because the efforts to reestablish Los Santos to its former glory is being directed elsewhere right now. There is a glimmer of hope, I will say, in the new real estate app, which tells me that they might soon be working on things relevant to businesses and business licenses. I can also disclose that we
I don't even know who AFK
a lot of us here have been in and out of Los Santos for many years. We're familiar with the actual we're familiar with how businesses used to work. In the future, whenever the capability arrives, there's going to be, as far as I'm aware, 3 different tiers of businesses. There is going to be a tier of business license that will be given to felons that will pertain specifically to stuff that a felon would realistically have. Like, for example, a record label would be in this tier of businesses for these felons. It would be the easiest one to get. It would be the least profitable.
It's definitely not Walnut.
He's at the door.
Walnut's actually against this new wave of Dan's because
that's pretty much all
there's no
I know about
chief,
businesses right now.
So it feels
And
weird to him.
I have been asking for several months, and it just simply has not come. So at the very least, you can send people my way, Solomon, and I will.
Which is fair.
I will speak with them for you.
I mean, I don't know if that's the stance we're on. I've got no problem fielding the question. I've got no problem.
It's
if anything, I've got if that's the case, if things are being held up by something completely outside of your control, or the council's control, I don't want people going, oh, my fucking license been held up. It's all Max's fault. It fucking isn't. So I don't want to send them to you because they shouldn't be going to you. Anyone from this council, frankly, can
can I
field
help
that
you?
question and say it's got fuck all
Hey,
to do with the
man.
mayor. It's held up by things outside of his control.
Can I
It
help
is what it is. There may be something
Yeah,
coming
I'm
soon.
here,
When we
man.
know more, you will know more.
Yep. The way
Hold
that
on
the
a
way
sec,
that
man. I
developments
gotta
have been
go in my
happening
head.
as well.
I don't know who it is.
We're not even getting forewarning.
Oh.
It
Well, I
just
mean, I feel
happened.
like the Desert Prison's a great example, right? Everyone just woke up
Yeah.
one day and like, oh, there's a thing that's just come down. Lovely,
Oh,
great that everyone could prep. Love that the DOC
What'd
could
you say,
prep for
man?
that.
That was in my head.
That's
so
nothing new.
thanks for the answer on that one, Mass. Oh, sorry.
For the economy direction, and this is what I was
No, it's not
trying
true.
to do. Basically, when the mayor's office received the power to adjust certain things like tax,
You gotta
well,
understand.
first
There's
of all, the mayor's
viewers
office
on the
always had
server
ability
now,
to adjust taxes.
so
And what I did when I entered office, like 15 minutes after I entered office the first time, I lowered taxes as low as I could go, within guidelines that were provided to me in regards to past mayors. Like they could only lower it like 20% of its current value, and I did that. And then I actually overstepped and lowered property tax
as far
even
as this
lower
one
because
goes, I have
people were
no
getting
idea who this
ready
one
to buy
is.
houses for the first time, and the property tax was at 10% at that point, which for a $500,000
Blame
house,
this Dan.
that's a lot of fucking money. And I dropped it again to about 4%.
Who is this mysterious
Point
Dan?
is, the goal of my first economic policy was to fatten the pockets of people on the street, because I heard continuously from people that say that they felt like they had to work 12 hours a day in order to accomplish any of their goals, and that
I'm
the
so
charges
fucking
that they
distracted
were
right now.
having to pay out, like for example EMS, they said that they had to and there was a situation where ambulances were super fucked and they had to be repaired more than the average car. So this is actually a pretty bad example. I'll just say like a sanitation worker. They had to pay for their repairs. They had to buy food. They had to pay for gas. Blah blah blah. A lot of people were struggling. Point is, and I wanted once I received the power, I wanted to make it so that they were able to profit as much as they could at the expense of the state account. Straight up. I was going to be reinvesting into the people of Los Santos so that they felt like they did not have to work their hands to bones, so that they could purchase basic amenities like a home that isn't the government subsidized apartments, and a vehicle so they didn't have to rent a car every single day. And I think that was pretty well accomplished. A lot of those, I think the only job that I raised during election, because this was something that some people accused me of doing. The only thing that I actually raised during election time was the towing payout, because there was an issue on the back end with towing and the way that it was paying out. I had to drop it all the way as low as I could to compensate for what was effectively a double charge on the back end. So every time someone was impounding a vehicle, it was being charged twice to the state, essentially, or it was like, or maybe it was the job was paying out too much or whatever. It's to the point where towing was actually accounting for more than Group 6 and grime pay, which, by the way, all of that comes out of the state account. Every time someone does any of those jobs, that money is being extracted from the state account. So in emergency mode, I was like, holy fuck, how is towing worth $16 million in the last 7 days, and grime and Group 6 are only worth $10 million combined? So I fucking dropped it. And then I had some conversations with tow workers during election week, and they were like, hey, I'm making like $150 or $200 per like impound now, which told me, I was like, oh, okay. So the state has fixed the issue on the back end, because it wasn't ever communicated to me that it was fixed. So I was like, okay, well then I'm gonna raise their pay to be in line with what I had set grime and Group 6 to, so that people could work that job if they so pleased, without feeling like they had to go deliver packages or deliver money, blah blah blah. My economic policy for the very first, if you guys have ever played Civilization, I wanted there to be a golden age for people. I wanted
Although
people to make
I
a
need
lot
to
of
go
money.
in my head
Where we
bit
I feel like they did make a
was
lot
really
of
funny.
money.
I do like that
And
bit. That one's really
another
funny.
aspect of that economic policy was once I received the ability to do so, I
I do
invested
like that
heavily
bit.
the state account into the sanitation market, because the sanitation market and the production of the materials associated with recycling and whatnot are a huge factor in people establishing themselves in Los Santos right now, because they're able to make their furniture, they're able to make various those materials essentially became an essential part of establishing their identity. I spent over almost 60 days. I call it the 60-day sanitation plan because it was almost 60 days. It was worth about $60 million
Also, Giga's playing
from the state
Gigi right
account.
now.
So the state account's making money the whole time, but also it was spending money specifically on sanitation work. And that was a huge drain on the state account.
She texted me like 20 minutes ago.
To the point where it was unsustainable. All of these changes happened prior to election season. I barely touched anything, probably for the last month or so, because I needed to be able to sustain that reinvestment into the sanitation market. Because while I was able to affect people's pay and have them earn more money, that still left a void where people felt like, and the sanitation robberies were a huge influence in this as well. I wanted to reinvest so that there were more people working sanitation, so that there were more people out there collecting these supplies.
Yeah, I have no idea
and
who it is.
simultaneously reducing the need for them to be robbed, because there would be more stuff on the street for these people that were robbing them to purchase for, because there would be more stuff, and because there was more stuff, they might even be cheaper as a result.
Likes
What
to assume
actually ended up
everybody's
happening,
walnut.
much to my chagrin, is
quiet
that
out here,
people,
man.
oh my God, get that motherfucker away from the door. What actually happened is that a large majority of these people actually began hoarding their materials and not providing them in which is fine at the end of the day. I don't expect people to convert all of their stuff into
It's
like
not
repair
though.
parts
It
for cars. That's
genuinely
unreasonable.
isn't.
Long story, I'm kind of rambling here because this is something I'm super passionate about. So I'll just cut it off here. I was in big spender mode pretty much the last 2 months of my first campaign. Now I have pulled out of reinvestment into sanitation almost entirely. I did that pretty much the day or a day or two after I was reelected, to allow the state account more time to recover, and it has a significant amount. I think at one point we were down to 43 million. And that would have been probably the day of the election. Now we're at least
No
last time I
idea.
checked last night, about 12 hours ago.
That name does not ring a
we
bell.
were at 61 million.
That's 65.
Like,
before I
there's a
came
lot of newer people in the server.
Damn!
A
Okay,
lot of
so
new people
that's
joining
good.
in on bits that
My goal is to get to about
they don't
70 or 80
really.
million, and then
I don't know. They don't.
to
They've never interacted with
reinvest
Chief. I'm
into
pretty sure.
the sanitation market, because that is
Right.
still a huge issue for a lot of people.
They have a good
Like,
bit,
repair
so
parts
I'll
are
allow
scarce
it.
right now, and that is evidence to me
I'll
that people
allow
probably
it.
don't have what they need right now.
It's a pretty good
So
bit.
basically,
Like I
without
can't.
dropping
I can't deny that they have a pretty good bit
we
for that
are
damn.
allowing stuff to build up so that I can
Which
do
I
another
do
golden age,
appreciate.
toward the end of my term. That's my policy.
Can I ask then why EMS and doctors are still 250?
No toxic chatting here.
Oh, they're
just
500
normal
right
hour.
now.
Good, because
Okay.
I'm not having it today with you, Armor.
The DOC are being paid, so it would still be a good discussion to have.
Oh, I gotta hold on.
Yep.
I'm not in the mood for the shit posting today. So
As
I
for
genuinely appreciate it.
he's signing in as a cop right now.
Yeah, we can't do both.
For doctor and EMS pay, Cantor and I are more than welcome to discuss that after this meeting if she so pleases. Right now,
Does it have to be a private discussion? Can we I mean, we're all here. I would have been happy to. I just haven't seen you.
Well, I've been around.
I have been around a lot more. I can promise you that. I've been looking.
You've been looking for me?
Yes, I have. I was told you might be around way later, but I've actually stuck around that time and still not seen you quite a few days.
Right.
Yeah, the last time we met, you said you would talk to me in 2 to 3 days.
Yes, and then I did not see you.
Okay. And that was like a week and a half ago.
Yes. I have not seen you in that time.
It's a bad day to get on my nerves.
I mean, we could have easily hashed this out right then and there, you know.
Well, you were incapacitated in bed at the time. It felt wrong to jump it on you, but yes, I did
New
agree to
expensive
speak.
microphone I bought. It's broken.
I was the one who brought it up, and I was ready to do it.
Don't
I
want
would
to
have been
deal with
happy
it.
to. You offered to speak in a few days, so I agreed to.
No, I offered to speak right then and there, and you told me that we would be able to meet with me in 2 to 3 days.
All right.
You did
Can
not offer that.
Can I back and forth with y'all real quick? Just keep
Yeah,
it civil on this
TJ.
side to it. I'm happy to mediate if you guys want to it. Can I just put out a suggestion? Here
Sure.
real quick. Why don't I work with them real quick? Same thing with DOC that we were just talking about, or Dogtown. Actually understand their expenses and how much it actually costs for them.
I have them
And,
actually, if you're interested.
well, at some point, yeah, can you send those to me? But at the same time,
Of course.
I know I didn't really get to talk about this too much. But Max, I'd like to do have a full fair market value assessment as to what people are actually making, and legislation wise is basically put in a minimum wage that cannot go below that without some sort of authorization.
From who?
Well, that's why I would like to. Well, from the
This
whole
is
council at
Edda's
that point.
thing. This is
That can
Edda's
be voted
thing.
on.
Yeah, draft something up.
I will. But I just don't want to go back and forth with not available days back and forth, not productive. But just trying to keep it at least factually based. All right.
Sure, sounds great.
I mean, if we want to have a minimum wage, I mean, how are we going to, make sure we're getting the
That's
money to be
Edda's
able to pay the minimum
legislation.
wage?
Well, that is entirely with it. I mean, these are from your side to it, right, Cornwood, and from Doctors EMS. You're technically, I would classify as a an emergency tier type of government job, like how you do it during the pandemic and shit like that.
Right.
Of
Essential
back in
workers?
yes,
Of
essential
course.
workers. Thank you. That's what I was looking for. I'm sorry, I'm on
I
like
got you. No
no
worries.
sleep right now. Essential workers, right? And so you deem what is essential worker, and then you put it as that side to it, and they should still be compensated to a point where it is agreeable based upon their time, their education, and what they're being provided to the city.
Okay. So, just a quick thing, numbers wise. You stated before something like Grime was taking 10 million out in a day or something. At the math,
towing.
adding up, towing was okay. Adding up the math of every single hours that was done in the last month, it was a total of 2,082 and a half hours out of doctors. At the rate we were at before, at 1050, that is barely over 2 million in an entire month. And we have no other expenses.
Cool.
So that is perfectly reasonable, I believe.
So I mean, doctors have no overhead, right? I mean, do you guys have to pay for your supplies and stuff?
No, we do not, which is why this information is based purely on hours alone. EMS, I still stand by, should be higher, but I only have the statistics hours based for doctors. I actually do have all of the numbers for EMS and their expenses, which I would be happy to share with TJ as well.
Who chose Happy as the chief of EMS?
They voted. There were three
They
different
voted
people.
internally?
Yes, between all the EMS.
I had a very alarming conversation with him probably about a week before election where I asked him how things were going. And I was like, who you voting for? And he told me, hey, I can't really discuss that. I was like, fine, whatever. He proceeded to bombard me for about 15 or 20 minutes about the various woes that he, as the chief of EMS, was facing, primarily the horrible prospect of having to ask other EMSs to possibly contribute just a small amount of money to a communal fund where they could all chip in to replace their shared
Oh
ambulance
boy, here we go.
engines. And I sat down, and he kept very good records in his defense, where he was very thorough, in which he was able to track how often those engines need to be replaced, and it was about 5 weeks, a little more than 5 weeks, for a $12,000 engine replacement. At the time, and for quite a while, they were being paid $1,300 an hour. $1,300 an hour, every EMS, for more than a month. And what that means is, I like to consider this. How many hours are in 5 weeks? What's that fucking number? $840 hours. Okay. Now what we need to figure out, like, what's the average work time of someone that's doing EMS, or at least was actively doing it at that point. I think Happy himself said maybe he was working about how many hours a week? It was a pretty impressive amount. More than enough to impressively single-handedly replace every engine if he needed to, and then still make money if he were to work every single day for like 7 hours. But the thing was, he didn't need to replace those engines, because those engines did not need to be replaced except for once every 5+ weeks. And sometimes more than that, sometimes less than that, depending on, what sort of trauma that particular ambulance suffered. So it was shocking to me when I said, hey, why don't you go around, EMS Chief Happy, and get people to contribute even $1,000 a day, which is not even 1 hour's worth of pay for an EMS, to a mutual fund where you guys are able to draw on that to replace engines, so you don't have to ask people to do that themselves, because they're all shared vehicles. They don't get to purchase their own vehicles. I wish they could. And he said, well, Max, I just don't feel comfortable asking other EMS to do that. I was like, why? You're their boss. That is a perfect solution to your problem. And he did not seem very convinced at all that that was even a possibility, which then called into question his ability to lead that department. Because if he's not able to make a decision that does not even account for 1 full hour's worth of pay at that point, what else is going wrong? And then I learned what else was going wrong, because my wife encountered a homeless fellow who you know what I'm talking about, the guy that you hired, Jason. You know what I'm talking about?
Yes, he's great.
Did you know that? How long was he going to have to wait for an EMS interview, darling?
I think you said like a
Mid-May.
week?
He said mid-May.
Oh, there you go.
This was April. This was like from like mid-April, yeah.
So at that point, I realized something, and it was something that Alan Crane actually said when we were discussing raising pay in the past. Money is not a motivator for activity. It isn't. And lowering your guys' pay actually was a great experiment, and this is why I did it.
To be frank, our hours have not gone up. If you're going to try to make that claim, I track all of it. We've had the exact same people working still. We still have downtimes. We still have AU. We struggle with staff. It has been about the same. The only person who's worked more is me. So congratulations. I have made sure to be there as much as possible to make sure I could do things like talk to you.
So it's about the same. Meaning that lowering your guys' pay actually didn't affect your guys' output at the hospital.
No, it did not. But if you
Glorian
want to make
got
the
fired.
statement that
That was
because we
the
are
only
willing
thing
to
I
save
missed out
people's
on.
lives anyway, we should not get paid.
That was what I
sure,
forgot to mention.
I hope the city sees that.
Okay.
This is why I wanted to have this conversation in private, because this is a great conversation for me and her to have. And as that sort of thing is the purview of the mayor's office, afforded by the state, it's a decision that I can make myself. So the thing that I wanted to meet with you about, Philippa, is,
which I'm happy to do. We can still do that.
Yeah, I don't even know how it happened
we can do
with
it
me.
Now, though.
Okay, sure. If you want that to.
It was desync.
And I would love to do it now.
Sure.
You hold the role of a doctor in high esteem. You hold it in such a way that, and this is, I'm not saying you said this in particular. This is something that was kind of being cried about on Twitter after your guys' pay was lowered. That, why do senior buns workers make more money than doctors? How could that be? How could this honorable profession be worth so little in the eyes of the
server
state,
was just
in the eyes
hella
of the
scuffy
mayor?
yesterday. I
Mayor's
have no
piece of
idea how it
shit.
is today.
Blah blah blah. It's awful. They're super selfless, and I agree. You guys are selfless. I'm not debating that at all. It seemed like the public and yourself hold that particular group to high standard. So do I. the thing that I was going to propose, so that we could get back on, I suppose restoring your guys' pay to what it was, is that I was interested in seeing two things
Didn't buy
happen.
the house yet.
One thing, the first thing,
Sure.
is I would like the mayor's office would be very keen on seeing that this high standard that has been set by the public and by yourself is followed through with completely, and that no felons would be able to work for the LSMG, for the medical group. And that would allow me to very easily justify it as a position that deserves that high pay, because you guys are holding yourselves to very high standards, rightfully so. And the second thing is that I would like to see a palpable and productive plan to remove inactive
Yup.
doctors from your roster, maybe once every 3 weeks. Like if someone's inactive for like 3 weeks, that person gets the boot, essentially. Those are the two
Okay.
things that I am personally interested
Bye,
in.
Pigeon.
And if those can be, we can discuss that now, the terms of that,
Sure.
if you would like.
Okay, let me break this down. To the second point, we do. We are firing 13 people tonight based on their
Ooh.
inactivity. We have a system in place where people are marked inactive when they don't complete their hours. If they don't complete them again over the next few months, they're fired immediately.
Okay.
13 people are being fired. Numerous more are being marked as inactive.
Holy shit.
So we have that. For the first point, I know it's been stated here, I'm not a board member. I know y'all think I am, but I'm not high command. I do not make those decisions.
Okay. Well, I mean, you're married to someone on the board, right?
No, I'm not. He is an attending as well.
Oh, who are the people on the board again?
Pixie, Janetti, and Derek Shaw.
Well, I haven't seen Janetti in a long time. He might have been around.
He's around pretty frequently.
I have seen Shaw.
Usually
and of
earlier.
course, I've seen Pixie. So I suppose your role as PD liaison now is
Have you
to.
seen Shaw? I haven't. Jesus.
I saw
That's
him
impressive.
briefly. I saw him very briefly. One
That's
night. It was
very
it-
irresponsible.
So, like, are you agreeable to the prospect of making it so that doctors are they can't have a felony at all? Is that something that you would be interested in?
I'm going to be very frank in my answer here, so bear with me.
Okay.
I would have never had an issue with that. If we started out with no felonies, that would have been fine. I never intend to commit a felony. That's no issue. However, based on the entirety of my work with you, I do not trust your intentions. And I see this as an easier way to get rid of me. And I
Wait,
fully
why?
expect if this were to be changed, I would have a gun planted on me in a heartbeat. So,
well,
I am currently
if I may.
Whoa, hold on,
If I may.
We have the gun plantee alpha subject 0 here, actually, Mr. Braun.
Patient 0, yeah, that's true.
What are the what's the likelihood of Miss Cantor having a gun planted on her and being found guilty?
We got like forensic technology that kind of helps with that. My case was particularly unique in that I lost a great deal of short-term memory.
Damn.
In the ordeal. So it was a tough one.
Damn.
To be frank here, Mags, what are your motivations then? Because when I heard this, because Siobhan mentioned it to one of my doctors, my only assumption was negative. Is there a doctor you have an issue with? Because we only have approximately 3 doctors that I'm aware of that have felonies as of right now, and I can break them all down. There is Julio Thomas, who has been given an exception purely based on the fact that he is a great goddamn doctor. We've even talked about it here.
I arrested him.
The decision was given to Derek Shaw to come fire him if he wanted to, and the decision was made by him to leave him. There was Giovanna Gambino. She has accomplice to a charge. The officer requested that we not fire her for it. And Adam
who's the
Maziak,
officer?
who has reckless driving. That's it. I believe Declan Crane.
Ooh.
Okay.
My intentions were already stated.
I mean, Chief Justice Crane always says he's a screw up. So.
Oh, okay.
It's just to gap the disconnect between the perceived honorableness of your role and what is actually happening behind closed doors. And look, I know it's not a super egregious thing right now. I know, like you said, there's only like 3 felons who
I didn't
even
hear the
work
last
at the
one.
hospital right now. Just moving forward, it'll be easy from the mayor's office in the future to justify raising your guys' pay even more if we are able to articulate to the people and to the Council of Eights in the future, whoever takes this role after me, that you know what, maybe you guys do deserve $2,000 an hour because you're fucking confined to the hospital, because you have to stay clean, and all of that shit. I think the standard should be higher.
I mean, G6 is that high, right?
Mm-hmm.
I understand. G6 is, not many other are. That's one example.
Love
However,
G6.
I can see your point. I will say, with the felonies thing, there are most felonies we would fire for. Anything considered even closely violent.
Fucking
anything
love
considered
G6. That's
drug-related.
my
The only
gang.
reason the exception is made is for fringe cases
No,
like
I don't
reckless
care.
driving, for example. He didn't even evade. The accomplished charge is a bit of a unique one, and obviously, Julio's the whole thing because that one's up to Derek. But we do. We honestly do. I can bring the example to the board. However, I will not hide from them my beliefs of your motivations as well.
Okay.
I personally don't want a
Cletus.
felon going through my belongings when I can't move under my own power. I don't know.
They don't. They would be fired
Well, I'm saying-
instantly.
I think
trust.
We have never once had that happen, and they would be fired for it. We still have standards here, Murphy.
Cletus.
I have a couple things to mention. One, to the gun plant point, like all that bullshit. Like Murphy said, it was it was at a time where we didn't have like the forensic shit that we needed to be able to follow up with that. Two,
Was it
I mean,
Adam?
there's obviously officer discretion that comes into play here. I think
I don't even know if
I've
he's still a
personally handled
doctor.
several cases where I've seen a gun planted on somebody, and it's pretty easy to tell. And it's not so much that you can tell that 100% they had a gun planted, or that 100% they had that gun, used it criminally, but there's enough reasonable doubt there that I personally, using officer discretion, wouldn't feel comfortable charging someone. So I don't really believe in the fear of having a gun planted on you. Can it happen?
Okay.
Yes, but I don't think you should be too worried about that. And
I appreciate that. Thank you.
yeah, to the mayor's point as well. I mean, I think having a felony or having no felons at all in the hospital, and having the job of a doctor be held in such high regard, absolutely justifies higher pay. Confined to the hospital, you have to keep a clean record. I mean, I think hell, I think y'all's pay should go way the hell up, in the long term.
Agreed.
Thank you. I appreciate you, Cornwall.
Yeah, dude, government pay should not be fucking
that's
hourly.
basically it.
Hourly.
And you can take that
I am-
to your superiors and
It
discuss.
is
like, you
so
come back with a
fucking
counter.
unbalanced in comparison.
I'm always
I will
open
absolutely do that.
for negotiations. As for EMS, their pay was docked because the person that they voted in to lead them has proven that whatever sort of hiring process is going on, he must not be involved in, or is involved in.
I believe
and
they
as
have a
res-
PNT that does it. I don't know who runs that though. I can look into it for you.
I need to meet with him so that he can tell me the precise particulars of why it's taking 3 weeks for someone to get an interview. Because the EMS are already so short-staffed that it should be an immediate issue that should have been resolved by him, that wasn't. And then the engine stuff, I was just like, listen, man, if like my child, my child in kindergarten could have figured out that if everyone came together and worked just a tiny little bit and contributed 45 minutes worth of pay to a mutual fund, that you guys could have solved your engine issue yourself.
Yeah, but that
Why are you
doesn't solve
complaining to
the
me?
issue.
Why are you asking
I
me
think.
for the 20th time for a state budget? It's not happening. It will never happen. It cannot happen.
Maybe if
And
it
that
was
is not
per
even
half
my decision.
hour, it would
To
be
be clear,
better.
I will back that up. In the discussion with him, I will make it clear
Yeah,
that
Max's
maybe
child
that
is
was
Sis.
my bad on not explaining that well enough when that change of power happened. I had many talks with Kiki about it, but
Yeah.
but I will reiterate that to them. To their credit, I can understand how a shared bank account might make that more easy to understand. I think he's struggling with trying to split his money and the
Yeah.
EMS is in one bank account.
That shit's
so that
fucked.
I could see, but yes, I understand it's a limitation right now.
The whole shared bank account shit is also like an aspect of like powers that judges should have that they cannot have, that
Right.
they would have if the business stuff was prepared. So I understand it requires a little extra work from him. The issue was that I didn't see that he was willing to do that work. And I was questioning, why are they the highest paid role in the city if they're not improving? I don't know. Yeah,
I can see your point. I do believe they are. And hopefully we can prove that to you. Obviously, I am more of an outside participant on this. But I've been trying to make an active point in discussing with mainly High Command and other members when I get the chance. Things seem good on our end. But I will happily discuss any concerns so we can figure that out.
I have one thing. Go ahead.
Oh, hold on. I wanted to thank. I wanted to thank Philippa for being reasonable. I know
I
we've had our
appreciate that. You as well.
disagreements. I want to state for the record that a long time ago, I learned that violence is not necessarily a solution to any quarrels that I might have experienced in the past, and that applies to the current day. I mean, none of you any harm or ill will, and I am trying to act and future proof for people who are going to come after us. That will always be my intention. And I'm sorry I was not as available as I likely should have been for you, Philippa.
I understand. It's okay. People get busy. Just glad we can discuss it now.
And I believe in 100% transparency. So that said, were we on you, Philippa, going around the table?
I believe so. Unless you have anything, Solomon. I don't think we were able to get to you yet.
No, I mean,
he was
like
just
I said, no,
observing.
I was, I had those two questions because they've been asked of me maybe 100 fucking times in the last week, and I needed to know what response I can give, what response I should give, and what the current stance is. Which I think, thank you, Mayor, for answering those as succinctly as you did.
Yeah.
So very much, Philippa, we are over to you.
Oh, wait. Actually, Cleese did say he had a point. What was that?
Oh, yes, go for it.
I wanted to ask, did Happy come to you about any other fundraising ideas other than putting together a fund?
Yes. We.
Sorry, she was.
It's all right. It's okay. I have discussed with a few of the EMS a couple different ideas.
Right.
We've done some. We've been able to raise 90K for them. I'm sure that heavily publicized by Gossip Gal. We have a little bit of extra cash that Happy had to convince me to give to the doctors because I felt so bad for them. So we've been giving out hourly bonuses to them based on the small amounts that we were given. And then EMS made 90 out of it. They are planning to do more as well.
Yeah, cool. I know Happy. I was talking to him, and Happy came to me with. He said they had ideas for like an ambulance race, and that's something the
Talk
PD
too
can,
fast for me to process what
help,
she just said.
Facilitate and kind of
so
stand
fucking
around and
tired.
set up barriers and stuff for. And there's like a date night auction, treasure hunt, hide and seek tournament, a triathlon. So on the EMS side of things, I know I'm not to just to add to what Cantor's saying.
Of course.
I know they were coming up with some more ideas to help fund on their own, which is I thought that was good to hear.
Absolutely. And just to round off this discussion before we move on, I have to do my due diligence and ask here: is it possible to, in the meantime, increase the pay of either factions? Specifically EMS, they do have far more costs than us.
I can raise EMS to 750 for now until
I
I can meet with
that.
Abby.
Thank you.
I'll do it right now.
Nice. Hey.
Hooray.
Fucking love that.
All right, good shit. See, that's what being proactive does.
There we are. Look at that progress.
All right.
People working together. That's wild.
Yeah, no, Happy. Hey, I was talking to Happy about it for a while, and he said he was going to come to you with his ideas too. He already had come to you with his ideas too. Sorry.
Yes. I hadn't heard of that one actually. But one of the EMS, Berrigan. Sorry if I'm pronouncing that wrong. I feel really bad. He has come up with a few different ideas that I've spoken with him about specifically. And yeah, I've offered to help. We were going to do a date auction, so I was going to throw myself in there. So I'm going to have a date with the healthcare liaison. Fuck it.
Well, there you go.
All right. Yeah. But we'll keep trying. I will do my best to make sure that they can afford those things out of their own pocket because I understand the state can't pay for it, and I will continue to back that up.
There we go.
Hell yeah.
Is what I'm
What
hearing.
happened?
It
I'm
all comes
literally,
down to communication and just people having a conversation. Is that what I'm hearing?
Wild.
Yeah, that's life.
Yeah.
Okay. Philippa, do you have
Okay.
anything you'd like to present?
Yes. Let me see here. Throw these in the MDT. You discussed transparency. I do have something I would like to propose for that. To
Sure.
be frank, not my idea initially. I was worked on by Nakota and Etta. However, since they are no longer here, I will bring it forward for them. Let me fill this in.
Okay.
There we are.
There it
in the City
is.
Council documents. The Economic Transparency and Tracking Act.
Is there a reason this wasn't in before the meeting?
I'll just kind of deciding what we have time for, what we want to get done. Didn't want to force anything if we ended up for hours here, just onboarding everyone, you know.
Yeah.
Is this it? Just one line?
Pretty much, yes. The proposal is essentially this. If we agree to it, it's not. It is just.
Well, TJ, this is actually a lot of words for Nakota and Etta, so I think it's actually a lot of words for them.
To be clear, we can expand on this and rework it if we want to. That's how we've done things many times in the past. If you would like to suggest things, sometimes we don't pass things
yeah.
until things are adjusted. So yeah, whatever you've got.
Let me take a stab at this over the next few days because I can work that into some of the other shit that I was talking about.
Sure,
Use my
perfect.
French.
Oh, that's all right.
I see it's being called the ETA Act. All right, fair
Yes.
enough.
Well, I do have a problem with that, and that's that a couple of months ago, Michael Simone already presented the Ego Act.
Where are we going with that one?
You think Etta has a giant ego of all people?
I don't know her enough well.
Oh god,
to
that
comment on
could have
that
been
one.
clever with the right person, but I don't know on that one.
All right. Let me take a look at this, and I'll actually
Sure. No, that's
flush
perfect.
this
Yeah.
out.
Yeah. Go ahead.
I'm
Take it and
a
run with
man
it.
of very, I don't know, a lot of guardrails more than anything else.
That's fair. Yeah, we can definitely do more with this. I brought it as is, so that we could discuss and work on. But absolutely. I'll say it seems like you have a lot of ideas, so we will rework it.
I will say, for the sake of, I've tried to make most, I've tried to make most changes public.
Sure.
And every time I adjust something, it is actually published in the newspaper.
Really?
Easy. I've never seen that.
Yeah,
I've seen it shows the
Bottom of the
taxes,
newspaper.
but I've never seen a change to the pay. See that is also part of this.
Well, I could actually go check right now. I'm not sure about the pay, but I know that the taxes, and
Right, the taxes are there.
The taxes and the pay are there. So there's two ways. There's
recently,
Yeah,
actually.
sure.
There's two.
Oh, is it? Okay.
There's two different pay changes I can do. One, the state has a base pay for them, and I can adjust it on a slider ish, for lack of a better word. Or in the case of EMS, doctors, PD, and I think one other one I can't really remember, I can actually set a numerical value. I'm gonna go check if that numerical value is in the newspaper.
Type 5.
Okay.
All right, this feels good. We're getting shit done.
Yeah, honestly, it's been quite
Loving
good.
this.
Can someone let me out?
Star Wars.
Yes,
Yeah,
of
I
course.
guess.
Thanks. Be back.
I'm quicker, huh?
Fine.
Which
All right, fair
doctor,
play.
by the way? I'm curious now. What Chatterbox was referencing there? Who is that?
What doctor kidnapped?
Yeah.
5 years ago.
Yeah.
That would have been Bundy's wife.
And Ursula, did you?
system, and then just had it dated, and then I don't know, ask Crane to give you publishing abilities so that you can push that forward.
That sounds perfect. You don't have to explain why. Don't worry. I'm not trying to push that.
Go.
Thanks.
Since we're, I'll leave the fun one to the end. For the
food,
serious
by the way?
discussions, just to do my
No,
due
I'm good.
diligence and vouch for what EMS are requesting. I'll give my 2 big disclaimers here, or 3, I guess. One, I know all of this is a discussion with John City, but I don't know them, so I'm gonna throw this in the void here to see if any of y'all can ask. They have a few things that they want in the future, and all I am asking for is a path forward for them on how they get it and how much it would be, if so. We're not asking the state to pay for it. We're not asking for it right now. I get that. However, their wants and needs currently are the ability to buy their own ambulances. I know we discussed that.
Is
And
this
so obviously,
specifically EMS requests?
Yes. The ability to
I'm
buy
gonna
their
write
own
it down.
ambulance is a request. Oh, perfect. Thank you. Yeah, take your time.
Hold on.
That one, I believe, would just benefit the state budget. I mean, because they'd be putting their own money back into it. They'd be paying for the repairs. So, if possible, makes a lot of sense to me. Also
Can I ask a
solves the
question with
issue
that?
of the go for it.
So, as you may be aware, about 5 years ago, I did steal back my car as I had paid
yes.
for it and was property
Yes, I remember that.
as my cruiser.
Right.
With the I mean, I would say, I'm guessing at this point is not property of them.
Yes, they're
And
all
then it goes back to the
currently.
state.
Actually, that's a good point. I would assume so. We could make it that way. I'm not sure how it's functioned for them in the past, but yes, it wouldn't make sense for them to be driving around ambulances if they quit.
The police department has a policy
Mhm.
where this actually might be Department of Justice. So Murphy might know about this. Police officers are allowed to drive decommissioned vehicles.
Mhm.
And the moment a crime is committed that isn't like a traffic infraction, it's just automatically seized by the state.
Okay.
So there is precedent there to allow for you guys to be like, okay, you're no longer an EMS. Your ambulance belongs to us now. Like
Okay.
that is totally possible.
That definitely makes sense, honestly. I think if they were just informed, hey, it's a risk you take. If you ever lose the position, you lose the ambulance. I to be honest, I think even driving it around without crime when you are not an EMS might be a little bit absurd. With a police car, at least it's an
Agreed.
actual car. An ambulance is a bit
Is
different. So
pretty
that's fair.
distinctly
Yeah,
an ambulance.
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, I'm for that. I
Okay.
will push that forward. What else?
Sounds great. So that was step number 1. The other one was the improved ambulances. I know at the start there was kind of a discussion about it. Currently, their ambulances do not have a lot of seats, and just frankly are not very good. They used to have far better ambulances. I know it was said someone was looking into shipping in better ambulances. I don't know if that's happened, but that would be great because what they have right now is pretty trash. If they could buy the better ones, even keep the shit ones shared, that would be great.
Good idea.
Okay. Then the other 2 are the big budget items. Is a fire truck and life flight. For those, it is simply, is it possible? And if so, how much do they have to save up?
Okay.
Yeah, that is it. I appreciate you writing those down. That's great.
I heard that the police department acquired a piece of equipment today.
Wait, really?
we
What
did.
they get?
3 of them.
Wait, huh?
3 of them.
3
No,
Wow.
no,
Wait,
no.
hold
We had
on. What?
from my, as far as I understand, it was a rental.
Okay, okay. No, that actually makes some sense. All right. Because yeah, we were told pretty clearly for EMS they had to save up the 8 million to get it.
Yeah, I think it'll be a little bit cheaper.
Okay, fuck yeah. Hey, that's great. I mean,
But as
it
far
sounds
as
like
I
EMS
know,
would be willing to save up too, so that's okay. But yeah, what you got?
yeah. I mean, hell, I think EMS is. I think them getting live flat would be fantastic. Hopefully, just around the corner, seeing as how we got Air One now. And
Yeah,
even
that's a good
if it's a
start.
rental, right? Even if we got
Yeah,
a rental.
of course. I know any progress on that would mean a lot for them. I get quite a lot of questions.
I do have something about the improved ambulances actually.
Sure. Yeah, what you got?
Hold on just a moment.
Okay.
I guess Mike went ahead and pushed through the 6-seater ambulances.
Okay.
There just needs to be one more thing done on the back end so that they're available, and I think they will be replacing the 4-seater ones, unless
That's
I'm
great
mistaken.
too. That would help. Okay.
All right, great.
That's
In
perfect.
the meantime, myself and Ruby York, we're working with Happy to get them a scout that we have parked inside their.
Yes, I do believe they have that already. That was what they put the 90K towards, I believe, or at least a portion of it.
That's for mountain
that they
rescues,
can-
right?
Yes, I believe it's a cert that they have, so they do not use it for every call all the time. But it is
What?
to get into those trickier to reach spaces.
That's
I will
not the
say
that's not the
car
right
car
math.
Is way better at scaling a mountain than the Scout is.
I thought that at first. Someone in PD explained it would be the scout, so I think they went in and asked about both.
Yeah, I
guess they
rode
landed
with
on the
both of them,
scout.
and
Yeah.
I rode with both of them, and he chose the scout. So
Okay, there you go. Maybe they'll buy another one later down the line.
Yeah. Once again, I'm super stoked that we are finding solutions that we are able to do without sucking at
Ambulance
the
only
teat
has
of the
2
federal
seats in the
government. That's a
back
good
and
example.
then 2 seats in the front.
Yeah, honestly,
This would
I'm
be
happy to help
4
them
seats in
continue
the
to do
back.
that. I know how it works with the state budget, and we'll get it done.
it's been a hell of a meeting so far.
Okay. Yeah.
Speaking of which, Cletus, you got anything to present?
I had one more actually, if that's okay. My
yeah,
fun
yeah,
one.
yeah,
To break the tension on things. This is just kind of, this is a vibe check thing. I didn't put this one in on purpose because I want to see y'all's opinions in person.
Okay.
Let me grab here. This is a proposal for a charge similar to a drip act.
Okay.
There it is. Charge, not act. That is punished only with a fine and not a time.
Oh my god. I would fucking love you for this one.
Right?
I was going to propose a horny tax, so I am.
See, that's what it is. It's a horny tax.
That's essentially what it is.
Look, I have actually, I was called by 2 different people before this meeting, asking to be able to murder people who do this. Like people people be posting shit on Twitter like, "Oh, my pussy's so wet." Ooh,
Yep.
ooh,
Yeah,
my
all the
dad."
time.
That shit's disgusting, and also it probably stank.
Yeah.
I'm for it.
Can we call it the Who Asked Act?
Please.
That's not a bad one either. I quite like my name I came up with though. It's just since it's just a charge, it's just enforced respectful posting. Or ERP.
I'm for it. I found out that I have the ability to potentially ban people from Twitter.
Oh, God bless. It can be a 1K fine and the mayor bans you.
For like a month, for like a week or a month.
Yeah.
Oh shit!
You would have hated me 5 years ago.
You would have banned Swatter Warrior TJ.
Oh, you weren't
second.
posting fucking weirdly sexual shit on your fucking social media.
No, it wasn't that.
No, it was just other stuff.
Very political.
Yeah.
Yeah, I hate excessive romantic betrayal.
Hell yeah.
So what we do for stuff that Philippa just presented, we will typically sort of vote now, and I'm for it, and then we can go to my left to TJ.
Well, let me look at the different fines real quick. Is that like in line?
I just put it at 1K along with like the drip act and stuff, so it's it's a bit of a slap on the wrist, but it adds up. You know, it adds up.
I think so. This is something that Alan was talking about having to go do. I don't know if he's done it yet.
Mhm.
To kind of reassess the penal code. I would say that this fine right here is probably within that vision.
Perfect.
For sure.
All right, yeah, because we got arson for literally letting $188 more.
Yeah, some are a little bit. But this one's also no jail time, right? So that's the conversation. It's nothing like that. It's purely the fun.
Yeah. So how do you feel, DJ?
Give me a little bit. Go to the next one. I'm not against
Sure.
it. I just want to think about the anything else to add to it or not. So
Solid.
we'll go down the line.
Yes.
Okay.
Perfect.
Cantor?
Definitely yes.
Cletus?
Absolutely.
Bro?
Yes.
I mean, I am a sucker for free speech. That's the thing.
Mm-hmm.
I'm kind of two minds about this. Like, I find it fucking obnoxious as the next person. I'm totally in agreement, but I got to think First Amendment, Fourth Estate. Let's say Ursula over there wants to write a news story about some people fucking. Now she's getting $1,000 fine by some cop who's got a problem with Ursula, and now we're having to deal with that. So I'm thinking about that a little bit, how it could be misused. I'm kind of like a no, but keep cooking on this.
It's not a big fine. It's not a felony. It wouldn't disqualify anyone from anything.
Should be a felony.
It's always
fair.
a series of small justifications that leads to the worst possible outcome, though. It's always someone who says, "Oh, it's not a big deal," that creates a slippery slope. So just
Fair.
legally, I'm not a fan of suppressing free speech.
Okay.
That's fair. I am in favor of suppressing this kind of speech.
Same. And he
Look-
says overtly, so it can be argued in court if someone thinks that theirs was reasonable. I suppose.
Yeah.
I am in favor of arguing things in court, though.
Yeah, exactly. I very specifically left it vague enough they can, so judges can have fun looking at horny posts.
If you put in there that say that can be appealed by judges and determine ERP.
I mean, we could
in
write that
there-
if you want.
I think it's
if it
applied.
is appropriate.
Okay. Mhm.
Crane, please let me do this.
You are a no then, Murphy? As written right now? It's okay if you are. I see your point. I see your point.
If we're voting on it right now, I'm a no. But I'm
Okay.
like not. I'm not like ultimately against like curbing that somehow.
Okay.
Yeah, that's all right. We can always adjust it later as well if we find this in its current form isn't working.
I'm with you in spirit.
Okay.
Siobhan?
I'm reminded of the great SCOTUS opinion once that if something is funny versus overtly sexual, that the smell test, I'll know it when I see it, right? Sort of thing. I'm
listen, if that
confident in the
shit's that
judiciary's
wet-
ability to adjudicate, speech in that regard. So yeah.
Same. Okay. So it passes. Can you edit the title, Philippa, to say pass and write
Sorry,
down
was
who
Shavana,
who
yes?
voted yes and who voted no and who abstained and whatnot at the bottom?
Okay. So it's only a no from Murphy, right? Or
fuck, TJ. Wait, what's your final vote?
I would put it more as an abstain for right now.
Okay.
I'm not a yes or no. I like it, but I think that there should be some parameters around it outside of just that.
Fair. So we got 2 abstains and Crane and TJ. We got 1 no from Mr. Braun, and then we have yeses for the rest of us.
Perfect.
Okay.
There was one thing. Someone added twatter in here. I was gonna leave that off so it could apply to the lemon list and things. If they try
Oh.
to get smart with it. Yeah.
That was me actually. Hang on.
Yeah.
Well, it ain't abstaining a yes?
No.
Isn't that where
No.
abstinence comes from?
No.
Wait, I think that's the opposite.
What?
I think they're
I mean,
saying
yeah,
no.
abstinence does come from like abstaining, but it's not. Those are
Oh,
different. Those are
I got
different.
confused. Okay.
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 Cletus, you got anything you want to present?
I have a couple things to talk about.
Sure. Actually, break time.
Yeah, fair.
Okay.
5 minutes.
Break time. 5 minutes.
I know this is going to be a
by
big
the way,
one. So.
Mickey just said his pussy's in his
Oh,
bio,
not really,
so
actually.
you can
Oh
find
my
him at
God.
$1,000.
Get him now.
What happens if you
Oh, what about
retweet
the
it?
people retweeting?
Yeah.
That's a good question. Could be argued in court. It can be
Retweets don't
argued in
necessarily
court.
equal
Technically,
endorsements.
technically, they're an accomplice too.
They're an
I think
accomplice
retweet should
to
either
it.
be twice as much money or half as much money, depending how you look at it.
I think
You're
half as
spreading
much.
it, so it's actually worse.
I think
But you're not the
accomplice to ERP
originator,
is
so
pretty hilarious. I'm
it's
down for
not
that.
as
So what's the half-life of a twat?
12 hours.
Okay. So. Okay. Actually, yeah, that's true. It is. Okay.
Yeah, I guess so.
Quite literally.
Sorry, guys, can't help myself. It's my job.
No, of course, that's hilarious.
No, that's
Great
appropriate.
timing after the Mickey post too.
Oh,
Mhm.
the mayor said that you can add me to the email.
Oh, fuck yeah.
Yeah, if you can
That
do
might
it.
be a crane
If
thing
you
to try.
can't, yeah. That way, next time this happens, I'll actually know.
Actually, please make sure I don't forget. We will ask Max if he's okay with Alex getting the same. 'Cause she also has no clue when this happens.
Yeah, Alex. I'm sure he'll be okay with Alex.
Yeah, I
He'll
go
be in
off
in a
of late
second.
night conversations.
Yeah,
That's hilarious. I'm so sorry.
it's okay. My only frustration is that I don't know if I'll actually get decent footage from Jacob.
I got you. Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, like
Yeah, I'm
there are
so
other
sorry. I
people
tried to
know
call
that
you,
are,
but it
like,
was late notice.
Yeah, I was. I might have been in the city, but I was not paying attention to anything. Who's calling me?
I'm just gonna send it to you, Alex. I think
That was,
I'm sure everyone will be fine with it. You're pretty much trusted almost as much as a judge anyway. I don't think Crane will disagree.
Yeah, it was more of an ad, if anything. It wasn't really
Hello?
horny Twitter post. She wasn't going out there saying, I need fucking goth girl to fuck right now or something like that.
Do we have an espresso machine in this building?
Yeah.
Actually, yeah, I think so.
Wait, do we? Oh,
Front
that was
desk.
Yeah,
genuine.
I think
Front
downstairs.
desk? Okay. I'm going.
Make the walk. That'll wake you up.
Archie is very disappointed he can't ERP anymore.
No one wanted to with him anyway.
Exactly. Do retweets count?
We have left it at ambiguous, could be argued in court.
Got it. Thank you.
Yep. I would lean towards no. I assume a judge would too, to be honest.
Oh, my
but
goodness.
hey, if they disagree, there you are.
Or they really hate you.
Yeah, when they really hate you, I suppose.
That was a black screen.
Where's our fishing? God damn it.
I know. Where's our trains to Polito?
Trains to Polito.
Michael's a
You'd
very
have to
talented
ask
man. I
Michael
thought he
about
was
that.
a,
You'd
I
have
thought
to
he was
ask
a
Michael.
professional fisherman. Because he showed he couldn't, work on vehicles since he never got those trains working. Yet now he's working on the ambulances. I don't know. Maybe he should just pick a lane. So he's got to pick what he's good at. He wasn't pharmaceuticals because he lost that. I'm kidding on that one. I loved his company.
Hey, Dr. Cantor,
Yeah.
what's y'all's pay now?
500.
Doctor pay?
Yes, 500 for us, and yes. They just have more to pay for. So when I'm put in that situation, I'll advocate for them over us. Yeah.
I'm just taking notes on some.
Yeah. No, that's fair.
So how are you doing today, Ursula?
Yeah, I'm good. How are you?
Wonderful.
I woke up late and then felt like I had to deal with landlord issues. Those
Oh,
apartments,
boy.
they ain't as free as they say they are. That's
No,
all
they
I'm gonna
really
say.
aren't. Those bills,
Yeah.
man, they're crazy.
Yeah.
If there's ever anything that could be replaced by AI, it could be a fucking landlord. I'd rather just deal with a machine. Whole ass person in your life that is just fucking you give them money.
Hey, how many weapons licenses are sold today? In y'all's experience in the DOJ?
Like
two? Like an average day?
2.
Yeah, one or two. Maybe if pending availability, like an outlier in the next storm.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's really not that common. Like a lot of the G6 regulars and people like that who stay clean and will have had the money for that. They got them long ago, or decided just not to bother.
Okay.
Yeah, it's pretty rare.
Okay.
My email was so clean and now it's no longer.
I think I know why you're asking too, Cornwood, just because I know the way your fucking mind works by now.
You probably do actually.
You're thinking about bullets.
I think about everything.
Welcome back, Solid.
Thank you. I gave up on the espresso, but I have got rum.
Hey, you know
There you
what?
go.
We're nearing the end, so fuck it. Have fun.
You say that.
Hello.
We'll see. We'll see.
Oh, you think there's water in this water bottle?
I wasn't going to say anything. I just was going to assume we were of the same.
Alex, do you have any more food? Yo, hook a brother up.
There was a time where allegedly Michael Simone went around and gave us all moonshine. You know what? Obviously, allegedly. It helped. It helped.
You drink?
No, I'm good.
Allegedly.
Oh,
Allegedly.
cunt.
They are. I know. You get used to it, but
Chairs are a
yeah.
cunt. Well, okay. Just sit down.
No, they are.
Oh, don't.
They are. No, these chairs are a
Yeah.
cunt.
Don't you fucking start with me.
Just sit down. Sit down.
Oh, look, he did it. Look at that.
Half the time it's like super easy. Then the other half it's like, what the fuck?
The other half of the time, I'm about to sit down on the table.
All right, we all aware in here, everyone?
Yes.
Where?
Yes.
Cletus?
Cletus!
You all right? No, sorry. I fell
Hungry?
asleep. No, I just fell asleep. Okay.
Yeah, time to wake up.
Court. What are we doing?
Not court, Cletus.
Council's
It's your
back in
turn.
session.
Yep.
Oh.
Yeah. What do you got, bud?
Okay. So I have a few things. Mostly some small notes.
Well, that burger didn't fucking.
How do y'all feel about
the
PD
fucking food
vehicles
court items suck. What the fuck?
and PD vehicles and ambulances not being allowed to be towed at all unless they're asked to be done so by police officer or EMS?
So what's historically been happening?
So we've had
yeah, this has been happening.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We've had an issue with
Yeah, I just ate the
these
burger,
damn tow terrorists
and it didn't bring my
going
fucking
through and
meter up at all.
basically just at the second your lights are off for like literally 40 seconds, you go in, go out, and they start towing your shit. Just making the whole, like, maybe making it its own charge. You already can't boot them, right? But you can't boot at least a PD vehicle. But making it just completely illegal to tow the vehicle unless an officer asks you to, or an EMS.
And Kyle Pred is a
Oh, it's all
lawyer,
low
and he is going
quality,
to keep
that's why.
doing this until
Oh
something
yeah,
happens.
yeah. He stood there and explained to us why he should be able to tow ambulances out of the loading bay, which it was. He truly does believe his points, so this does need to be legislated to stop it.
Oh my god!
I mean, I can give you two examples of that. I was there, seeing a ambulance start getting towed out of the loading bay, and then I also, we were at a scene of a cash exchange
We're
robbery.
doing low quality, high quality again.
We had a news
That's
crew
gotta
show
be
up,
it.
and news crews trying to film, and we're interviewing the hostage, and news crews trying to talk to the police, see what happens. When we're cleaning up, right? The pursuit's going on elsewhere, and then we have people attaching, and we had a I believe it was Declan Crane went and just flipped off the lights for just a second so that, just as a courtesy to the other folks in the area, to not block traffic from them locals, and to make sure that the news crew could film with good lighting and whatnot. And then all of a sudden it turned into some shit where a tow truck driver came by and right in front of us started trying to tow the shit. It's like, hold on now. Now, legally, he's within his right to do that because, technically it was parked illegally and it didn't have its lights on.
Who the fuck is trying to call me right now?
It's a common sense sort of thing. So if we just have it in legislation, same goes for ambulances. How do y'all? I mean, that's pretty much it. How do y'all feel about it? Is that something that y'all think would be reasonable to pass?
I kind of, it is an issue. It's become an issue. There are, I guess, extremely fringe circumstances where vehicles should be towed, even though they're government workers. My light concern, just to devil's advocate on things, would be: would this allow people who drive government vehicles to just not give a fuck and do dumb shit? I would hope anyone hired to these positions wouldn't, though. So I am in general on board, but just got to bring up the potential there.
I've got some perspective here, and have had some engagement with this. I had a bench trial where basically Kyle Pred had towed a police vehicle from within the motor pool area of PD from this like yellow marked area, and basically like they were never he was never trespassed by the officers who were there, so I didn't find him guilty on it, right? Because they never like gave him like a lawful order of any kind. They were just like, please stop, and I'm like, okay, well, maybe put your big boy pants on and say, hey, get the fuck off of PD property, we're trespassing you, get away from our car, something like that. So in the sense of like making it clear that if the owner of the PD vehicle comes up to you and says, hey, get away from my car, that's a lawful order that has been issued that needs to be fucking acknowledged. I'm good with that, but like there are several circumstances I could think of where there's an abandoned PD vehicle in the street that should otherwise just be dealt with. You know what I'm saying? Like if there's an absence of officers, right? It needs whatever gets discussed needs to account for that, because that should not fall into the wrong hands out of negligence due to anything we put forward. Sorry,
Thoughts on on that side is that you guys do have kind of a method already to defer this from happening, and just keeping the lights on per se, right?
Yeah, but what we were talking about is turning the lights off because we needed to clear traffic as we were doing cleanup for a scene.
Hmm.
Yeah, and then the ambulance example as well, right? Like, do they have their lights on any second they're parked up waiting? That
Yeah, I mean
it gets a little obnoxious.
I mean the bottom line is our job is to do what? Is to protect people, right? Keep people safe. And when it gets to the point where if keeping my lights on is going to cause more harm and going to keep less people safe, then yeah, I should flip them off, let traffic clear before I turn them back on. Right? Because now all of a sudden I know there's at least one active pursuit going on because the pursuit has left the robbery. We're doing cleanup of the original scene. And then now if they come back around and there's a bunch of cars piled up, I mean, it's very easy to see a world where this guy comes back into a pursuit. Or the pursuit comes back around across the scene, crashed into a bunch of cars. You got this big ass pile up. Civilians are hurt. There's a damn fire. Who knows if there's a damn tanker that comes by? I mean, it's just a disaster waiting to happen.
So let me make a quick suggestion with this, and I agree with what you're saying that because a lot of the population we have out here is uncontrollable around lights and sirens at times. They just love to rubberneck, right?
Well,
and I don't want to like explicitly say no, but if you are in the vicinity of the vehicle, then I think that you should not have it towed, right? So not that you're completely exempt for it, but if you're in the vicinity, they should still, yes, have to confirm with you. If it's abandoned, that's fine, right? But I don't think they should be doing it, at least if you're next to it.
Okay. So at least there's a communication with the police officer.
Correct. Or they should 311, can I tow this?
And then what would be a
That's not
reasonable amount of time
terrible.
to not get a response? Like 2 minutes, 1
I
minute?
have no idea. I mean, that's up to y'all. I don't know what y'all's
I mean, I'm
311 like response times are.
I mean, I'm pretty aggressive about that shit. I mean, I would say 1 minute personally, but maybe 2 minutes is
Don't
more
forget
reasonable. I don't
about
know.
my appeal if you guys
Holy
could
Oh
shit!
my
Why is he still
Oh my
there?
god.
Somebody-
Oh no.
How is he back?
Not it.
It's probably from the. Could it be from the bench trial downstairs?
You know what? That some bitch's voices finds a way to carry. It probably is.
Maybe.
Why the fuck is Bobby Charles phoning me?
Oh my god.
No, he is outside. I hear
What the fuck
footsteps.
do you want?
Oh.
No, I'm in the fucking council meeting. I'm not bringing up your appeal panel, you bellend. I'm in the middle of a fucking meeting. Sorry about that.
Your Bobby Charles calls have already started.
Oh, they've never stopped.
I'm sorry for you. It'll get worse.
So, let me make a quick note. It's going to get worse before it gets better. Okay, thank you.
But yeah,
I'm-
absolutely.
I've kinda spaced out a little bit on this
again,
one.
Just to echo what's already been said, it should be very clear it's a lawful order if a cop says "get away from my car." Period.
Absolutely.
And if they fail to comply, I think at that point you're doing criminal negligence and intentionally hindering the administration of justice. I would say that you could get them with obstruction if you wanted to, misdemeanor obstruction. Like there's tools already within a police officer's arsenal to address these issues.
Okay. So I'll get something written up. Maybe we can set a legislation for that. And there's some sort of penalty if they tow it without any sort of communication.
Yeah, drop something up. We
Okay.
can look at
I'll
that
work on
next
something for the future.
meeting.
Next one. Yeah, we'll work on that next time.
Cool.
Questions I've had from within the PD. People have asked a lot about weapons licenses, guns, any sort of registering of DNA when getting a weapons license. Is that
Like-
do y'all think that would be reasonable?
No.
Okay.
No.
No.
Simple.
No.
Okay. All good. I'm all good on that. I just thought just doing right by my people.
Well, that's
and
fair. I
let them
know.
I asked the question.
I know Dakota brought a similar thing to me, and wanted government employees to have DNA on file. I understand from the PD side, it makes things significantly easier. So I do sympathize with that. But I have heard many a concern of government employees not wanting that.
Okay. For the record, I do agree. Just doing right by my folks.
That's fair. That's fair.
Other questions were any sort of like voluntary gun registry when getting a weapons license. Would that be deemed acceptable in y'all's eyes if the PD had at least a voluntary gun registry where folks could officially come voluntarily register their guns whenever they get their weapons license?
I think if we maybe entertain a discount on that weapon license, if they're doing that.
That wouldn't be terrible. If they
Good
can-
idea.
Because that is an option, right?
Pretty
Yeah,
decent.
yeah. What's up, Alex?
So Slacks was supposed to do this whole weapons license training class where that was supposed to happen, and they would. And
Remember
there's
hearing
been no
something about that
word
6
about
weeks
that. Yeah, there's been no word on whether he's even like made a move to start that or not.
Like
Well,
firearms instruction course, right?
Yeah.
So that actually leads to my next point. How do y'all feel about requiring a firearms training with a police officer that has to sign off on it?
Well, the idea of it was supposed to be that they would get a discount if they went through that firearms training course. Like that was
I like
supposed
a
to be the whole
discount if
appeal
you
of
get
it.
it. Yeah, that's
And it's already
that's
been
not
approved
bad.
too.
But if we have a discount here, well, the problem for the PD now is
Hmm.
if there's a discount on the weapons license, then we have to take an officer to do firearms training, and we have to pull him off patrol, and we have to have him doing paperwork and stuff. Not, I mean, not just paperwork, but actually doing training of a civilian. And our patrol, just full transparency, can be kind of weak at times. And I know it's not many people a day getting weapons licenses, but I think there needs to be something for the PD as well, as far as having like a firearms training. I think the PD should be getting paid as part of their
yeah.
budget or something. If there's
Agree.
like I think there needs to be something there.
Also, additionally, the officer who was going to be doing that training was supposed to get the other part of that cut. So that discount, they would be getting that discount essentially.
Sorry, can you repeat that one more time? My hearing aids were.
So a regular weapons license is 25,000. It would be reduced down to 20,000 if they took the class, but the person who would be training that or them on that would be getting that $5,000 that from the top.
Okay, so then where does the discount come in for the?
So when they are charged for the weapons license, they would be paying 20,000, and then the officer who would train them would receive 5,000 upon
From who?
verification. The state.
Okay, so would that be something that goes to TJ? So how would we get the 5,000 per firearms training?
As in you administering it?
Yeah,
Sorry.
let's say I administer firearms training. They are charged $20,000, and then they get discounted 5,000, and then an additional 5,000 is then given to the officer.
That 5,000 that wasn't charged to them is given to the officer upon verification. There was supposed to be a contract involved that would prove that that officer did that, and if it was on the list of approved officers from Slacks, it would be okay for them to get that money from. I imagine it would be like somebody like Crane paying them out, or I guess TJ.
Yeah, so I have no problem doing that on like a weekly basis. If that's what the council decides that they want to do for all that, I have no problem being able to do that. All you had to do is just slowly send me if y'all got a document, spreadsheet, something, whatever it is. Sorry, I'm a spreadsheet guy, so it's keeping it organized. And
Bobby Charles, if you call one more member of this council, I'm going to tell the mayor to disband DOC forever. Okay, leave us alone.
Oh,
Yeah.
good one. That's
The only
smart.
problem with that is Slacks has made like zero effort to actually like put together something.
Well, Barnwood, do you have anyone else that could possibly run that?
Here's what I suggest.
I'll do it.
Yeah.
There you go.
Cletus.
Yeah.
That's simple as that.
Okay. Slacks, for the record, Slacks has spoken with me about it. Like he said he's had this idea for a while, so it's not like he just kept it to himself. But this is a continuation of his original idea that I was expanding upon. But I can handle it.
I think it could do to be simplified a little bit in order to be more effective, but overall, I think it's a good idea. And
Okay.
at the end of the day, it's like a luxury discount thing, so it can be a little complicated.
Okay. So I'll write up a proper legislation for that. And we can work on that for. I mean, is that the appropriate way to do this? I mean, should I have something written up for our next meeting for this, or should we just start working on this right away? Okay. Next thing, and there's a lot of stuff I don't have anything written up beforehand because it's my first meeting here. I want to make sure just ask first and get stuff figured out. Next bullet point. I want to work on a legislation. Excuse me.
Oh God, I thought it was
This
gonna say
was
registration.
this was
I got
a
concerned
thing
more
that was
moms.
approved.
Regulated protection checks. Okay. Now this regulated protection check would make it illegal to ride a motorcycle without a helmet. We've had a lot of people
We've
having.
actually brought that up here before. It
Oh,
got
really?
shut
Okay.
down, but this is a new administration, so maybe.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's been incredibly dangerous. Seeing folks flying around 170 miles an hour, they don't got helmets on. Some guys got a damn cloth mask on. We know masks don't do shit in the first place. Why are you wearing it, right? There's some officers that came up with the idea. Hey, if you're riding a motorcycle, shouldn't you be wearing a helmet in the first place? So, yeah. There's that as well. Do y'all feel? How do y'all feel about that?
I'll be honest. What's the benefit to making it illegal to have a no helmet on a bike? Like, what is the goal of this legislation?
To
well, I mean, it's for their health,
show both
right?
sides.
Right.
It's for their health, and
let's
also
be honest. You come
that
flying off a
money goes
bike,
to the
and
state
I say
account.
this as someone who has a bike,
Sure,
and regularly wear a helmet. In fact, I never ride it without a helmet. You fly off that bike, I'm going to hospital either fucking way. But what is the legislation's actual purpose? Is it to generate additional income, or is it to mandate safety?
A bit of both. It still could help, right? You might get fucked up coming off that bike either way, but protecting your head is important.
Yeah,
I mean, ultimately, like, I mean, that would come down to personal. If someone chooses not to wear a helmet, they're going to get fucked up. That's on them.
Only the Fonz looks cool on a motorcycle without a helmet on, and
Yeah,
he
I mean,
still wears a motorcycle helmet half the time.
I agree, is a safety concern. Do I think it needs legislation? No.
Yeah, I mean, the main points being the safety in general, having the. I mean, if we can reduce some of the foot traffic in the hospital, given the maybe lighter numbers at times, right?
But my point being, you won't. Mandating helmets won't reduce injuries from motorcycle incidents.
Okay.
Again, own a bike, wear a helmet every time, and I'm in hospital a lot.
Okay. The next point, I think this is a Chief Justice Crane thing. I got two more points that are probably Chief Justice Crane things, but the attempted murder of a government employee.
Hold on.
Cletus.
One method, or not method, protocol is we like to discuss stuff here, and if you still feel strongly about something, even if your discussion has been negative or you've received pushback, like in the form of Solomon, which is totally valid, you can still put something to a vote if you feel like that it should be done.
I need to start dating my fucking notes more too, because I have no idea when I actually made this.
Okay. Yeah, I'd like to hear everybody on the motorcycle helmets, because, like, honestly, I don't see a problem with it. I think it's one of those things, one of those small things that could really be a boon when there's not a lot of enforcement opportunities. See someone on a motorcycle without a helmet, get a chance to pull them over, see what they're up to. Give them a little citation, maybe even just give them a warning. But I don't see the harm, or even how it could possibly be misused overwhelmingly.
I will say that my wife and I, we voted for the Drip Act. We voted for, there's one other uniform-esque one or whatever.
Vehicle mandate.
There probably is.
Yeah. and it would be in line.
I mean, there is.
For
I
us to
just
vote
have
on
to.
something like this as well. So we would vote yes on this.
I always wear a helmet.
But it might
Helmet saves my life.
change.
I'm too scared to ride a bike.
That's
What about
because
you?
you see us when we come in from falling off of.
That's true. I
ours.
do see them injured, so I can at least vouch
So-
for that. I see many injuries because
What
of
do
these
you think?
damn
What do you think,
things.
TJ?
So few thoughts with this. As someone that has been subject in the past to what used to be the mask mandate, and how that can be a thing. The option to wear a helmet.
Yeah, if I edit it, it
I'm
changes the
indifferent with
date.
it. I do think if even at low speeds,
is it
if
going
that has a possibility
to
of saving someone, then
freeze of
that's
it?
better for sure.
I believe it does in that
Oh
front.
yeah,
yeah.
March 12th, 20.
On the other side, yeah, it will probably kill you if you're going, at 80, 90 miles an hour. That's not a problem. I do think it is an opportunity for PD to have a conversation with someone about it. Do I think it should automatically go to a fine? Probably not, but I'm not opposed to it. I think it should just be like a reminder, wear a bike, kids, or wear a helmet, kids, that type of shit. Sorry, I'm on like
This
4
is
hours of sleep.
old. I'm not. Oh,
Thank
yeah,
you,
I
thank
can
you both
hover
for
it.
being here. By the way, I know this is
Yeah.
a hard time.
Yeah,
I'm fucking dumb.
also
I'm
put
so
some points,
fucking
so-
dumb.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
So
What about with scooters though?
Oh, fuck
I mean,
those
it's
guys.
still technically
I'm tired,
I think it
chat.
would still.
I'm fucking
Yeah,
tired.
I think it's still
Alright.
counted if we were to do
Two-wheelers.
this. Yeah. You're still open to the risk of potentially being hit by another vehicle, for example, even if you're not going too fast.
Yeah, I mean, I would say. I was thinking maybe motorized two-wheeled vehicles. I mean, like a bicycle. And you could argue.
Forgetful.
I
Alright.
wouldn't care either way. But if y'all want to add bicycles to that,
No.
I think bicycle might be a bit overkill. Yeah.
okay.
I can see that. But yeah.
Though,
Cleus,
to
can
be
you-
fair, a
can you-
bike
can you-
is still considered an automotive.
So
Can you make a council document outlining like what this would look like in the penal code and stuff? Like, can you write up a brief description? Sort of like what Cantor did with the that was you, right? The fucking
one?
the ERP one? Yeah.
Oh yes, yeah. Mhm.
Similar to that. And kind of like write how you think it should read. I mean, ultimately, that's an important thing to actually mention. The Chief Justice holds sole purview over the penal code and allows the Council of Eight, depending on his mood. Well, actually, he's been pretty reasonable about hearing us.
Yeah, he's been really nice.
Making changes to the penal code. Ultimately, it's his final purview. So what we do is we make suggestions, and then he will let us vote on it, and blah blah blah. Moving forward, and I don't want to say this to discourage anybody. One mistake I think that we made in the first council is that we focused a lot on trying to make adjustments to the penal code as opposed to innovating, I suppose. That said, Cletus, you're a cop, so even in Dakota's case, I will give him a pass for suggesting changes to the penal code because you deal so heavily with the penal code that this is something relevant to the police department, blah blah blah, so on and so forth. This is just a general reminder that moving forward, the penal code can be a low hanging fruit. Let's try to aim for the higher ones. That said, I super want to vote yes on this, and if you can get something written up, then we can do a vote right now.
Okay. I got it in there right now. The rider protection check. It is illegal to ride a motorcycle, ATV, or other cabinless vehicle without a helmet. The helmet does not have to be worn if the motorcycle or if the vehicle is not in motion.
Okay.
Oh, I love that actually.
What do you think for a fine?
I don't think it needs to be a big fine. Maybe, yeah, 250. 250 is good.
Is there a
200?
way we can require that the rider be issued a warning prior to beginning a citation? Is that even possible with our tag system and all that? Like in terms of Because I know I've been given a warning and it's shown up in my MDT is why I'm at.
They do that for traffic stops.
We do have traffic warnings. There's a tag for traffic warnings. If we add a rider protection check tag, we could do that.
I'm literally just listening to a random playlist, so I have
And
some
then
like
this does
background
not
music
include
for myself.
bicycles into the thing you just so.
Oh yeah, good point. Good point.
Okay, so $200 fine.
Yeah, I think $200 fine. Maybe no jail time, 1 point on your record.
You what? I don't know. I don't know if we should do.
I don't know about points.
It's not even.
You don't want to
like
do
maybe
point?
not
Okay.
vehicle points, maybe head point.
Okay, no, that's fine.
He means license points.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
yeah,
know.
I was-
I'm
yeah, I
making
was
a
talking
joke.
about-
It's like maybe
Oh.
not points on your
Oh,
license,
oh.
but points on your fucking dome piece protection. I don't know.
Yeah.
When this is brought forth, Cleese can definitely put forward that issuing a warning first. Like this is like literally
That's
this
like a discretion thing.
yeah, it's discretion, and this is also traffic law stuff essentially, which a lot of officer discretion is already exercised there, usually for the good of the person that they're pulling over. Like they'll warn them for speeding, so on and so forth. And just as long as Cleese is able to demonstrate, hey, this is just another addition to traffic law, then I think pretty sure that police will get the memo and issue a warning for this.
I suspect Crane will know exactly what time it is too, and he'll be good with it.
So I'm going to change one more thing here. It is
Okay.
illegal to. Now, how do y'all want to approach this? It is illegal to ride or operate a motorcycle, or it is illegal to operate or have a passenger in a motorcycle. Is the driver going to be getting
Oh my
fined for both of
God.
them?
Nah.
Okay,
Good
so case by
question,
case.
Cornwood. That's a great question.
The responsibility is on the person that chose not to wear a helmet, so you would be issuing the fine to the person that doesn't have the helmet on, right?
Okay, so it is illegal to operate or ride a motorcycle, ATV, or other cableless vehicle without a helmet.
Sounds good.
Here's the thing, Cornwood, is you cannot, at least currently, you cannot, as the owner of the motorcycle, make sure or ensure, right, that like you have an extra helmet for a passenger.
Yeah, no, good point.
How?
good
How?
point.
How? You can't mechanically do
Yeah,
that
I like
anymore.
that.
What the fuck?
Okay, I put motorized cabinless vehicle. Just to
Perfect.
yeah,
Okay.
I think that's good.
Okay. No.
What?
What happened? I have it. Did you lose it? Oh, is he going to bed? Did he pass out?
I think so.
All right, Max. We'll wait a minute.
That did sound like a Wilhelm.
Oh. Oh, that was everybody. You know what that mean? It's time to suffer, chat. The server full on crashed too. Oh, that's annoying. That's Stardew. God, I actually want to play that Kirby game really fucking bad. But I fucking hate my Switch games. That's Spider-Man too. Ooh, not the right one. That's Baldur's Gate. Actually, that might be Divinity. Rocket League. That Donkey Kong. Not 64. This Tropical Freeze. That Iron Man. That's not Iron Man. That's the Joker, baby. $1992. Look at how dumb Alex looks right now. Dude, everybody's just got so much better prior than me. It's not fair. Hat in Time. No, 2020? That's earlier. This is the Mario. This is the Super Mario HD collection. Somebody please type in Super Mario.
Hey.
Hi.
This is all Cornwood's fault. If he wasn't trying to do that RP check legislation.
So fucking true. That ain't Don't Starve. That's not Don't Starve's art style. That Undertale.
Pretty reliably cursed in that way.
I think it was everybody, my friend.
You're...
That's what I mean. Like,
Yeah.
much going on here.
Yes, that energy right now. Energy. That is Yo.
I work out.
I do too. I've just been smoking too much.
Yeah, y'all are
you're
smoking.
texting
Like I don't know.
Brasha.
Smoking kills. Hello. Please.
You're for a good time, not a long time.
I mean, I'm not sure I want that one to be the way I die.
Well, I'm not sure, like, being like, you know, basically just a bag of calcified bones, 100-year-old bones. It's too appealing either.
Well,
I like to split the difference. You know, I eat a salad, right? But then I smoke cigarettes. I'm trying to make it to 80, not to 100.
That's
Okay.
Castle Crashers.
I mean, what's ideal? You could go ahead. So your ideal number is 80. Siobhan, what's your ideal number?
I'm not sure exactly what my number is, but I'm scared that my body will become a prison for a demented mind, and I don't want that to happen.
That's not wrong.
I don't want to
Usually
live in
it's
a
mind or
prison.
body. One of those goes first.
That runs in me family,
Yeah.
so I am scared of that.
All right. So ideal number then.
Whenever that point is a greater risk. Before
right.
that point.
Gun to your head number.
Gun to my head number?
Yep.
Oh, I don't know. All the women in my family live for fucking ever. I'll probably live till I'm 99.
Your ideal,
fucking
not what other
curse.
people.
75.
All right. Fair enough.
75.
Maybe right around
That's
there.
lower
70,
than I thought.
75.
That's lower than I thought.
Yeah, I'm here for a good time, not a long time.
I'm actually gonna up mine
is a
to
long
85 because, like, you know, maybe I got unfinished business at 80, right? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
So, like,
yeah.
all I'm certain of is that nothing good happens after 85. There's too much bad, and nothing good is gonna keep me interested at that point. I'm broken down, right? You know, like, I'm taking like 40 pills in the morning. Fuck all that shit. I'm not gonna keep up with that.
Trails.
All right. That's
85.
fair.
Fuck that noise.
85 and done. Okay. All right. Fair.
And if you haven't done it by then, I'm sorry, but you're not going to do it. And you should have done it.
Oh wait, no, this is Grand Blue.
Just like,
there's no way.
What like the ideal lifespan is. It's a pretty morbid subject, but
TJ, you asked us. You gotta ask Solomon now.
Wait, no, it's too
Solomon,
late.
Your ideal time frame of life.
Oh.
How long? Give us a number. Give us a number. I don't know how old you are.
Shut up telling me what the
So you
game was
say
older. I gotta fucking guess.
1-5.
The
15
same
more?
fucking.
So you want?
I gotta guess on a game that's fucking
55, 60. Not when you're going, but
20
like
years
when you
older all
think
the
is, like,
time,
the opportune
or 20 years
moment to
younger.
When's your
check out.
ideal time? You know what I'm saying? Like for me, it's
Do
before
you
I
want to
get
live
dementia.
forever? Do you want to go out before you have problems?
Sakura Wars.
Everything starts going horrifically wrong.
I don't want to have a
manage
relationship
it
with
at
my
that point.
doctor, you know?
Yeah, I feel like
Yeah, that's
70,
fair, that's
75 is more accurate. Is like that's when you start to like, nah, there's no need.
You're on a first name basis with your doctor, you know, your specific parts doctors.
Wait, hey, how much do we get paid, City Council?
You know, that's a great question. Oh, Max, great timing.
I don't know.
What's up?
What'd you say, Corey?
I passed out, guys.
You asked how much we get paid.
No, we all did.
I think we all did.
Oh.
There must be carbon monoxide in this room.
Oh.
All you fuckers smoking.
There's carbon monoxide in this whole ass building. I swear. It's
That's
true.
actually true. Gordonwood was just asking how much we get. City Council gets paid.
What's the value on that again?
It's not enough. It's like 1,000 an hour before tax.
Are you guys proposing a pay raise for us?
That was a Cornwood question.
I wasn't asking about that.
Speak up, Cornwood.
Sorry,
I think
I was
Cornwood was just asking because he's new to the squad.
Yeah, I was just asking for knowledge because I signed into city council now. I was wondering if I should be signing as city council or police officer. But
Oh,
it's
'cause you
kind of
make more
I
as a
think it's
cop.
kind of up to you.
Yeah, it's kind of an odd thing, right? To have to.
He means in
Taking a
terms of
pay
how much
cut?
money he's making right now.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I
And
don't
Monster
really,
Hunter.
It's only a couple hours, right? I just want to be able to open the damn door and be able to do my police actions if I need to.
Yeah.
That's all I really care about.
Osvaldo immediately came up and told me he was running for mayor, by the way. I heard your conversation. He's doing great.
I ain't giving you guys that one.
Yeah.
Ain't no
He's
way.
doing more campaigning. Fuck it. I told him he could come talk to the doctor.
Ain't no way.
Yeah. I think he knows a lot of people on the street.
Oh, he does. Absolutely. He's quite popular. Oh, yeah.
I think he definitely has what it takes.
Who?
Oh, hell yeah. Okay.
Osvaldo.
He almost
did he
beat
get his
Lang a long
expungement?
time ago.
He actually
Wow.
did. It was very impressive. He said he's getting it now.
Nice.
He was
He's
a
been like
close second.
fundraising for that, throwing some really good events.
Just
Where
go
were
down
we
through
before
the
everyone
go
passed
down
out
through
due
the
to carbon
shooters.
monoxide poisoning?
Cornwood's
Helmets.
list
Oh.
of PD stuff.
Yeah, rider protection check.
Oh,
We
yeah,
did a
never
vote
mind.
for that. Did we actually? No, did we do a vote?
We didn't do a vote.
We didn't. We're starting a vote. I added one more thing. I said this doesn't apply to water vehicles, so you don't have to wear a helmet on a jet ski.
Oh yeah,
Okay.
that makes sense.
I mean, I think that covers all our bases.
Okay, so would you like to put it up for a vote?
Yeah, let's do it. Let's vote on it.
What do you vote?
I vote yes that that this does pass.
Mr. Braun?
Yay.
Miss Siobhan?
Yay.
Yay.
Yeah.
Nope.
Mr. Solomon?
No.
Okay. Miss
Yeah.
Cantor?
Yeah, fine with me.
Okay. Cleus, can you note down who voted what in the thing that you just wrote up at the bottom?
Okay, so everybody but Solomon was a yes.
Yeah, and, and
Oh.
the Chief Justice is
Alan is,
abstained because he's not here.
Fuck. Solomon.
Oh, yeah. Let me put that in mind.
And as previously stated, he would have final purview over that. He's basically got veto power over this.
Mm-hmm. Yep. That's a good way
Okay.
to put it, actually. I don't think
That's fair.
I would see him necessarily vetoing.
I don't
this.
foresee that. This is what I refer to as a real policing type charge. So,
Okay.
pay
Yeah.
attention to those first two
Right,
first
right.
letters.
Siobhan will wear the cattery helmet.
Do you have anything else
Okay.
you'd like to present?
Yeah.
These two I think are absolutely Chief Justice Crane things. One of them was about one of them was about the attempted murder of a government employee charge. Folks were asking for it to be higher, and then also criminal use of a firearm was not a felony, and it was causing some sort of confusion. So I'm going to save that for whenever Chief Justice Crane is here. And then
Yeah.
beyond that, I think it's pretty much on. Well, this one really has more to do with y'all, Mayor Thoroughbred, with the
Okay.
police continuity plan.
Okay.
So I mean I think that's more in your court.
I will comment on the police continuity plan. So my intention moving forward is to open up the sheriff's office, utilizing the PCP, and to establish the sheriff's office as it being its own chain of command, which creates some issues. Because the commissioner has not been selected yet. The commissioner has not been selected and cannot be selected because the PCP is not currently active. 1, 2, there isn't a cop capable of doing the commissioner role right now. At least in a way that I personally would find satisfactory. And that's just based on all of my many interactions with the various cops, witnessing how they've interacted with the DOJ. Witnessing how they've reacted to stuff on the street, so on and so forth.
This is the
As
coolest
a
fucking
result,
function of anything.
having two different chains of command has the potential for huge strife. And so what I wanted to, well, first of all, I don't think I can present PCP without Alan here because I need his insight on a couple of things. One of them primarily being, until a commissioner is selected, if there ever was an unresolvable dispute between the sheriff of the sheriff's office and the chief of police, that the mayor would act as a mediator to like sort out the issue between these two chains of command and to allow for a final decision to be made so that it doesn't at the end of the day, the children yearn for the sheriff's office. At the end of the day,
sure,
based on what I've seen
yeah,
and what I've heard, and what I've exercised myself, is that the only motivator for activity for any government job is morale. That's it. Morale manifests in different ways. The primary way that it could manifest right now is by way of the sheriff's office being opened. There are cops who identify as deputies and not officers. There are police officers who they are very keen on being able to wear a different uniform, and ultimately that is what it would be, because the sheriff's office would be operating in the city as well. The our current police department does not have the numbers or units to be able to justify, for example, the sheriff's office operating on a different base channel, like radio channel, or not ever entering the city to help respond to calls, so on and so forth. So at the end of the day, the existence of a sheriff's office serves two purposes. One, it gives them that uniform and hat that they so crave. Two, it will allow for, I don't know how to put this delicately. Allow me a moment to find the words for this
Just
one.
say flat out.
Go ahead.
There exists different styles in schools of thought when it comes to police work. It stands to reason that whoever would be elected sheriff, it would be a public election. That was even something that the three captains of the LSPD were looking to have happen, and something that we've pretty much agreed would be the case should the sheriff's office be declared open, courtesy of the PCP being continued. There are different schools and styles of police work. It stands to reason that if someone is elected sheriff, that they might be able to offer a different perspective on how that police work should be carried out. And it's this different perspective that might help solve the current issue that the LSPD is currently facing. And that is, they are not effective. Not
You'd
by
be
any
surprised.
means. And that is due to a number of reasons. One, numbers. Two, the motivation to get out there and do something other than sitting around Legion Square and handing out speeding tickets. And at the end of the day, this is probably something that should have happened a while ago, and I got hung up because I was trying to solve the chain of command issue. The first suggestion that I made was that the sheriff would be equal in power to the assistant chief, so that the current chief of police would be allowed to make final decisions. That ended up being kind of cumbersome. The next solution was to appoint a commissioner. In my searching and witnessing, there is not anyone qualified for that position, in my opinion. I could be wrong. So the thing that the principle that I and my wife and a lot of people, even Cantor, that we like to exercise, that the first hurdle that we as the Council of Eight, the first term had to overcome was this: we couldn't get hung up on what ifs. We couldn't get hung up on, oh, what if the sheriff and the chief of police refuse to work together? Getting hung up on what ifs and hypotheticals is antithetical to actual effective forward moving change. And as a result of that, I decided last night, after speaking with Cletus and hearing his thoughts again for the 10th time on the sheriff's office,
I think it was
that
11.
that establishing the sheriff's office, which would be the primary purpose of reenacting PCP, would serve the simple purpose of raising morale. And raising morale is and should be the primary concern of pretty much any government worker head, like division head, right? And I know that this is potentially a, what's the word? I'm literally struggling to find the word. This is a contentious example. When I lowered doctor and EMS pay, and this wasn't anything that I had foreseen, because before this, I had believed that raising pay equaled higher activity, and Cantor did say for the record that this did not necessarily increase activity hours. But what I saw, what I saw when I went to the hospital is, I saw like 5 or 6 or 7 doctors, like, all talking to each other and hanging out and becoming reacquainted, and like it had the unintended effect of creating even if somewhat briefly, stronger community. And I think that opening the sheriff's office could do something like that for the police department currently. Sorry, I'm rambling.
Solidarity, is that the word you're looking for?
Yes.
I don't disagree to the morale thing. I think pay is one factor of that, maybe, but I agree that is kind of the thing that keeps people around. You got that right.
So I just wanted to get this out of the way now, because I don't think we can vote on this without Alan here. I will say that he has shown interest in the last meeting in continuing the PCP if it was if I were reelected. That said, he has to be here for that to be voted on, which sucks, because it was my intention to immediately afterwards push for the sheriff elections. I can speak with Alan. Unfortunately, I think we have to wait until next week.
Okay.
Unfortunately, Alan was sick.
I do have one question real quick. That's okay.
Yeah.
I actually like the sheriff's office. I've talked with Gordon about it. So that part, no concerns to bring up. However, in taking a look at this, you're all about not preventing issues before they've occurred. So what the hell did Michael do so wrong to take the deputy mayor out of the PCP?
Oh, we took that out because the idea of the PCP is to afford the mayor, as it basically greenlights me to directly contact the state about issues that might be prevalent, because the way that was exercised before is, issues that are prevalent in these government branches do not get brought up if they benefit certain people. Alternatively, they are never brought up until it is a super issue that requires a nuclear action from the federal government to come down and be like, okay, why the fuck have you guys been doing this way for this fucking long? Essentially, it is a way for me to light the signal fire and be like, hey, blah, blah, blah. Michael never had to do that. The inclusion of the deputy mayor in that initial act served no purpose in practice and would only bog the process down moving forward, because let me tell you right now, getting a hold of these motherfuckers is already hard enough for one person. Having 2 people trying to get in contact with them for the same purpose is ultimately overkill and does not serve any true purpose, in my opinion.
Wouldn't it make more sense that when you aren't around, let's be honest, me and you do seem to keep very different schedules, that if the deputy mayor was also on the PCP, they can act on your behalf, which is one of the duties of the deputy mayor, and thus feed to you the goings on and enact for you to the PD when you are not around. Thus, it's not both of us trying to go up the same chain, but rather me operating on your behalf and then feeding up to you, so then you as a singular can then go up the chain.
The problem is, what if we disagree?
So, I mean, if I may, as law enforcement liaison, the PCP originally was only intended to be around for the first term of the mayoral.
The sunset clause.
Yeah, so there was a sunset clause in there at the end of the first term, and really there was no intention originally of extending it. What's happened so far in the last 5 months, the city being open back up, the government opening back up, I think it has had a lot of movement, ups, downs, lefts, rights, you name it. And there's a lot of different experiences that come with that. And I really don't, and this is coming from the perspective of someone who's been there for the whole thing.
God.
It's a lot to put on somebody's shoulders. It's a lot of responsibility to give to any one person who hasn't been there for that entire time. So I think just being 100% honest, to have anybody other than Mayor Thoroughbred involved in a continuation of the PCP, or anybody else who hasn't been there from the very beginning, through and through, I don't think it makes sense to have them on it.
I will say that the original vision of the deputy mayor, in regards to the actual mayor, and this kind of got fucked up the first time around because Michael and I ended up aligning on a lot of things. You and I, Solomon, do not align on much. I mean,
Are you sure about that? We've not had a conversation yet.
Well, that's what I was about to say. I'm going solely based off of your campaign posters, which proposed the dissolution of Dogtown, which is something that I pushed for, PD reform, which implied that the PCP had failed. There were a lot of things that I personally, I did not think that we would agree on it, which is a good thing.
I'm going to ask you a quick question. Do you think no more police reform is done, and that we are now at a point where the PD is in a stable state, and there's no more oversight or direction from the mayor's office?
It totally does.
So we agree. We both agree that PD reform is ongoing.
No, I'm not trying to say that it's a bad thing that we. I'm trying to show you what my initial impressions were. The point is, the way that mayoral election was supposed to work is that the majority of voters would have a voice in the form of the mayor, and then the other group of people that voted for end up voting for second place would be representing those people. Okay, so that together, even if our
Jesus
opinions differed from each other, we would be representing the majority simply by presenting different viewpoints and whatnot. And that is important because the deputy mayor, in regards to the original vision that Alan Crane and Lila Wright had when they conceived of the Council of Eight, is that we would be opposing parties, and that functionally us working together on this might not be possible, and as the potential to be bogged down by games of telephone, and it has the potential to slow down the process, so to speak. I have a direct line right now to the federal government. I'm not saying that you couldn't have a direct line to the federal government. I know what needs to be done. Michael didn't do anything. In fact, I don't know why it's not that he didn't want to do anything. It was that I had to say, hey, and he wasn't super aggro about it, but occasionally a suggestion would come across the table where he was like, we should do this about the hair color stuff that was going on in the PD for a little bit. I was like, listen, that's not necessarily our purview. We are here to, like I said, light the signal fire. So that's why deputy mayor was removed from that, because
okay, so I don't mean to cut you off, but if the last deputy mayor was inactive and didn't do much with it, I don't think you should be judging any following or subsequent deputy mayors based on the actions or inactions of the previous one.
I just want to address something you said, Solomon, real quick. The position that carries out the mayor's goals on a day-to-day basis, acting as an evangelist for their principals when they're not around, is the chief of staff.
I didn't say that.
It was just something you're saying about representing him when he's not around. That's me.
And you also are around when he is,
yeah, you're
and not when
also
I am.
not in that. And yeah,
so
both points are very valid.
What I've experienced is that there isn't really an issue that would require you to address, or even an issue that, like, the only pressing issue I think I ever addressed, courtesy of the PCP, was making sure that the Captain Ruth. Oh
my god, dude!
Oh my god, Cornwood could explain this perfectly if he wanted to. The only thing that I did, and it was technically out of the scope of the PCP. Technically, I overstepped in overruling Cornwood's firing because there had been a Cornwood. You can explain it perfectly.
So tired.
Well, I'm gonna explain it in as few words as I possibly can. There was there was definitely some targeting that occurred due to my style of policing being perceived to be a certain way. However, I think we can all agree and we can all see from the outside perspective, and what really matters is how the people in the city, uh, how they perceive how I'm
Lost
doing
on
my
this
work, right?
conversation
Bottom
really
line.
hard.
And eventually it led to
I lost
me
track so
receiving
hard.
a suspension. It led to me receiving a indefinite suspension upon
Still
review.
talking about the PCP, but I
Over the
don't.
course of that suspension, it was learned to actually, and even after the fact, there was some shady shit going on involving my suspension that should not have led to me getting suspended. And then finally,
saying what happened is important for why I stepped in.
Okay.
So what was the shady shit?
Yeah, that's kind of why I haven't really
there's
been
times
writing
where I
anything
received
down.
disciplinary action for things that were either didn't actually happen, things that things that were misconstrued or stories were left out, like reports were left unchanged when they should have been changed, which actually led to me receiving that final DAP, which then led to me being suspended in the first place right before my other DAPs were going to fall off. It's a whole thing, right? DAPs that were not a part of the SOPs. But then the final straw, I guess, whenever Mayor Thoroughbred stepped in, was whenever there was a review panel amongst the senior officers. What at the time was seen as command, and there was not a single officer in that meeting, other than Captain Slacks, who voted for me to not be fired. There was not a single other officer who was a part of my shift that I interact with the most. There were two other officers, two other seniors brought in who had nothing to do, very little to do with me.
Who were promoted by?
One of which was promoted by Captain Ruth. The other one was promoted, I believe, by Captain Turner, and Alice Watson voted to keep me. In fact, I spoke with Alex Watson afterwards, and supposedly Alice Watson gave him a mouthful and said, "What the hell are y'all doing here?" But that's why Alice Watson's a sergeant now, is because she knows what the hell she's doing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, basically there was a situation where it was pretty obviously stacked against me to get fired, and then that's whenever Mayor Thoroughbred stepped in and he flipped Captain Ruth's vote to be that of whatever Captain Slack's vote would be, which led it to be a majority vote in terms of me staying. So that's as few words as I can do.
That was as few? Okay, wow.
Yeah, I know, that's a lot. That's a lot.
That was the opposite of a few. Anyway, I think as the mayor mentioned before, this is something to be tabled for when Chief Justice Crane is around. I will make the same points to him when he's in the room as I'm making now, but I think we're going to all waste a lot of valuable time if we go around the room
Please,
discussing
we're
it
at the
when we've already
4-hour
decided we need
mark.
to discuss it anyway.
Sure.
One small
my,
question with
my,
it.
my hope was that we would be able to kind of get on the same page before it actually goes to the table next time, so that it doesn't take as long as it, because the first time we brought this up, it took like 2.5 hours to get through. Yeah, TJ, what's up?
So by old technicality, yeah, it's sunsetted out and it's not active at this point. So something just to think about before the next meeting and have those discussions is obviously when you're not there, and when that goes away. By technicality, is the chief of police actually not even a thing at this point?
No.
No, it is a thing.
Well, because it was appointed.
Sorry, I meant yes. I meant yes. The chief of police does not answer.
Commissioner, no. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, just as a forward-thinking side to it, when this goes away, the power to be reinstated or power to be stated back to whoever it needs to be should be entered into that legislation there.
Okay. If you have any suggestions, you can just write, make up a new document, and then close any holes, I'm certainly open to that.
Yeah.
So, well, here's my question.
Yeah.
What is the concern with instead of it saying deputy mayor and mayor, it's saying just the mayor? Like, what is the baseline concern with only the mayor being on there?
As I mentioned, the mayor cannot be around for 24 hours a day. That is physically impossible. And me and him occupy wildly different schedules. I would also argue that in a matter like the PD, and I think me and the mayor would probably agree on a lot more reference to PD than either of us thought we would when we first walked into a room together. But it is my belief that I think sole oversight over the PD, given it is a 24-hour department, is not the best course of action for the department. And I would also argue that, I've got no intention of kicking things up, crossing over communication paths, which the mayor mentioned was an issue before. And in fact, working as closely with you, Mr. Mayor, as humanly possible on this. And I think if you were to give me an opportunity on this, I think you would be surprised at just how well we would work together.
Also, Shift 1, according to y'all, seems to need the help, so might as well get
I would
someone who can
also
watch
say
it.
that is very true.
Shift 1 needs a nuclear bomb.
Yeah,
Sure does.
that one might be harder to get.
But that's the thing, though. We aren't supposed to be like an active presence, and the whole reason I brought the Cornwood situation was to highlight that should have been cause for reprimand for me. That we're just trying to
facilitate movement,
right. Which is why I don't think 24-hour coverage needs or is necessary. I don't think there's ever going to be an issue that would require 24-hour watching, and that anything that did happen would be able to be addressed by one person alone, which I can confirm because I was the one person alone for the last 3 months. That's my point. Like Solomon said, we are going to keep going in circles on this probably. So we can move on and table this until
I think we covered everything.
Next week.
Please.
Cletus, did you have anything else?
Oh my god, we're still at Cornwood.
Nope. Next week.
Mr.
Okay,
Braun.
Murphy.
All right. I got a couple of things. The lawyers have brought me quite a few bits of feedback here and there. The main one, which, Mr. Mayor, I don't think this is actionable on your end, but I do want to air it out, is
I know Siobhan has a lot.
Kind of make adjustments to the penal code, and maybe Cornwood can speak to this too. Lawyers and cops are having trouble syncing up on the times and fines in the MDT right now. So again, you might not be able to do something about this, but I just want to air it out and see what people have to say.
I can do a temporary fix. And what that would be is that the state will have to pay more money to. Okay, so let me explain how this works. The mayor's office has the ability to adjust times and fines, and it's supposed to be reflected in real time in the MDT. What's happening is that the MDT is originally and initially showing the correct time and fine when you first add the charges to a person's MDT profile, when you're in like the incident report and you're processing them. What happens at some point, I forget what triggers it, it defaults back to the original values before they were adjusted. And that's what's getting fucked up. So what I could do is I could go and what will happen is the fines will be lower and the time will be higher, which will then make it so that the MDT will no longer be switching between these two values. And that is the fix that I can do. So it is actually.
Wait.
Okay.
Okay.
Because what I'm hearing is that both police and lawyers are having trouble with this, and it's making cell reps like really difficult and stuff. So if there's a workaround, that's awesome.
There is a workaround right now. And what that is as soon as the cop adds the charges, they take a picture of the value and the fine value and the time value, and that number is technically the correct number. But I'm gonna go fix that right now.
Wait, hold on. What's the correct number? The in the charges or in the whenever you go back and forth is the correct one.
The values are changing after you've been in the MDT for a certain amount of time, and I'm pretty sure they're changing in both the incident report and the actual charges.
Okay.
So both numbers can be right and wrong depending on what state of the MDT you're in.
I can speak to this because I spoke to the IT guy last night after a situation with a lawyer.
No.
So I was told the charges are likely changing because of something that's happening with your newfound powers over the last month,
right?
Mary Thoroughbred. So because that is changing, it is affecting the numbers whenever you place them into the incident. However, whenever you leave, save it like 10 times and then save the report like 10 times just to make sure it's all saved. Say charges, then report saved, then you back out into the incident and then you go back into the incident itself. So back to the incidents tab, back to the incident itself, and then you have the proper time and fine.
No, the proper time and fine is the one that's supposed to be added initially.
And the proper time and fine is the one that should be added initially. However, it's adding a number that is a higher fine and a time that is lower than what it should be.
Yeah, because that's what I set it to.
Oh, so you did change it?
Yeah, it's been changed for like months.
Okay, well, the IT guy told me otherwise. So.
Oh yeah, he didn't know.
Okay, so
yeah, I'll go set it to default values for now until that we can get confirmation that it's fixed.
Okay.
Yeah.
For the record, I think that the less time, more fines is much better.
Agree.
And in the meantime,
I agree.
Cornwood, if the workaround isn't like that successful, or if we can't fix it, as long as everybody knows like your workaround kind of on the PDN, it'll probably make things easier for lawyers and stuff. Because when they're
okay,
I don't know, when they're down there, both sides are having trouble figuring out what's going on. That's what I've been hearing.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna shoot an email to that IT guy real quick and give him an update because I think there's a confusion
And obviously,
yeah, because he
obviously
told me
with an IT
optional.
issue, there's only so much everyone can do. But yeah, if there are workarounds, I feel like everybody should know about somehow.
Yeah, so I guess if he sets it back to what it used to be, regardless, then we'll roll with that.
Yeah, I
And it'll
haven't.
just work
I
for
kind of
now.
tuned out when we were just talking
But
about
I'm gonna
fucking
let the IT
discussions
guy
or
know, 'cause
mechanic
he might be
discussion.
looking for a problem in the reverse of what it's supposed to be. Because based on what he told me, that's what it sounds like.
Yeah, I'm sure it'll get sorted out. I just want everybody to know like what the correct number is all.
Listen, I'm just happy I can now reference the fact that I only spent 33 years or 33 days in prison now, not 33 years. Okay.
Oh yeah. It wasn't that bad after all, 30 days. We can all handle that.
Yeah, sure.
Congratulations. I voted no to that one. All right, CJ, I got you.
It should be default values now.
All right.
I don't know if it is updated. Try resetting your MDT.
I started the timer when everybody was inside.
I don't know if this
so
is an
this might
effect
be
that
like
takes
10
place
minutes
after the
off.
storm, or if it is something that can be live changed.
I do not have firsthand experience aside from when someone pointed out that they had been changing in general, after which I found out that you could change them and that was like normal. But now there's conflict in
There's,
what
like,
different people are
distractions.
seeing. That's what I'm bringing up now. So I don't really know what I'm looking for necessarily.
They're back to default values now. It looks like.
Failure to signal should be $60. It was 75 before because of a 25% increase. That was just like my base one that I always used to figure out what it was at.
But yeah, that was just the first piece of major feedback that I got, like the most pressing one from amongst the lawyers. The other stuff, a lot of it sounds like just stuff I need to follow up with Malton's paperwork, but it's like inconsistencies between the number of days for a Malton request. In somebody's documentation it says 5 days, and somebody's documentation says 4 days. So I might have questions about that if there's insight, but
yeah, I got a question about the Malton process.
Yeah.
Why don't we name that the Murphy process? Because that motherfucker didn't do shit.
Process. Yeah.
Was it pot? No, I left it running.
I'm
no
gonna be
one's safe
going
right
through
now. You're just
all of
throwing
his
them out
stuff.
there, aren't you,
If I
Mac?
pause
chasing-
it sometimes just wipes it.
I'm
so I
chasing
just
down all
don't
the little
pause it because this is a
inconsistencies.
very
the
very
main
simple
question I
timer.
have, maybe Cornwood or the mayor can clear up here. With the Malton requests, I'm hearing from basically lawyers that they're being told that dispatchers can honor those requests, but then when they go to get them, only certain dispatchers are able to fulfill them. But there's nothing really like that I found written about that. Does anybody know like what I'm talking about?
No clue. I've never touched all that.
So Malton never talked
Yeah.
about any of this stuff. None of this stuff ever came up. Okay.
I know about it, but not from
Honestly,
Molten.
not really. I don't think it was uh like the
Okay.
general concept I'm aware of, but I don't know the details.
Yeah, I'm just trying to catch up with this stuff because like there's different numbers of days being referenced by different departments. So I just had questions about that. The only other thing that I was told to mention, the lawyers brought up a bunch of stuff that doesn't necessarily come here, but the judges did mention that they wanted a pay increase. That is
Okay.
what the judges brought to me.
Do you think they deserve it?
I
Probably
didn't
get
have much
better
time
pay
to think
working
about
clerk
that.
right now. I
The
don't think
judges that brought it up to me were
judges are getting paid shit right now.
also sort of being very adversarial with me at the time. So mostly saying that I hadn't done enough for them yet and that they need more money. That's about all they've contributed. The lawyers have given me a lot of valuable feedback. The judges basically told me to go fuck myself and that they want more money. Hi, judges.
So
Damn.
can I just, when it comes to the money side to it, obviously everyone's going to want more money. Like that's inevitable, right? I don't know how much we're at budget wise. I haven't looked at anything. I can't. Max, we probably got to talk about this at some point. By the way,
Sure.
Just to see
No,
where people at.
I will say, after not investing into sanitation, the profits are through the fucking roof right now. Like super through the roof.
It's been going open market with investing over here in terms of payroll spending. But yeah, so as long as I can get a guideline as to where we're at with things and then what we can actually play with shit, I mean, that's my only concern with blanket. Everyone wants more money. Like, can we afford that? Technically,
I will say we can afford that because most judges are lazy and do not even spend time in Los Santos.
that hurts my soul right there.
I'm sorry, but it's
I like the
truth.
idea of what Cantor was saying about.
I've seen Norman and Murphy and Anastasia occasionally. That's it.
So
I like what
Alan,
Cantor was saying about the time clock. What was that?
Yeah, we have a time clock, an external one that we all have to clock onto, so I can track all the hours. It's been that way for a long time. I just put them all into a sheet so I can get all the averages and things. I don't know how that gets set up. That was a long time before me, but it's real useful for tracking.
So Alan said to me last night that we would work on drafting up a spiff program for court. So I think that pay issue is going to be addressed without having to get into hours for judges, and at least.
Okay, so incentives.
Yeah, TBD.
Makes sense. Could be like based on court case or something. Like,
Yeah.
yeah. Fuck it. I mean, that makes
All
sense.
right, let's talk more about the DOJ stuff when Crane isn't feeling unwell. The only
Fair,
other thing
fair.
that we can talk about that I have to bring up is my initial plans about law school. I want to work mostly with Siobhan and Cornwood for the PD side of things on that, but I want to bring Mickey Sinclair into it too because he did a whole school already that was really fun for everybody. So I want to get his perspective as a lawyer, try to make it fun for everybody who wants to attend, make it inviting for people who aren't even necessarily trying to become lawyers when we do them. try to make it approachable and applicable to a lot of different lifestyles. So that's
Great
kind
idea.
of what I have. My initial plan is based around development, trying to recruit people, get the right people in the department to make court and sell reps. You know, a lot of fun to be a part of, and also really productive for our city and for people's rights and freedoms. And to the topic of morale that the mayor brought up, I think it's very, very relevant topic for the DOJ right now. We got a morale problem. It's feeling a lot like lawyers versus judges. In a lot of ways, that's what it was during the election, and that's kind of carried over a little bit. I think there's a little mistrust between the two groups. And again, I'm sort of being set up in an adversarial position a little bit already. So I think we need to like iron some things out on that front. But nothing specific legislatively into week one. I had an overtime election, so nothing really
What you need
written.
is like a little sit down between everyone.
I need Crane to be here, to talk meaningfully on some of this stuff. But yeah, mostly just cooking up law school ideas right now. Trying to get some of these paralegals a more meaningful track into the system, and future proof, as you put it, for lifelong learning programs, because we're in a fluid legislative environment. So lawyers need to be recertified basically over time, right? Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Like basically quarterly. I'd say quarterly reviews would be pretty good for the legal profession at this.
Is that something that you would want to do yourself, or?
It would coincide with the law school.
Okay.
So basically, I'm designing this position that I'm in to synergize in a bunch of different ways. So I'm a practicing attorney, right? So as a practicing attorney, I can take paralegals or new attorneys, help them with their things, help develop them, do a law school, do all this stuff at the same time, and it all carries the same concepts forward. So as far as developing attorneys and doing a law school, you would have attorneys help do the law school quarterly, and at the same time recertify on current new legislation.
Okay.
So all that would, like, every 3 law schools, the lawyers would participate, and they would all get like tested on the past session of new laws.
I think that's a great idea, and
I love that.
I think that's just something you can do. I don't think we have to vote on that. I don't think.
No, we don't really have to vote on that. I just wanted to like float it because I had already spoken to Siobhan about it. She's been doing law schools with the PD and etc. And Cornwood's also a lawyer. We got a lot of bar certifications on the council, so
We sure
any
do.
anything I come up with, I'm just gonna float it and see what the lawyers have to say, basically.
A judge let me pretend to be a judge for a court case once. I got that.
Yeah, we did that. We did
That was
that
pretty
appellate
cool.
panel thing.
They
See,
said
yeah.
that I could smurf. No, it was 5 years ago. I did a single court case all by myself.
Yeah, we did that appellate panel, the one the other with the thing the other day, right? That was like judging.
I kind of. I'll be honest. If I was judging, I would have never given Mr. K the pardon. But so it was a little different.
Big L.
And I had discussed also briefly with the chief of staff the concept of trying to uptick cell reps a little bit, get lawyers more down in the cells, and we discussed the potential for the necessary evil of just obligatory incentives.
Time off
to call a
coupons?
lawyer. Yeah, I didn't want to put it that way.
Oh,
Just obligatory incentives, yeah.
Let's see.
Okay.
Siobhan.
It sucks, but
I don't think it sucks. I think
1, 2.
it's all what you do with it, right?
Yeah.
3.
I'm a fan
Wait.
of look. I've heard a lot about what judges have to do for court cases, courtesy of my wife, and I understand that it is a very thankless job with the potential of even being dangerous if you rule in certain ways, and making it very unhospitable for you to exist within Los Santos at certain points, depending on how you rule. I think it's probably the most thankless job, straight up, just because of all the work that goes into it. So I'm 100% for incentives. 100%.
Okay. So yeah, for the judges, but what about for the lawyers, like the cell rep thing? Like, do you think that that is like, what does
Maybe-
everyone think of that? Because in the past, it's
How would we
been
track
it's been
that,
helpful,
I
and
guess?
then it's been helpful, but then it's like it's become just like a cliche, or for lack of a better term, it's become just like just a card to use.
You know
Oh,
what we
calm
could-
down. Doesn't have anything to do. You get time off.
You know
whatever.
what I was thinking? I was thinking that police officers shouldn't be allowed to negotiate charges unless a lawyer is there.
Yeah, like
Some
if we
people
can
might
if we
really
can be
hate
so
that.
bold as that, then I'm good with that. I honestly think that people really should rely on attorneys if they're available.
Would you expand it to legal aid?
Yeah.
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 Well, I think the issue with that is, I mean, they have to present the charges in the first place. So just procedurally, right? It don't really make a lot of sense. Like,
Yeah, but
at
that's
what point do you
presenting,
lock
not
it in?
negotiation.
No, I agree, but like, what's the lock-in point? You know what I mean? Like, you present them and it's locked in. Okay, I can't talk about it no more until a lawyer's here.
Just
And what if
something to think about? Something to think about.
I'm pretty against that because as an ex-cop myself, let's be honest, some of our dog shit charges and don't know anything about it, and so there are times where you do need to point that out. And there are some people around that are smart enough to go to bench trials and win them. I'm not a huge fan. Like, seriously, you just not being able to combat that or not being able to discuss it just feels, here's your shit, take it, and be on your fucking way and be done.
I think it could be good if there's like another wave of bar licenses issued. I think recently there was like 2 or 3 people given a bar.
Yeah, Alan had given a few people bars recently.
Do we have a
There's probably a few
rundown of?
more that could get them. What?
I was sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Do we have a rundown of how many bar certified lawyers there are throughout the day? Because what I wouldn't want to happen is that suddenly there's like a 6-hour period where anyone who gets arrested just isn't even afforded the ability to negotiate because there's no lawyers
There's
around.
been a lot of lawyers around lately.
What
I saw.
what
I
what
actually
if
took a screenshot on my phone yesterday. There was 10 lawyers in town.
what
Wow.
if police officers weren't allowed to negotiate so long as there was a lawyer listed in the lemon list?
Ooh.
I didn't sleep that much because I was so excited about
Honestly,
this
I'm
new
not a criminal,
microphone
but to give
to
benefit
set
of
it
the
up
doubt,
and
I've
stuff.
heard people complain to me about how much their lawyer
It was the
fucked
worst
them.
day ever. It was the worst
I know
fucking
some
day
people
ever. Shouldn't have
would,
done that last night.
have strong concerns about this. I don't know if that's true. That might just be them being a fucking idiot. But I know some people would have very strong opinions about not
I mean,
being
that
able
sounds
to
like a
do
bar
there's a
complaint,
few-
right?
Well, there's a few parts to this. One, just
What
a
a
lot of people
fucked up
doing
day.
crime. They don't understand the laws, and then they bitch and moan whenever. If you know the law too well, it's hard to, in good faith, like act like you're dumb as shit and that you don't know the law, right? That's just the truth. So when you have a lawyer, what happens to some of these guys? The police officer says, "Well, these are your charges because of A, B, C, D, whatever." And then they're like, "Well, I don't want that charge, so I'm going to talk to my lawyer." And
It was
the
on
lawyer's like,
sale
"Well, you
for the
did that
first
shit."
time,
Then they
and I
get
was
mad at
like,
the lawyer,
"Oh hell yeah, I'm
right?
gonna do that."
The lawyer explains the law to them, and they don't like it. I literally had a guy
Right.
today. A guy today was complaining about shit, and then the lawyer explained to him what a Terry frisk was, and then he fired his lawyer and didn't want another lawyer.
Yeah, no, there's
Oh, no.
some dumb fucks.
Yeah,
Yeah.
100%.
Like, yeah,
Yeah.
all right, I don't want to get in too deep in theory crafting about DOJ stuff again without Crane here. So like these are just sort of like table ideas for later for the most part. Some of the stuff I don't know if we can like codify a
Still
discount
might
for
order another
lawyers
mixer
or
though, but I need
can't
to wait
negotiate
until
without a
payday.
lawyer right here and now. But I mean, those are some of the things that have been tried. I mean, Siobhan, what do you think is like the more effective approach when it comes to getting lawyers more work?
Oh,
Please,
God.
God, she has 3 legislations. Murphy, it's been 4.5 hours.
There's only so much
I
they
don't
can
want
do
to talk
themselves.
about this
So, like,
without
how
Crane
can we
here.
help them
Proceeds to
without
talk about it.
doing it for?
I don't find that a time off coupon is actually like sufficient, and I don't think. I'm sorry for using that term, but I don't think that it is the right incentive for many people. It's nowhere near it's nowhere near valuable enough for them to have the longer engagement that a lawyer would take rather than getting back out there on them streets, right? Compounding that is a cultural thing. I'm not even sure that that's something that this council is prepared to do.
That's an
Yeah.
age-old problem.
Yeah,
It
there's
is a that is a yeah, it's a problem as tales old as time.
yeah, I mean, this came up earlier, right? Look at the amount of lawyers in this room. You know, we could put our heads together and we can figure some shit out throughout the week, right? Like let's
Yeah.
I think if anybody can figure this shit out, I think we're any group of people, I think we're among that group of people that can probably figure it out as best as anyone. So, you know, we could do that now, or we could do that another time when we haven't been here for 5 hours. I'm up for either. Okay,
It's been a big
I just
one.
don't want to. I just
This
don't
has
want to
been a
force
big
everyone to
one.
have a conversation.
We can move on.
That's
Okay.
why I've been trying to like
Please,
yield my
please,
time for
please,
Yeah,
just, like,
please.
Right.
I could feel it.
Yippee!
Yeah.
Okay.
So, Murphy, did you have anything else at all?
I did, but if I think of it later, I'll get at you later. It's not like urgent.
Okay. Uh, Chief of Staff, do you have anything
Yeah.
you'd like to present?
Sure do. Okay. So first, I got a bunch of stuff in here. I put like all my stuff in here whenever it comes to me or when I'm like speaking to citizens throughout the week and it's become clear that there needs to be an issue.
I will. I
So
will
you
say.
all are go ahead.
I will say. The cabinet stuff will wait until next week. Because Alan needs to set up like permissions and stuff.
I mean, we can still vote on it without having to hire anybody. We can do interviews.
Sure, that's fine. Yeah. Okay, let's start with the
Right?
cabinet then.
Oh, you want to start with that?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. Anyway, just I just wanted to like let everyone know since this is the first meeting that anything I put in here, I'm super happy to collaborate on throughout the week. Like if you have any additions, just throw them below my working document. I'm super happy to meet if you want to, and if you want to schedule time with me, I'm always just a phone call or email away. But yeah, okay, yeah, get to the cabinet. This was something that apparently Alan did conceive initially for the role because I'm chief of staff, but where's my staff? And this is codifying what that staff is and what their roles are in the mayor's office. I want to give everyone a second to read it.
Am I missing it? Where is this at?
It's in
Sorry.
city council
Report
documents.
5641.
There you go.
5641.
Mhm.
All right,
The
thank you.
cabinet.
Yeah, I got you.
Sorry, I'm like cooked beyond belief right now.
Preach.
As far as I'm concerned, I'm ready to vote yes on this because it says serving at
Here we
their
go.
leisure.
That's
It's
Glenn
not,
right
like,
there, Secretary of Finance.
required for the state to function, and that's all that I care about. Is any superfluous staff needs to not be essential, in my
Right.
opinion.
So you said Craig needs to set something up like just what's the plan for this, I guess, for y'all.
So, are these actual government employees on?
They would be government employees, so they would require to be individuals with no felonies, the same standards
Okay.
as the cabinet in that regard. I'm sorry, the cabinet, the council in that regard.
Yeah,
To
I'll
help
just
support
say
the
that.
goals of the mayor's office.
Yeah.
I've done a lot of fucking work. I'm gonna be honest with you. It's an insane amount. I need help. I can't be everywhere and do everything all the time. It's overwhelming. I want to have people who are able to give like a pulse, right, on the city and their respective departments.
First side to that, Secret Service is this now a deputized officer?
No.
No, not
Okay.
a deputized officer. No, no. That's just more like police numbers are thin. Can't spare officers to keep me attended. I've been kidnapped like 1 to 3 times a day for the last 10 days. Cornwood was really helpful, but he's got more responsibilities, and I just yeah.
Last two, I'm gonna be blunt. That's kind of what I'm proposing to do with this role now. So I don't particularly see too much of a need for the last two if that's what I'm doing effectively.
You. So for Secretary of Finance, I'm gonna be honest. We got Glenn in mind for this position.
Told you.
Oh,
The
well,
guy
I do
who
like
lost his
Glenn.
wife.
Oh
lose the
yes,
job.
yes. He did lose his wife.
He talks like a
He does need
vampire.
something. You know, we could give him a hand out there.
You almost got your job, TJ.
He would have been
Yeah,
good.
yeah, you did say that. Thank you. But yeah, I I'm very indifferent with those two because I kind of already have the thoughts to do those, and so I don't mind working with someone if that's the case. But yeah,
It would be working with them. It wouldn't be like me being like, but my secretary said this. It would be like two different data sets that we would be combining.
yeah, I just don't want to go to a situation where essentially what is going to happen is you get the information data from his side to it. I get it from my side as well. And there becomes a disconnect as to who to trust with it or information of where it's coming from or what the purview is. I get that if you want to have someone that is personally in charge of informing you of things as a non-biased and very neutral type of party, that is technically my side's my job. Yeah, that's why I said I don't mind working with them. I just don't want a separation of it.
What's the decision process for who gets these positions? Just kind of an interview process based on their experience or something, or how does this get fulfilled?
Sorry, say it again.
How do these positions get filled? Are you gonna have like an interview process and
Yeah,
base it off of
yeah,
their
yeah.
experience and everything?
We'll do interviews. Yeah.
Who do you have in mind for the Secret Service job?
As
If
someone who
anyone.
looked after the personal security for 3 mayor's offices 5 years ago, I would love to be in on those interviews for that position.
Okay.
Yeah,
Shit.
I would prefer to have these like direct line to the people that are actually on the council, other than just like all going to one. Truthfully, like if you have
Well-
Secret Service, that goes to Cornwood, right? I guess if you want to go with the other ones, I mean, press can go with whoever. But yeah,
Well, I think it should be like it's almost like it doesn't just go to me. It's like chief of staff or the PD liaison, right? Like it should be like both, maybe like instead of just going straight to the PD liaison. Because if they want to go straight to Siobhan about something for the Secret Service, I think that would be fine.
It's my staff.
Yeah,
Chief of
because it's
staff.
hers.
It's my staff. It is not the council staff. It's my staff.
Why is it only your staff, though? I guess is the question. Why
Yeah,
would this
I
not
just don't
benefit the entire city through the council?
Correct.
Why is it only your staff? What does that benefit?
Like, I don't think you should be asserting yourself with commerce, labor, and finance if we have someone
When there
doing
are
that
other
already.
positions, yeah.
Correct.
That's what I thought. If it comes to the council, I've no issue at all. But why is it only under you?
Technically, it says mayoral cabinet, so it's the mayor and myself.
Mhm.
I'm gonna again just say that this was something that Alan had initially envisioned for the role. He's the one who gave me this idea, so that's why.
All right. Well, I think we should have him here with it then, if that's the case. I don't want to create two divisions of the same work being done by different people for the sake of just doing it.
Yeah, I don't hate the idea. Don't get me wrong. This isn't a shutdown. I'm just confused about the details.
I mean, honestly,
I think that having two different people working on the same thing is important. And my wife and I, we proved this when we were going through incident reports together to do the police audit. We double checked each other's work, so we were able to justifiably present an accurate number. You know, that's what the sort of they wouldn't be limiting your freedom to do your job, TJ, because I'm looking forward to working with you, because it seems already that you are leagues better and more possessed of initiative than the last treasurer. It is important. I've met a lot of talented people in Los Santos, and there have been many people that I wished I could bring on as a government employee to work with when it comes to legislating, when it comes to decision making, and to keeping our fingers on the pulse of the city on large. And it is very important that we are able to delegate like this, because otherwise some things might slip through the cracks.
Well,
so I just want to put your fears to rest. I would not value a Secretary of Commerce and Labor or Secretary of Finance. I would not value their opinions over yours, because I know your experience, I know what you're capable of, and I know what your intentions are. And I don't think I could say the same for just about anyone that would be interviewing for these roles. So
yeah,
think of it more as creating an environment for us to collaborate with just more than me and you.
No, sure. And I actually, believe me, I appreciate that more. And I'll give you a little bit of a history context behind this. When I didn't get the first time, Crane and actually Etta both asked me at the time to consult, right? And they were told that there was no funds available for it. So I did not end up doing it. Yes. So where I'm coming from is I'm open to that, because it had been something that I had been looking forward to. And I don't want to, if someone is interested in it, dissuade them from not potentially working their way if that's something they're looking for next term, right? So I'm more than happy to do that, because I know the feeling of kind of being fucked over with that. And I would rather work with them rather than have them be, no offense, Siobhan, but reporting into you with that.
So the thing is the role, every single role listed in this cabinet, they are designed to better inform me on how to interact with various aspects of the city, and that's why it's called the mayoral cabinet, right? It is so that I can have a meeting with my Secretary of Commerce and Labor and Secretary of Finance, and maybe discuss the current state and trajectory of the economy of Los Santos. And then I can be better educated to go later meet with you, so that when we discuss it, we can get some real fucking work done, instead of you having to, like, for example, in theory, if I'm so far out of touch with it, you having to explain everything to me, because what would be preferable is that we get the explanation part out of the way on my own time with my own secretaries, so that we can get straight to work.
Can I just to add to this? One, I there are times where there is one guy for the job, right? I mean, there's absolute times where it's valid. There's only one person working on something. It's just what it is. It has to be on a case by case basis. I think something
Gotta go
like
with the
this. Yeah, but I do think something like this, what it does, and this is speaking from the perspective of the police department, an issue that the police department is having right now is that we used to have a lot of very, very experienced people who ran shit. And those people are, they've, unfortunately, some of them passed away, some have moved on, and they ain't around no more. And the police department was not in a position to where you had younger folks, like new blood, trained up properly to be able to to be able to take the torch and run with it right off the rip, which has caused us some problems within the PD. So to this point, I mean, having these folks come in and get a taste of what it's like to be involved in some of the political side of things, even if they don't have the the responsibility of that of the people in this room, I think provides a lot of value for us not only to be able to give them that experience, but also for us to be able to evaluate them as well as potential candidates for something more important down the road.
And that's
Love
entirely
that.
fair. There's nothing wrong with that. Believe me, I'm not like I'm not absolutely hating on it. I'm just trying to get the questions behind what is a thought as to why these are needed, so that it's explicitly clear why they are needed.
So that I can most accurately do my job. I spent a lot of time. There weren't enough hours in the day to like. These secretaries are effectively. These are all things that the mayor should be good at, and I think I am pretty good at most of these. I'm good at talking to people to discover, trends, and I'm good at with my fingers on the pulse of the city. I think I've figured out the economy pretty well. Not to say that there isn't room for improvement in any of these, and that's what my personal staff would be able to do. Um, this is stuff that I could do right now, stuff that I have already begun considering to do right now. The purpose of this presentation is to allow these people to be classified as government employees so that they can receive a paycheck for doing their work. Which I did discuss this with Alan last night, and I'm not going to put words in his mouth or anything like that. He suggested that they so originally when I brought it up, it was I was suggesting that they be given a different sign in so as to allow them to be paid for their work. Alan told me that that probably wasn't possible, but that what could happen is that they could be allowed to sign in as council members, so that they're able to fill that role for me and do that work for me, and have access to the reports to contribute even more to our burgeoning government. And it seemed like things were above board. So that's why we are presenting this.
I will add that the Secretary of Finance position was not there until last night when Alan suggested it. So that was a newer addition. And I can't quite remember his rationale at the moment, but I remembered that it was sound.
Yeah, not having it would be, this conversation kind of hurts. So having that would be nice.
So they'd be on the same pay rate as us. I'm assuming there'd be some check here to make sure they're actually completing all of these duties with the time allotted to them.
Yeah, I mean, they
there's
serve at
obviously
our leisure.
concerns there. Right, so they
Fuck
should
off,
only
they're
be
gonna get
signed
fired.
on when requested to work with you, or is this like is this just something where people are gonna sign
Well,
on
these are
and hang
trusted
out and wait for you to
positions held.
call?
These are trusted positions held to the same standards, right?
There's a hell of a lot
As
of
us when
people
it
in that
comes to
trusted
the
position.
lack. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of people in this room too, right? With no felonies, right, of any kind. So they are being held to strict and high standards. I mean, I'll give you an example right now. For Secretary of Parks and Rec, I am thinking of like Andy
Sure.
Jones.
Okay.
Right? Especially Pride is
100%.
coming up. We need to plan Pride. We
Right.
got less than a month now to plan Pride. We need to have events. We need to get stuff going. Andy's going to be a perfect person to assist with that. And I want to make
Mhm.
sure that she's compensated for the amount of work that she's going to do when she does that, because it
No,
is a lot of effort.
she's a doctor, so you can't steal her. That's fucked up.
I might steal her.
I will
No,
say
it's okay. But yeah.
I will say that I don't even give a shit if these people are signed in all the time, because at the end of the day, if they're making $900 an hour, they could instead be making $4,000 an hour.
Okay,
towing.
so
You know what I'm
raise our
saying?
doctor pay. You want to keep us at 500, but you want to hire these 6 people that can sit there doing potentially nothing all the time for 900.
Yeah. And
Okay,
you have been
justify
given.
that.
I have already justified that. If you were listening 3 hours ago.
Not nearly enough. I was willing to let it go because of the raise of EMS pay, but if we are requesting more government funds to go towards things that, to be frank, I don't see completely necessary. It's fine if we want them. That's okay. How does that make it reasonable to leave us with 500 when we have to actively be saving people's lives every second of every day that
Do
we're
you
signing?
think I shouldn't have staff?
I'm not saying that.
Ooh.
I'm saying raise our pay. That's different.
Council
How about,
members
how
get
about
paid
this?
pretty fucking nice.
Let's put it to a vote. As written now, I would like to establish these roles to be interviewed, which I would love to collaborate with you guys on. In interview, you guys, all of you are welcome to sit down those interviews if you want. I move to classify these people to be announced, whoever they are, who must be free of felonies, to assist my wife and I in the many multifaceted aspects of operating government in Los Santos as government employees to be paid the same as council members. I am a yay, Mr. TJ Walker.
I'm a nay because I haven't heard from Crane's side, it's his brainchild.
It's my brainchild.
What the hell? I'm being told two different
Siobhan
things.
specifically said it was Crane's idea.
No, Crane
What he initially envisioned for the role. That's different.
The reason that there was not a staff for the mayor is because it was too weighty to fill out 16 roles as opposed to 8. All of you could have your own staff. All of you. We are taking the initiative. Mr. Solomon Walker.
I'm gonna be a nay for now.
Miss Philippa Cantor.
Nay.
Mr. Cletus Cornwood.
So you're basically making jobs for people in Los Santos,
Yes. Job
and
creation.
you're gonna provide them with an opportunity to be involved on a higher level with some of the bigger things in the city. Give them an opportunity to learn. They're not councilmen or councilwomen,
Correct.
but they are essentially getting the opportunity to learn, grow. Absolutely, yes.
Mr. Head of Bar Braun.
I have my own misgivings about this, but at the end of the day, I think in terms of future proofing, if you win the big election, then you should get to bring your people with you in some way, shape, or form. I don't see any harm in creating positions at various levels of expertise that may or may not help the mayor achieve their agenda. If those positions are accountable, same as any other, then I'm good with it.
Okay. Chief of Staff Siobhan Thoroughbred.
Yup.
And I vote yay. The motion to
Perfect.
establish the
Okay.
mayoral cabinet as government employees has passed 4-3. Wait.
All right. Next week I will bring forward my staff that I will propose. There you go. As you suggested.
Well, shit, I want a staff.
Yeah, why don't we all get it then? Fuck it.
We could.
Since this isn't under us.
I'm not trying to be difficult with it. I'm just trying to get the full clarification of this stuff, right? This is like the first time I've been hearing about this. So the historical components with it. If you don't bring people in, the parks, recs, etc. Nancy Drew back in the day did a fucking amazing job with that. I know Andy is always planning shit, and that's great. Just how everything functions with it, and not hearing kind of the side of Crane who was putting this stuff together. That was where I needed to hear first.
Okay.
Holy
fuck.
Go on.
I was just I think this is great. This is gonna enable the growth of folks here in the city that, hey, we need new blood. We need people to get that opportunity and really get to learn on the fly instead of getting thrown in the fire.
Agree. All right. What else, Chief of Staff?
Whistleblower Protections Act. This is report 5273. Oh, we have some notes in here. Well, that's fine. We can explain those if anyone has the same questions. This is essentially an act just expanding some of the powers of the Civilian Oversight Board to actually provide protections to whistleblowers, since they already hear, certain complaints and whatnot, to provide and extend protection for anonymity when it calls for it. And since it's at a bar, I figured out the DOJ can figure it out. Any
Can
questions?
the Civilian Oversight Board not do this? Isn't this their whole point?
When it comes to protecting whistleblowers specifically from retaliation by their superiors or colleagues, I wanted this codified. I think it's important due to the chilling effect.
Yeah,
The
people looking over
chilling
the damn
effect.
shoulder all the time.
The chilling effect is a legal concept that the threat or fear of specific repercussions can cause somebody to not practice their civil rights or their civic duties.
Okay.
So this is to combat the chilling effect for whistleblowing.
What sort of protections then? Their identities, the ability to report certain information anonymously, report their whistleblowing activity to the head of bar, or head of Civilian Oversight Board, which is the head of bar.
Right, yeah, but I'm specifically using the phrasing on Civilian Oversight Board because I wanted to expand the power of the Civilian Oversight Board. Let the head of that department do as they see fit.
I cops are predisposed to retaliation when something like this happens from the police department. I think whistleblowing is super important. Super important, because there's a lot of stuff that can go under the radar and go unnoticed almost forever, because people and it's especially dangerous for the police department to not have any whistleblower protection, because there are a lot of people who cannot fly into Los Santos because they have a fucking cop visa, and at times it can be a bit scary to have that threatened. If you were to ever if you're ever to witness some fucked up shit and you're like, okay, maybe I should tell someone about this, but they're afraid to tell someone about it because they're afraid that they're not going to be able to make it to Los Santos because they've been fired for telling someone about it. And that is a power dynamic that is absolutely fucking reprehensible to me. And I am 100% for something like this. What do you think, Cornwall? You're a cop.
I think you're right about you are right about the fact that there is a legitimate fear for your job when you bring shit up. And it's not about an individual experience. I mean, hell, look back at what happened with me, right? I had a list of 12 names that came to me that did not want to speak to command above my head, and I was nothing more than a fellow officer to these guys, and I kind of became their voice, I mean, hell, that's the reason why I'm sitting here in this chair today. It's because I had the most votes in the PD for the liaison position.
Right.
I wrote one word in my application, and it's because they know I get shit done. Regardless, I think this is important, even if it's not like that anymore. And I do think that there needs to be something that connects. There's got to be some effort made before it's, hey, this is bad, run away. There's got to be some effort made before it goes to a place outside the department, but I don't know what. There needs to be something else here, but I don't know what it is. So I'm a yes, but I don't want there to be a situation where people are running straight out of the department and when there's some bullshit happening without trying to address a problem themselves.
And then just like dealing with me all the time about it.
Yeah, I mean, because
like,
then
oh,
what's gonna happen?
some anonymous dude is fucking telling me that you're a piece of shit, and then
Right.
you know, hearing it from me. Yeah.
What do you think?
And then
Buster?
then you have to deal with bullshit. Like this ends up, you know what I mean?
I agree in
Hello.
an impassioned way with what the mayor said about
Welcome.
protecting whistleblowers, because yeah, getting fired is fucked up if it's for some really gnarly reasons like that.
Mhm.
I don't really like that, and I don't care for it. But if Crane were here, he'd probably say something or other grumbly about how if you try to build around the one asshole who does like awful stupid shit, then
I take
you're gonna end up
notes,
with a
but
pretty
I've only
fucked
had
up
3 hours of sleep, so I'm very,
house.
very tired.
Man.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
I started off really strong, though. I
what do you
started
think,
off
TJ,
so
about
fucking
whistleblowers?
strong,
I know
actually.
that this is probably a matter near and dear to your heart because you
Oh,
were
it
an
is.
ex-cop.
You're not wrong on this. I hate corruption every single facet. I do not like misuse. It was the reason I left PD. Fuck all that. Was not the reason I went on my whole terrorism
I
shit.
do this every week.
Heavily against that. For the whistleblowers against corruption shit. The
Use it for any
point I
city
have
council
in there
member.
that it's the empowering to do what as it reports. Just because it reports you, what's the outcome? Do you have any authority to do so? Because to me, it just sounds like y'all having a conversation and all right, here's some coffee. I'm having issues.
No,
Okay,
no,
cool.
I
You know, a
don't.
glorified therapist like that. That's
I
the
do
only thing
not.
I don't know what your goal is with that.
I think what the goal is
Well,
to
get paid to
like
do
once
it.
the whistleblower goes to the head of bar, aka the
So
head of civilian
I think I
oversight
missed
board,
Templeton
and reports this
28 months while I was like AFK in the bathroom.
the report itself can be then brought to the police department, and if they do not like, you know, kind of to investigate, figure out, is this actually happening, and if it's not actually happening, or like, you know, whatever that investigation yields, and then finally, for the sake of the people of Los Santos, maybe even making the findings of that investigation public, obviously withholding the names of the people who reported it, as that would expose them as the whistleblower, obviously. And it's sort of a method of ensuring public accountability. And now I will say that the police department, as far as I've seen, because I was pretty involved, courtesy of PCP, and then going through with the interviews for chief of police and stuff, a lot of people had a lot of time to speak with me one-on-one, a neutral party. And I laid it out. I was like, listen, you could tell me whatever the fuck you want. You gotta tell me what's wrong, what you've seen, like egregious problems that need to be addressed. You can tell me straight up. None of them came forward to me with something like, hey, like something whistleblower worthy. No one did. So I think that's good. I think that this is a bit of future proofing, and I don't necessarily see a problem with future proofing. I'm rambling. It's getting late.
No, I think it's a good point. Look,
Getting early.
you know, my yes, but I think this is one of those things that you could probably pass now, and you can cross the butt when you get there.
This is kind of what the Civilian Oversight Board was supposed to do, yeah.
Okay. Like what?
No, what I'm saying is yes, but there needs to be something that's done internally before you head outside of the department to the head of the Civilian Oversight Board. Because for the sake of future proofing, I think you make a good point in that there's nothing that you experienced once the PCP had been passed, or I guess after, you know, maybe my situation. So yeah, my yes is a yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I was fucking wrong. Holy.
This let me be clear about this. We are more than capable of being functional without Alan Crane here, as we've shown. That said, he has a lot of insight on various aspects of this sort of shit. And I know that Siobhan probably does. I know that Murphy probably does, assuming you were a lawyer / judge in the past. All you guys do. I'm afraid that there is a certain dynamic that I'm missing here. And I think that's probably the same nagging feeling that Cletus has right now.
Yeah.
It feels like there's an aspect of this that is missing.
Are you afraid that there's gonna be people who are just like being, for lack of a better phrase, little bitches who are gonna abuse this and just cause issues?
And that's where I'm at.
Yes.
This
I'm
whole thing has
trusting
been
the
an
head of
hour.
guard to be able to do a fact-finding
Both
investigation
of the
and figure out what's credible.
these
and what's not.
discussions have been
You know
1
what I'm saying?
hour.
Sure.
But then, but then, does he have to deal with bullshit, or should that be somebody within the department before it gets to him?
I mean, why not just put that into their questions and
Well,
you guys
there's
work out
4
those
people on
details
the
of how that
civilian
works?
oversight board, and
Yeah.
apparently
Oh, shit.
clerks
Yeah,
can
they
take
do.
those complaints too. But obviously, a whistleblower is probably going to go direct to me, and it's going to be fewer of them. So
I think
by the logic of how all the volume should be working, like regular complaints go to the people beneath me, and then I should have plenty of time for whistleblowers to come to me directly, right?
Right.
I don't see an issue with volume.
Why don't we what we can do is in the whistleblowing thing, we can define the actual process that needs to be done in order to actually make it like a valid complaint. And the process that for example, the head of the civilian oversight board would be expected to do in order to follow through with their investigation. I feel like if we define that, then we wouldn't have to worry about people abusing the system because it will have clearly fleshed out checks. Those are my thoughts.
Yeah.
I can't keep track of this anymore. I'm actually so
Good with
drained.
that. Walker, what do you think? Both Walkers, actually.
You go first, Solomon.
Hang on, I'm having a horrible moment right now. You go first. Something horrible's gone wrong.
Welcome to the MDT.
Yeah, funny thing is, I wasn't in the MDT, but yeah.
I think I already voiced my thoughts with it. I'm not against whistleblowers and the whole corruption shit. Just literally flesh it out, plan. That's it. I'd be a yes if there's actually what you want out of it more.
Yeah. I'm kind of, especially since it's like I'm named in the thing, like I want to know like exactly what it means before I say yes to it, just because it's kind of like I'm signing myself away. So I'd like to see it cook a bit more.
Okay.
But I'm spiritually a yes on this, like big time.
What do you think, Solomon?
I'd go with the head of bar. Spiritually, yes, but I'd want to see it written out in totality so I know what I am saying yes to.
Okay. What do you think, Enter?
Sure, I don't have a problem. Yeah,
Okay.
I'll just see how it irons out. But I'm probably yes. That's fine.
We'll define the process, and then we'll come up with a process. Me, my wife Murphy, and whoever else, if you're in City Hall. And then we can present the process at the next meeting, and then we can make our suggestions and input.
My main sticking point on this process is trust. Like it's pointless if the whistleblower doesn't feel like they can trust this whole mechanism.
Yeah. What if? Well, also, what if you have a false whistleblower?
Yeah. See that's it would this.
It's
this
all
stuff
it's all in there. Yeah.
Yeah.
I can smell bullshit.
Yeah, that too, right? Let's move on to the next piece of legislation.
Okay.
Is it the toe clamps one?
It is the toe clamps one. Toe clamps and you part 2.
Okay. Please.
So the only thing I've done is add an amendment for illegal towing and illegal clamping to you should be able to read it. This is report 5792. The last line really explains what its purpose is to empower the courts to disincentivize illegal towing and illegal clamping of legally parked vehicles.
Yes, there's more. There's more. Siobhan had
I'm
like
also
4
open to suggestion. It could just
legislations.
start at up to 10 times and then be even higher than that.
Why 10 times?
I want it needs to be heavily disincentivized. It's become like a pervasive problem.
Didn't we just talk about this with Cornwood shit earlier?
We did, and this is actually within the same. This was in the same vein and the same like heartbeat of that.
That's PD though. This
Just wasn't really
just
that was
like
PD. This
general.
is this is general. This is empowering. This is empowering.
I'm a
corporate
yes on
decisions.
this. I'm a yes.
I mean,
on
can,
No, she still has
would,
more.
Would you be down to merge those two ideas together and add a couple lines into this for the PD vehicles?
I have to abstain on literally all of this for I'm a biased clamper, guys.
Of course, of course.
Also, Alex, do you have any more food?
Oh my god.
No, it's been 5 hours and you've eaten all the food.
Is there food or coffee or anything at this point?
There's the vending machines downstairs.
Hell no.
I'm not that
$40
rich.
for a bag of chips. I'd rather shoot myself.
No
in the
one's
head.
that rich.
Wait, if he's biased enough against tow trucks, I gotta be.
No,
Do
you're
I
not.
have
Shut
to
the fuck
abstain?
up. No, you're not. Shut the fuck up.
I can go get everyone food since I have to abstain on this anyway.
I'm so hungry.
I'll be right back.
That'd fine.
Hooray!
Give me like 8.
That'd be great. Yeah.
We have to get you a
Nah, I
bigger
don't
belt
have to
then, Cornwood.
abstain.
Come on now.
Alright.
That's why I got 2.
I'm not biased against tow trucks. Tow trucks have just happened to have wronged me many times. It's not
But
bias.
It is
That's
not biased. He's
circumstance.
conflicted. All right. So, thoughts? I mean,
Yes.
do
Yep.
yes?
Yep.
We're all big fans of this.
Yep.
What was the report number?
I would just merge it in with the other one. 10x seems kind of. I don't know all the
5792.
actual cost with that. What's the? It's what 600 to get it out or something like that.
Yep.
So it's 6,000.
Yep. That's just to make sure you're not illegally towing legally parked vehicles, and that's just in punitive damages. Other damages may apply, right?
So this has to then
I'm not
be
limiting the courts. I'm just empowering them.
Yeah. So this has to be then be seen by a judge, right?
Yep. Not changing anything. Making I'm advocating for adjudication occurring then.
Yeah. So legal pay should be fine.
No, that's good.
Other damages. I'm guessing if there's any like transportation damage to the vehicle, body, etc.
Yep.
So
Other
this
damages.
is it seems civil.
It's purely for civil. It's to empower civil courts.
So what do you think? What do you think about adding that red right there?
Well, let me look.
Yeah,
So it
this
seems like a
one's been kind of
guideline.
brutal
Anything else?
on the mental
Okay,
energy.
police vehicles are exempt from being booted or towed. Okay, I mean,
No, like we don't want police vehicles exempt from being towed, right? 'Cause
without a
if you
police
head pop-
authorization.
If you head pop and you don't come back and you're like fuck it and your car's in the middle of the road, it's got to get towed, right?
So I would just say police authorization. Just get the okay then.
The agreement that we came to was in police presence. If the cop comes up to you and says "fuck off," then you fuck off. Like it's a lawful order at that point. Like it's their car. Your tow. You have no tow jurisdiction over a police officer at any point in time. I think is
Okay, yeah, I think that works. I think the phrasing that was just added works. Sorry, what was that?
or towed without police authorization within a reasonable time.
Maybe you have a headache and 5 minutes or something. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Yeah.
If it's been there, if you're like, let's say you're watching it and you've seen a police car there for like 10 minutes, maybe you should notify authorities and see what's going on. Just a thought, before you see if you're okay to tow.
Yeah.
And what if we make it? What if we do
It's
this for the
becoming-
EMS
it's
as well?
becoming an extreme problem with the tows as well because every event that I've been to in the past week, the tows circle it and they
Yeah, they're
take
like
out
vultures, I
cars
swear.
one by one.
It's wild.
It's surgical.
Uh-huh. So does that work, Siobhan? I don't mean to redline all your shit.
No, I love it. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I would love to put this up to a vote if everyone else
Okay.
here is sufficient. Or does anyone else have any other additions, comments, concerns, questions?
No, not really.
Okay. I guess just a formal vote, TJ.
Not against it. Just seems like I said more of a guideline than anything else. A
Mhm.
suggestion.
Like I said, it's just to empower them.
Legal time, legal towing, legal claim should be punishable in court. That's the cost for the unclamping fee.
Actually, gonna change the language. Hold.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry. I'm so fucking tired right now. I don't think you understand how bad it is.
I feel like it's
hard
5
for me to
a.m.
read. I feel like I'm getting
You're
close
doing
to
amazing.
24 hours and dreaming about flights across the country.
Oh shit.
Oh yeah.
Jesus.
Sounds terrible.
And then yeah, it's been a day.
I'm sure the first meeting of every session.
Yeah, I mean, we kind of.
Yeah, that's fine. Go for it.
I
Sure.
think we expected this one to be a little longer, right?
What?
Expected
Hang
it
on,
to
did
be
you
a
just say
little
we expect this
shorter.
one to be longer?
I personally
I did
did
not.
expect this one to be long because wasn't
Yeah,
the
me
first one
too, me
super
too.
long, right?
Yeah. So we have a lot to go over. Yeah.
You guys need to
no,
start
no,
time
it wasn't-
capping Bobby
It
and
wasn't
Carmine.
that bad. But I did expect this to go long. I knew Siobhan had a lot. I knew I had things. I knew everyone would have questions. So yeah, there you go. I did not expect Bobby and Carmine. That added to the time significantly.
That sure did. Sorry. So TJ, what was it? Was it you're still reading?
No, I said I'm fine with it. Go for it.
Yay. Okay, Solomon.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yay. Okay, Cantor.
Yep.
All right,
Yay.
Cornwood.
Yay.
Murphy.
Yay.
And then I'm yay. Yay.
All right.
So Murphy, can you speak up, please?
Yay.
Yay.
Okay, great. Passed. Okay. Next. So whistleblower. Hold on. So toe clamps. That one and Okay, so this is a working one. I'm not ready to present it by any way, shape, or form. That was pretty much everything. This is just like a heads up for next week on something I'm working on.
Oh,
Please,
thank God.
I would love to collaborate with any of you on this. Is tenants' rights. I think that's something that might need to be getting established in the near future. I've been hearing some things that would some things on the streets that would lead me to believe that this might be necessary.
Yo, Gobbler, thank
got
you for the
landlords
5
now?
gifties.
Heyo.
Something was brought to me. We can wait for this discussion if you prefer, but it's worth bringing up.
Okay.
In regards to this, that someone suggested that this might be just like a lot of your other legislation, purely self-serving due to the fact that you were attempting to get a loan, and part of that loan might be that the house be owned by another person. So you're trying to legislate the fact that they will not be able to take it away from you if you do not pay.
What?
Hey, it was suggested.
Lol? No. No.
Okay, so what is the reason?
Okay, so the reason is because of people like Joseph Arrowhead, because of people like Billy Thorne.
But not Mr. K, the people you were trying to legislate giving them
Nay.
tax benefits in the past.
No, this was just
so
to
what's
make sure that
changed?
this was just to make sure that people weren't being fucked over. That's it.
But you were willing to fuck people over in the past.
No.
So the retake's fine.
That was more of a rent to own
not this
agreement,
one.
and I think that there was a huge misunderstanding due to the fact that I wasn't able to actually present that as it should have been presented.
That is true. If I remember correctly, Max, by his own words, didn't know what it said, which is unfortunate. But
I'm
Yeah. So anyway, happy to collaborate with anybody on this throughout the week. Just ideas, floating those types of things. If you're concerned that that might be a thing, happy to work with you on, ensuring that that legislation doesn't benefit me in any way, shape, or form. Because no, that literally neither of those things had anything to do with each other.
Sure.
Correlation does not equal causation.
Hey, that's all right. I believe you. I just wanted to bring it up since it was brought to me.
Are we looking at a report here?
Yeah, it's in the MDT. Is under hold on, it is 5864. I literally just wrote the first sentence. I wanted your feedback on this. Like, I just wrote the first sentence. I wanted to work with council members on this because I think this would fall underneath everybody's interest and purview.
This act establishes tenants' rights in Los Santos with respect to landlord-provided housing accommodations. So
I think we've got to figure out how to defend against squatters.
Well, this is more about like
Is that a
people who
comment?
invested in homes should have some safety in their domiciles.
I mean, hell, you take it a step further.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, stand your ground, castle doctrine.
I was thinking about when
That's
there's
a separate
death.
thing, but-
I'm not trying to do wills and testaments, but I was thinking about when there's like a death.
Oh.
That's why I wanted to work with other people. So no, this has nothing to do with me. And that's why I brought up Joseph
Okay.
Arrowhead's name
No,
in
that makes
particular.
sense.
Yeah. Anyway, yeah, please let me know. TJ, I'd be really interested in hearing your thoughts on this. Solomon, Cantor, Corman Murphy, honestly, all of you. I grabbed your numbers out of the lemon list if I didn't have it. So, I'll follow up with you to see if there's a good time for us to meet. But if you're not interested, just let me know now.
Anytime I'm not like absolutely just dead.
No,
mentally.
absolutely. Okay, yeah, no problem.
Yes.
Earlier in the day is fine.
Probably not tonight, but
Not tonight. Not tonight.
tomorrow?
Not tonight. This is later in the week. That's all I'm just throwing out there. I will reach out to you later. Okay. Well, I think that's everything. I think the meeting is adjourned.
Yo,
Does
what
anyone else
about
has anything
Tuesday?
else?
Is everybody good Tuesday?
Yeah, it looks like Tuesday. Tuesday?
Yeah,
I would
Tuesday,
love
Tuesday works.
Tuesday.
One just last thing real quick.
Hmm?
You know better. Please God, don't ask my doctors for medical equipment anymore. We've already had to fire one. I don't want to do that again. Amori was good.
I have no idea
Oh,
what you're even
shit.
talking about.
She admitted to it, so no.
I
don't
literally have
deny
no
it at
idea
this
what you're
point.
talking about because I did not ask
you-
for anything.
Well, you
Well,
took it
unless
from
she's-
her, so or she admitted to something that she didn't do.
Ooh.
Well, anyways,
Sounds like you have your
Good
own house to
meeting.
keep clean.
See you guys Tuesday.
Yes, I am, which is why she is fired.
Well then.
Yeah, I think we're
I
good.
suppose so.
Okay. I mean, that I mean,
Without the
holy shit. Yeah, I mean, I think we should wait to.
But as well.
I mean, we lost already what 3 people.
Yeah, hell.
I think we're done.
Do we get that gas?
One way or the other. If he had proposals, he's out. That's what he gets for running for food. Instead of paying $40